Why is it so late today again? It's the same every day. I don't make much money from working such a crappy job, and I'm exhausted. Hey, it's all the same. After exchanging a few words with his roommate, Su Yuan dragged his tired body back to the room. It's already past 2 in the morning. I've been getting home at this time almost every day for the past month. The high-intensity work every day makes Su Yuan exhausted. Usually Su Yuan fell asleep as soon as he came back home, but today he didn't know why. Although my body was still very tired, I didn't feel sleepy at all. Su Yuan browsed his phone for a while, but found it boring. Then he got up and turned on the computer. There are quite a few games on the computer. Su Yuan glanced at the game icons on the desktop, but they all lacked interest and were a little bored of playing those games. Forget it, turn off the phone and go to sleep. When Su Yuan was about to shut down the computer and go to sleep, he glanced at an icon in the corner of the desktop. That's a pixelated version of a dirt icon. There is a line of English letters on the icon, Minecraft. After seeing this icon, Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The game Minecraft can be regarded as Su Yuan's youth. He accompanied Su Yuan for 8 years. When Su Yuan was young, the first computer game he came into contact with was MC. This simple sandbox game brought endless fun to Su Yuan. As the saying goes, once you enter Maimon, it is as deep as the ocean. Once you fall into this trap, you can never get out. I played it for 8 years. But even though Su Yuan has been playing MC for 8 years, he still hasn't gotten tired of it. There are always countless places in MC waiting for him to explore. There will always be more advanced redstone technology waiting for him to develop. There are always all kinds of strange mods waiting for him to explore. There are always a wide variety of magnificent buildings waiting for him to build. MC is a special game. It is an endless world. In this world, you have countless ways to play. You can become a traveler and explore countless beautiful sights. You can become an explorer and conquer all kinds of strange monsters in various mods. You can become a farmer and be surrounded by various plants and animals every day. You can become an architect, and as long as you have patience, you can even replicate the Great Wall 1-to-1. You can become a scientist and study various redstone circuits. As long as you have the ability, making a computer in MC is not a problem. The most important thing that distinguishes MC from other games is that it is a game that will never end. As long as you want, you can stay in the game forever in your favorite and most relaxing way. This is also the reason why most MC players play for many years. This is a small world that belongs to the player himself. For Su Yuan, who has been playing MC for 8 years, MC carries countless memories for him. As the friends around me gradually transformed from children into fathers, after slowly entering society and accepting the beatings of life, all those playmates who used to play games with me have never logged into the game again. After Su Yuan watched his friends leave one by one, he slowly withdrew from his own beautiful world. Although I don't have much time to play this game after work, but the MC icon has always been saved on Su Yuan's computer desktop. He hasn't been online for about 2 years. I haven't played for a long time. Go in and check my save file. After some updates, Su Yuan finally logged into the game. After entering your own save file, take a look around. The world in the archive is still the same as in my memory. It took us a month to build this broken stilt house. The technology was really not that good back then. It's been so long, and Yan Jiangkun's hair hasn't grown back yet. The nature of these villagers and profiteers has not changed. Su Yuan wandered around the game, and every building and scenery was filled with memories. Just as Su Yuan was feeling emotional, he saw a figure flash past in the original mine tunnel. When Su Yuan saw this, he thought it was a friend who logged in. I subconsciously glanced at the lower left corner of the screen, but found that there was no reminder of players joining. Huh? Am I seeing things? Su Yuan was also a little curious, so he walked quickly into the mine to find out what was going on. As soon as I entered the mine, I found that there was indeed a player not far away. The player has his back to Su Yuan, although his face cannot be seen clearly. But the skin chosen by the player is Su Yuan's most classic Steve's skin. Could it be Xiao Wu? Among this group of friends, only Xiao Wu likes to use Steve's skin when playing games. Su Yuan was about to send a message to Xiao Wu, but when he looked up, he found that the player had suddenly sent a message. Retired. Just as Su Yuan was wondering, he saw a face suddenly appear on the game screen. It was Steve's face, but his eyes glowed a blazing white light. This image can be said to be deeply rooted in the hearts of all MC players. Those white eyes and the classic Steve skin are undoubtedly positive. He is the big devil him who exists like a ghost in MC. What the hell? Him. When Su Yuan saw this, he was immediately frightened by him's face on the screen. The next second after seeing him's face, Su Yuan felt a black screen before his eyes, and he knew nothing. I don't know how long it took, but I heard whispering voices. I've been playing this game for a week, and I'm still scared by these monsters. The holographic mode is really awesome. Of course it does. I heard that the game Minecraft took more than 10 years to develop, and the number of online users on the day of the public beta exceeded 1 billion. This game is fun, but it's too damn scary at night. There are monsters everywhere and I can't do anything. Indeed, but I have to say that this dig 3 and fill 1 method is still useful, otherwise we would all die here. SHH, keep your voice down, there are a lot of monsters up there.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, You're just one step away. Become a Patreon member, and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Hearing the murmurs of conversation around him, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes, only to find that the place in front of him was not the familiar shared house. At this moment, he was in a meadow in the wild. But because the terrain is open and the moonlight is bright, visibility is still good even though it is night. Where the hell is this? After seeing the surrounding environment clearly, Su Yuan jumped up with a start. I subconsciously touched my waist, and after making sure it was still there, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could exhale half of the breath, he immediately inhaled it back. What the hell? Zombies. In the distance, I saw several zombies with hideous faces and a foul stench. After they spotted Su Yuan, they immediately stretched out their arms and surrounded this side. Su Yuan was stunned when he saw this. Who am I? Where am I? How could there be zombies? I am not dreaming, am I? After pinching his thighs several times, in so much pain that he almost cried, Su Yuan finally confirmed that he was not in a dream. Seeing the zombies gradually approaching him, Su Yuan didn't know if he had a brain seizure or what. He always felt that this zombie was inexplicably familiar. Blue clothes, purple pants, why do you look so familiar? It was not until the zombies slowly approached Su Yuan that Su Yuan realized that the color of the clothes seemed to be the same as that of the zombies in MC. Although these zombies are not the blocky images in the game, they are real. Su Yuan thought about this and couldn't help but feel it was a bit absurd. Recalling his experience of encountering him when he was playing the game just now, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Could it be possible that I have traveled through time and space into the game? As a novel lover, Su Yuan is naturally familiar with the term time travel. I never expected that such a thing would happen to me. Su Yuan thought for a moment, took a few steps back, and began to dig on the ground with his bare hands. After a while, I saw the soil in front of me loosen and fall out. The fallen soil was absorbed instantly. The moment the soil was absorbed, a virtual screen appeared in front of Su Yuan. There is a long shortcut bar at the bottom of the screen, and that piece of soil appeared in the first slot of the shortcut bar. What the hell? Is he a real MC? After the test just now, Su Yuan finally confirmed his idea. Now I am indeed in the world of MC. This MC world is somewhat different from the one Su Yuan played before. This MC world is the real version of the MC world, although I can hardly believe the fact in front of me, but since I have traveled through time, I can only accept it. Fortunately, I have 8 years of gaming experience. With these experiences, it is very easy to survive in this world. After thinking about this, Su Yuan took a few steps back and continued to dig the soil on the ground. After digging another piece of soil, several zombies were already approaching his side. Su Yuan calmly took out the dirt block from the quick bar and started to raise it under his feet. Fortunately, Xiaobai is not here, otherwise we would have to dig 3 and fill 1. Although the game has become more realistic, some of the game's mechanisms remain the same as before. The height of the zombie is exactly the height of 2 blocks of soil. As long as you stand on the ground, zombies can't attack you. Once in a high position, Su Yuan calmly used his hands to pull a zombie below. After all, there was no time to make tools, so I could only kill these zombies with my bare hands. I have to say that there is still a big difference between games and reality. In the absence of weapons and tools in the game, it is normal to pick zombies with bare hands. But in reality, Su Yuan really couldn't bring himself to do it. The soft and sticky touch, and the crisp snapping sound when the bone is hammered from time to time. These real touches made Su Yuan's stomach churn. After about 5 or 6 scrapes, a zombie finally died. As the zombie fell to the ground, a cold mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding! The Demon King system has been activated. Killed species, zombies. Skill acquired, no sense of pain. Armor gain, +2. Gained deterrence, 10. Kill value obtained, 1. The deterrence store is now open. Kill points store is now open. These system prompts caught Su Yuan off guard. It took Su Yuan a long time to react. Demon King system. After seeing this system prompt, Su Yuan couldn't help but think of his experience before he traveled through time. Originally Su Yuan thought it was his eyes playing tricks on him, so he saw him in the game. But what happened at this moment seemed to prove that Su Yuan was not dazzled before. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? After meeting him in the game, Su Yuan traveled through time and space, and after traveling to the MC world, he activated the Demon King system. And as it happens, him is the big devil in the MC world. After thinking about this, Su Yuan was also a little surprised. What on earth is going on? Su Yuan thought about it over and over again but still had no idea what was going on. Forget it, let's study the system first. As a fan of novels, Su Yuan is no stranger to the system. Soon I figured out how to open the system. After calling out the system, the first thing that appears in front of you is a personal information. Monster information, none. Monster type, unknown. HP, 40. Skills, none. Passive, no sense of pain, armor +2. Monster information, monster type. When Su Yuan saw these 2 entries, he was stunned. Now what he could be sure of was that he had traveled to the MC world and became a member of this world. Su Yuan thought he had traveled through time as a player, but he didn't expect to become a monster in this world. So what exactly is this world? Is it the real world or the game world? Su Yuan was just thinking about it when the system voice in his head answered his question in time. The host is in the game world. Game name, Minecraft. Game information, this holographic game was developed by 0 Point Corporation after 10 years of research and development and was released for public testing a week ago. The game is suitable for any gaming helmet and gaming console. Current number of online players worldwide, 15e. Note, players can be resurrected after death, but the host cannot be resurrected after death. After seeing this information, Su Yuan finally understood. It turns out that I have traveled to the holographic version of the game world of Minecraft, and he became a monster. Thinking of this, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a little worried. If he appears as a monster, it means that Su Yuan will have to become enemies with players all over the world from now on. Even Su Yuan has the support of the system and 8 years of gaming experience. But to be honest, Su Yuan was really unsure about making enemies with more than 10 players around the world. Furthermore, players can be resurrected, but you cannot be resurrected if you die. What kind of demon king can fight against more than 10 people? Su Yuan was just worrying when an interface resembling a character image suddenly popped up in front of him. After seeing this interface, Su Yuan was stunned. The interface shows a male character model. That character model looks exactly like me. He has a buzz cut, wheat-colored skin, and a beard that he forgot to shave for a few days. These are exactly the same as Su Yuan's appearance before he traveled through time. But the only difference is the eyes of this character model. There was no eyeball visible in his eye sockets. The entire eye socket was like a light source, emitting a blazing white light. Seeing this character, Su Yuan was shocked. Isn't this him? Seeing this familiar image, Su Yuan was stunned. He seemed a little unable to believe the facts before him. This character has his own appearance and clothes the same as himself. But with this pair of eyes that don't belong to him, he suddenly becomes so much like him. It is no exaggeration to say that if him had a real version, it would definitely look like this on the information panel. All this seemed to be a coincidence and also seemed to be destined. Su Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be? I am him. Almost all players who have played MC know the name him. He is a terrifying demon king. His image is the same as the most classic original skin Steve in the game, the only difference is his eyes that emit white light. The story of him becoming well known is that a player encountered another player in the save file while playing single-player survival. The player was using the default skin, which was Steve's skin, but his eyes glowed. When the single-player stepped forward to see what was going on, the man disappeared. But later, the player discovered that there were many man-made tunnels, facilities, and buildings in his save file. He posted a message online to ask the question, but the post was deleted. When he posted it again, it was deleted again. When he was about to post again, he received a message from a player named Herobrine telling him to stop. When he wanted to check Herobrine's information, the computer displayed a 404 error. Later, the player came into contact with other players who had the same experience as him, and they also found out that the account of Herobrine seemed to be the brother of the producer Notch. So they sent an email asking Notch if he had a brother. Notch's response was, yes, but he is no longer alive. After this incident, many players posted that they had also encountered Herobrine. But after encountering him, my computer would immediately blue screen or freeze. And many players' posts about Herobrine will be deleted immediately. I don't know whether these are true stories or rumors. But these rumors undoubtedly give the name Herobrine a weird and mysterious color. Him means Herobrine in Minecraft. It is precisely because of these stories that him has become known to more and more people. There are also many fan works about him. But no matter which work it is, he is the supreme god and his power is unmatched. God doesn't bleed, but you do. This sentence came from him, which is enough to show his strength. Him was supposed to exist in legend. At this moment, Su Yuan's experience is somewhat similar to those rumored. I did encounter him in the single-player save file. But unlike those rumors, Su Yuan traveled through time after meeting him. And Su Yuan also activated the Demon King system, and his appearance was no different from him. Maybe him chose Su Yuan, or maybe Su Yuan chose him. Whether it is coincidence or destiny. At this moment, him, the legendary figure, seems to be becoming a reality. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about this. If it's him, I can handle it with another 10e player. It's not that Su Yuan is bragging. If he is facing gamers, him can indeed handle them easily. No matter how strong the players are, they are nothing more than game data. They must rely on computers to survive in the game. And him, the great devil, has an ability that other devils do not have. He is able to hack into and disrupt networks. This alone is a sure win for the players. So what if the player has the Sword of Domination of the Universe, the Krypton Gold Lolita, or the Blade of Creation? Well, I'll just give you a blue screen of death package. Won't we just let Su Yuan control us by then? However, Su Yuan is not sure whether he can get the same skills as the Demon King. After all, the skill of hacking into the network is too buggy. Su Yuan opened the system mall while thinking. Just killed a zombie and gained 10 points of deterrence and 1 kill value. The system also opens the deterrence and kill value stores. After Su Yuan opened the deterrence mall, notes related to deterrence appeared on the screen. Deterrence, unlock the types of monsters you can control and upgrade the range of monsters you can control. How to obtain, kill monsters. Note, only unlocked monster types within the control range can be controlled. After seeing this comment, Su Yuan roughly understood the role of deterrence. The main function of deterrence is to unlock and control the surrounding monsters. The more deterrence you gain, the more monster types you will unlock, and the greater the range of monster control you will have. Although you can control monsters, you can only control their actions. For example, controlling them to stand still or attack a target. There is no way to control the monster's mind. If you want to control all monsters within range, you need to unlock them all. Su Yuan took a quick look. Unlocking zombies requires 10,000 intimidation. Xiaobai's is 20,000, Xiaohei's is 50,000. The more powerful the monster, the more intimidation is required to unlock it. Scrolling to the bottom of the table of contents, Su Yuan took a look at the requirements for unlocking the Ender Dragon. It actually requires a deterrent force of 1E. After seeing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. MC has finally made up for the debt it owes to the Ender Dragon. Although for an old hand like Su Yuan, the Ender Dragon is just a little brother. But as the final boss of MC, he must be given enough respect. After reading the monster's unlocking information, Su Yuan looked at the upgrade of the control range. The minimum control range is 15x15. To control monsters within a 15x15 range, 50,000 deterrent power is required. 50,000 is still a lot of deterrence. If you add the deterrent power required to unlock zombies, it will require 60,000 deterrent power. One zombie has 10 points of deterrence, which means you need to kill 6,000 zombies. For an old MC like Su Yuan who has been playing for 8 years, killing 6,000 zombies is just a piece of cake. Once the monster tower is built, let alone 6,000, even 60,000, 600,000, or 6 million are not a problem. It seems that the monster control range is relatively easy to improve. As long as you have a monster tower, you can gain deterrence in large quantities. It's only a matter of time before you unlock all monsters and upgrade your control range. After reading the introduction of deterrence, Su Yuan switched the interface to the kill value mall. Killing a zombie only gives you 1 kill point, which is quite difficult to obtain. The role of kill value is definitely greater than that of deterrence. As soon as the kill value mall was opened, the virtual interface popped up the annotation information about the kill value. Kill value, upgrade skills and enable mod. How to obtain, kill players, more, kill monsters, less. Although the system's comment on the kill value was only 2 lines, it surprised and delighted Su Yuan. You can actually turn on the mod. There are thousands of ways to play MC, and various mods account for half of them. For most MC players, exploring various mods is one of the great pleasures of the game. Mod is equivalent to various modules of the game. There are a wide variety of mods in MC. Mod can basically be divided into 7 categories: technology, magic, adventure, agriculture, decoration, practical, auxiliary, etc. There are endless various mods in these major categories, and it is always updated. There are many mods in each category that are familiar to players. For example, technology-related mechanical power, industrial age, applied energy, etc. Magic-related equivalent exchange, original cultivation, plant magic, etc. There are even more adventure games, such as A Song of Ice and Fire, The Void, Duskwood, Epic Siege, Titan, etc. These mods undoubtedly add a lot of new gameplay to MC. If these mods can be enabled, the improvement to Su Yuan will undoubtedly be huge. Take the Titan module as an example. If Su Yuan could activate the Titan module, the system will definitely unlock the information of Titan creatures, and if it is powerful enough, it will be able to unlock control over these Titan creatures. Just imagine if we could control a large number of Titan armies, wouldn't it be overwhelming? Then if you can unlock the Endless Greed module, with Su Yuan's strength, he can definitely obtain the Sword of Domination of the Universe. With the sword that controls the universe, you can kill gods and ghosts when you meet them. In short, no matter what type of mod it is beneficial to Su Yuan without any harm. Thinking of this, Su Yuan couldn't help but get a little excited. As things develop slowly, there might really come a day when I will be holding the sword that controls the universe and surrounded by Titan creatures. After all, such a card is worthy of him's identity as the devil. After thinking about this, Su Yuan took a look at the mod mall in the kill value mall. After a quick look, I found that these mods seem to be all about monsters. Su Yuan searched for a long time but didn't find any mods like the sword drawing mod that would provide benefits to the players. Can I only enable monster mod? As soon as Su Yuan thought of this, the system immediately answered his question. Except for monster mods, other game mods can only be enabled by players. All server players can activate the corresponding mod when their kill value reaches the standard. After the player enhancing mod is turned on, the host can wear it but cannot create mod objects. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Yuan finally understood. In other words, mods that benefit players, such as sword drawing, equivalent exchange, industrial age, etc., can only be activated by players. And even after the mod is enabled, Su Yuan will not be able to make the weapons in the mod. But those weapons can be worn. In other words, you can snatch it from the players. It seems that I need to hurry up and grow. Although Su Yuan has activated the Demon King system, his own strength still needs to grow slowly. If the player's development is ahead of Su Yuan, he can activate some mods in advance. There is still a certain threat to Su Yuan. For example, the player activated the Endless Greed module and successfully synthesized the Sword of World Domination. But Su Yuan's strength has not yet reached the level to match that of the other party, so Su Yuan can only be slaughtered. To put it bluntly, it means to develop first. Fortunately, Su Yuan knew this information in advance, so he had some idea of what to do. Su Yuan didn't think much about it, and then glanced at the first column in the mod store. The mod in the first column is Dusk Forest. It's a relatively simple mod. Su Yuan took a look at the kill value required to activate it and couldn't help but gasp. Oh my goodness! It takes 5 million kill points to unlock it. Seeing this huge kill value, I couldn't help but sigh. It seems that there is still a long way to go. The Duskwood alone requires 5 million kill points. Su Yuan didn't even dare to think about how many kill points would be needed to activate the Titan mod. If you want to develop quickly, you will definitely have many conflicts with other players in the future. Killing both players and monsters can gain kill points, but the kill value obtained by killing monsters is very little. Just now, Su Yuan killed a zombie and only obtained 1 kill value. To open the Twilight Forest, you need to kill 5 million zombies. This number is really outrageous. Even if Su Yuan built a monster tower, it would probably take a long time to open it. Furthermore, upgrading skills also requires kill points, which is probably quite a lot. If you want to quickly gain a large amount of kill points, you still have to kill players quickly. However, with Su Yuan's current strength, it is still too slow to kill the player. We still need to improve our strength. After having a general understanding of the system, Su Yuan closed the system interface. First I need to acquire more skills, and then build a monster killing tower. At present, it is definitely safer to acquire more skills. From the prompt given by the system after killing the zombie just now, you can know that you can obtain the monster's skills by killing the monster for the first time. This is still very simple for Su Yuan. After the monster spawning tower is built, the deterrent power will increase rapidly. With enough skills and various monster minions around you, you can almost meet the players. It's not that Su Yuan's skills are not good, it's just that he only has 1 life. Players can revive infinitely, so they don't have to worry about it, but Su Yuan doesn't dare to gamble. Furthermore, Su Yuan has not unlocked the monsters yet, so the monsters around him will still attack him. When he encounters players, and those monsters come to besiege him, it would be too embarrassing for him to be a demon king. While attacking the monster beneath him, Su Yuan was planning what to do next. Just as the second zombie fell down, a hissing sound was suddenly heard behind him. This hissing sound is exactly the sound that Su Yuan has engraved in his DNA. Creeper. It was almost like muscle memory. Su Yuan jumped off the mud platform without even thinking about it. Then they quickly distanced themselves from each other. The explosion height of a creeper is about 4 to 5 blocks, and Su Yuan does not have enough mud blocks on his body to support himself. The only way to survive is to quickly create distance. Fortunately, Su Yuan reacted in time, and after Su Yuan created some distance, all I heard was a loud bang. The creeper exploded. A deep pit was instantly blown out where Su Yuan was before. All the zombies around were taken away by the stupid teammate creeper. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. If Su Yuan hadn't reacted in time, Creeper would have had his moment of glory. Creeper, back then, when I had my hands in my pockets, even him was no match for me. Creeper can be said to be the lifelong enemy of MC players. He is best at sneak attacks. He always appears secretly and gives the players a big surprise. When the players heard the sound, they had already been sent a random teleportation package. As the creeper exploded, the system also started to sound. Deterrence plus 10. Kill value plus 1. Deterrence plus 10. Kill value plus 1. Skill acquired, Explosion. Explosion LV1, consumes 99% of the upper limit of health, causes 5x6 range damage, cooldown 60s. Consume 5000 kill points to upgrade. There's actually a cooldown period. Hiss. 5000 kill value upgrade, that's really expensive. The explosion skill is equivalent to the first active skill obtained by Su Yuan. Although killing zombies before also gave me a sense of pain. But that skill is passive and cannot be upgraded. The explosion skill is still very useful. After all, it is area damage and the explosion power is also very large. If the player has no armor, the attacker can kill him instantly if he is close enough. The only problem is that the kill points required to upgrade are a bit too much. Although the skill has a cooldown time, this is understandable. After all, this skill has high lethality if it can be used continuously without a cooldown period. Su Yuan can conquer the world with just this one move. A level 1 explosion consumes 99% of your health, which is equivalent to leaving you with little health after one explosion. This is still very dangerous. In order to ensure safety, you must upgrade a few more levels. After obtaining the explosion skill, Su Yuan's curiosity was instantly aroused. After taking a look around and seeing no monsters approaching, Su Yuan decided to try this skill. Although it is a bit dangerous, it is the first skill I have acquired after all, and I can't suppress my curiosity. After picking up the dirt blocks that the creeper had just blown up in case of a monster attack, Su Yuan found a clearing. Then he used the explosion skill. There was a loud bang. A pit was instantly blown open where Su Yuan was. The body also fell into the pit as the surrounding soil collapsed. At this moment, the system information popped up again. Kill value plus 27. Kill value plus 15. Kill value plus 17. Su Yuan still hadn't realized what was going on. But then a scream was heard. Looking closely, there were 3 more bodies of players in the pit. The scream came from a player named Steve who was standing at the innermost part of the pit. Steve opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. Before Su Yuan could react, Steve immediately took out some soil from his bag and quickly put it on top. After reaching a certain height, he jumped up and ran away without looking back. In less than a few seconds, it disappeared into the darkness. Su Yuan was stunned when he saw this. What's going on? Also, if I'm not mistaken, that person's name is Steve. As a monster, Su Yuan has a certain degree of night vision. In addition, after killing zombies and creepers, the vision at night is even better. He must have seen the ID correctly. The reason why I was a little surprised was because of the name Steve. Anyone who has played MC knows the name Steve. Steve's fame should be much higher than him's. After all, the original character of the game is Steve. Since he is a classic MC character, he appears in many fan works. Steve is naturally the protagonist of the work. There are even some fan works that show a connection between Steve and him, because him and Steve's images are almost the same except for the eyes. So there are also some fan works that set him as the dark side of Steve. Su Yuan didn't know whether this was a coincidence or not. After becoming a him, the first player I met was named Steve, and his image is very similar to Steve in MC. It is very similar to my own image. I guess we'll meet again in the future. Su Yuan doesn't believe these are just coincidences. But since we have already met and are standing on opposite sides, there will definitely be a war in the future. As him, Su Yuan is still very confident that he can defeat Steve. After sorting out his thoughts, Su Yuan looked at the bodies of the players around him that were gradually disappearing. This is Su Yuan's first kill on a player. I just got 3 kills. But what's strange is that the kill values provided to Su Yuan by the 3 people are different. Su Yuan was wondering, but at this moment the system voice sounded in his head. The more monsters a player kills, the more kill points he gets. After killing a player, the player's kill value will be reset to 0. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Yuan finally understood. I understand. Let's fatten him up first. Although their kill value will be reset to 0 after killing a player, this is somewhat unfriendly to Su Yuan. But you can't just pull the wool from one bushel. If it is not reset, then Su Yuan can easily imprison a player with a high kill value and kill him hundreds of times a day. Kill points are easy to obtain. After roughly figuring out how to obtain the kill value, Su Yuan found an open space. After digging 3 and filling 1, the blood will slowly recover underground. Su Yuan was lucky just now. When Steve saw him, he didn't even think of attacking him. Instead, he just ran away. If Steve had been a little more reckless, he would have pushed Su Yuan before Su Yuan could react. Then Su Yuan is probably done for. After all, after using the explosion skill, Su Yuan was already at a low health level. Whether encountering monsters or players, the situation just now was extremely dangerous. So it's better to be cautious. Fortunately, Su Yuan appeared as a monster, and there was no such thing as satiety. There is no limit to blood recovery. After stopping the attack for a while, you will see the blood bar slowly rising. Since his own health was very low, it was restored in a short while. Seeing this, Su Yuan thought for a moment. First, blow up some rocks to build a monster tower, and then go out during the day to get the first kill of the monster. After what happened just now, Su Yuan became more cautious. Before you have enough strength, you should not take any risky actions. After all, life is precious, and the goddess of luck will not always favor you. Making a monster spawner requires a lot of stone and some iron ingots. With the explosion skill, stones are easy to obtain. You can probably get several groups by just blowing them up. Now Su Yuan is not powerful enough to unlock the monster encyclopedia. Therefore, it is better to avoid mines and work underground at night. Otherwise, if you were blasting rocks and another creeper suddenly attacked you, you would be dead. After thinking about this, Su Yuan immediately took action. At this time, on the other side of the grassland, Steve ran across the grassland out of breath. He turned around and looked behind him from time to time. After confirming several times that there was nothing following him, he finally stopped. Then he immediately took out the stone shovel and started digging down. After digging 3 squares downwards and filling the top of my head with a piece of soil, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. What was that just now? Before Steve could recover from the shock, a few ding-ding messages from friends rang out. The sudden sound scared Steve. After taking a long time, he slowly opened the friend message. What just happened? Damn it, how come I suddenly became angry while chatting? Does any of you know what happened? Steve calmed down a little after seeing the news from his friends. Then I replied to my friends. You should have been blown to death. After seeing Steve's reply, everyone was a little confused. Huh? Killed by an explosion? A crawler. It shouldn't happen. How could a crawler explode for no reason? Could it be that there was an internal fight between zombies and crawlers that injured innocent people? Holy crap! Are you so lucky that you didn't get killed by the explosion? When everyone saw Steve say that they were killed in the explosion, they naturally thought of Creeper. After all, the only monster that can explode that they have encountered in the game so far is the Creeper. Seeing everyone's responses, Steve shook his head and then replied. Not a Creeper. It's a person who looks very similar to me, a monster. I don't know what that is. His eyes are like a source of light, emitting white light. Steve slowly recalled the appearance of the monster he had just seen. The more I think about it, the more creepy it becomes. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or something else. Why is that monster exactly the same as my character image? I spent a long time in the game to create this character. Although there is a very small possibility that there are players in the game who have a face similar to his, that is normal. But the monster we just encountered was obviously not a player. In other words, a monster in the game actually looks exactly like your character? The probability of this happening is too small. Unless the model of this monster is newly added. But this possibility can be completely ruled out. Because the game MC was developed by the gaming giant 0 Point Company after 10 years of development. It has only been open for 1 week, so that monster cannot be a new addition. And what's even more outrageous is that monster doesn't have a monster name on its head. All monsters encountered in previous games will have names above their heads. Zombies, creepers, skeleton shooters, and more. But the monster that looked exactly like him had nothing on its head. That's why Steve wasn't so sure when he said that just now, because he didn't know what he was encountering. When all the friends heard Steve say this, they were a little surprised. Huh? Not a creeper. Wait, you said that monster looks like you. Brother, are you seeing things? Eyes emitting light? Could it be that we have encountered a hidden boss? When Steve saw the responses from his friends, he knew that they had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. I'm not dazzled, and I didn't see it wrong. I've been pinching my face for several days, how could I not know? Also, I don't think that's the boss. He's not just an ordinary monster, I think he has thoughts. In fact, at the beginning, after Steve recovered from his shock, he felt for a moment that the person he had just encountered might be a boss. Maybe it was just a coincidence that he looked like me. Perhaps it's because he's the boss, so there's no monster name above his head. But when he recalled the way the monster looked at him, he immediately dismissed the idea. That look, though, was empty. But Steve could sense that that look was full of life. When that monster looked at him, it was not a string of code, but thinking. The reason why Steve was so sure was that if it was just an ordinary boss or monster, Steve was already within his search range. Without any thought, he would approach and attack immediately. But the monster didn't do that. He first looked around at the situation, then turned his gaze to Steve, and began to think. It was because he was thinking that Steve had the opportunity to escape. And this is why Steve's scalp is tingling. Imagine that when you are playing a holographic game, a monster that looks exactly like you suddenly appears in front of you. There's no monster name above its head yet, and it's definitely aggressive. It took away 3 of your teammates at once, but it didn't attack you. Instead, it looked at you with its scary eyes. In this environment, anyone would feel a chill down their spine. After seeing what Steve said, all his friends couldn't help but complain. Huh? Thoughtful? Brother, are you scared silly? Ha 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 ha, you're too neurotic. This is just a game. What's the idea? It's just a string of code. Maybe there's a bug. Since the friends didn't see it with their own eyes, they naturally thought that what Steve said was exaggerating. Seeing this, Steve couldn't help but get a little anxious. Okay, then let me ask you, if it was an ordinary monster, why didn't he attack me the first time he came down? To his friends, Steve's insistence on reasoning seemed like a forced explanation. But Steve is their leader, and they can't keep arguing with him, so they said, okay, brother, I believe you. Let's go over there and take a look when it gets light. Indeed, if it is really a bug, you should be able to get some reward if you report it. Alright, let's adjourn the meeting. I'll head over there when it gets light. Although everyone compromised verbally, they did not believe what Steve said. Steve didn't know what to say anymore. When they saw it, they would believe it. After closing the chat bar, Steve immediately opened the forum. Then I started searching for terms related to white-eyed monster. After searching for a long time, no clues were found. Seeing this, Steve had no choice but to give up. It seems that I am the only one who has encountered this so far. The image of that monster just now has been lingering in Steve's mind. He had many questions in his mind about that monster. These questions certainly cannot be answered now. I can only slowly uncover it when I encounter it again in the future. The night passed quickly. The alternation of day and night in the game world is quite fast. But it's not as short as in the original MC. In this game world, both day and night are 3 hours long. Su Yuan has almost finished all the preparations. Su Yuan made quite a few discoveries that night. Although he is a monster, he is different from other monsters. You are able to make and use tools. Next, like other players, I also have a backpack and a quick bar. The backpack space is the same as that of the players. This is much more convenient. If we can't make tools and don't have a backpack, development will probably be much slower. During the night, Su Yuan also used his explosion skills to blow up a lot of rocks. Iron ingots are also difficult to collect. After collecting all these and restoring my health, the sky gradually brightened. After arriving on the ground, Su Yuan looked around. Since this is grassland, the visibility is very good. This place is definitely not suitable for building a monster tower. Su Yuan also took 2 points into consideration. The first thing is to create the terrain for the monster spawning tower. The next thing is concealment. Try not to be discovered by players. After all, if players discover it, they will definitely destroy the monster tower and affect efficiency. If you want to improve the efficiency of the monster tower, it is best to be on the sea. In the game, there are limits on the monsters that refresh in each area. If the monster spawning tower is placed on the plain, then there will definitely be many mines where monsters will spawn throughout the entire area. As a result, the efficiency of the monster tower will be very low. The reason for choosing the sea is that the caves under the sea are filled with water, which will not generate too many creatures, and will not affect the monster spawning efficiency of the monster spawning tower. After thinking about this, Su Yuan immediately set out to look for the ocean. After walking for about half an hour, we finally saw the ocean terrain. After taking out the workbench and making a wooden boat, he began rowing towards the ocean. Su Yuan would definitely not build a monster spawning tower near the shore. This is a bit too obvious. After rowing for another half an hour, Su Yuan finally found a suitable place. After determining a suitable location, Su Yuan started construction immediately. The monster spawning tower made this time is the simplest water-type monster spawning tower. The principle is also very simple. Make a monster spawning platform about 30 blocks from the ground, and then use the water flow to push the monster off the platform and kill it. Su Yuan also doesn't need to use any collection equipment. After all, the items dropped by monsters are of no use to Su Yuan. Just when Su Yuan was busy making the monster tower, Steve and his group also returned to their old place. There are some differences between this game world and the original MC. In the original MC, if you don't download the mod, there will be no coordinates displayed. Upon death, all equipment in the backpack will be dropped and the player will be randomly teleported to any place in the world. This also causes many players to be unable to find their way home after dying once. And in this game world, for the convenience of players, there is a real-time map in the game. Players will also drop all items in their backpacks upon death. But when you resurrect, you can choose a rough coordinate. For example, the person who died at the coordinates 322,12,50. When you resurrect, you can choose to resurrect at a location close to these coordinates. This also avoids the problem of players dying too far away from home. This is also why Steve's friends were able to gather so quickly. At this moment, Steve and his group stood in front of the deep pit that Su Yuan had dug before, all of them lost in thought. I remember there was no such pit here before. This pit doesn't look like it was dug, but rather blasted. This stone pillar in the middle looks like it was built from the bottom. Could it be the work of that monster Steve mentioned? Seeing the deep pit in front of them, Steve and the others were all shocked. Before this, other people still didn't believe what Steve said. But after seeing this deep pit, their thoughts were shaken. Obviously, this pit was not man-made. Normal players who want to dig stones or mine minerals will basically dig in a regular pattern. Either dig 2x2 or dig all the way to the bottom. This deep pit feels like it was caused by an explosion. So it is definitely not man-made. Moreover, Steve and his team had confirmed it yesterday before they dug 3 parts and filled 1 part, that there was no one else around except them. Then this deep pit could only have been caused by the monster that Steve mentioned. After all, everyone knows that the monster can use explosion skills like the creeper. At this moment, facing this deep pit, they had too many questions. Why should he go down? Why do you want to get up again after going down? Are you looking for something? Why can a monster use blocks? All these questions lingered in everyone's mind. But no matter what the doubts were, everyone's views on this monster had changed. They didn't take Steve's words seriously before, but now it seems that this monster is really not that simple. Isn't this too weird? Is there some kind of intelligent AI monster in this game? Impossible? If this thing existed, the game would be heavily promoted. His behavior doesn't seem like that of a monster at all. It's more like that of a player. Could it be some mutated player or something? If this thing existed, it would have gone viral on the forums a long time ago, right? After analyzing it for a long time, everyone couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation, so they all turned their attention to Steve. After all, only Steve had seen that monster. Seeing this, Steve thought for a moment and comforted everyone. Anyway, if you meet him again, be careful. It's just a game anyway. I can be resurrected even if I die. We can only slowly investigate what he is later. Although this incident was a bit strange, Steve was indeed scared at first. But when I think about it, it's just a game anyway. Even if I meet that monster again, it's just a matter of life. It doesn't mean that death cannot be resurrected. As long as there are no valuables on them, it doesn't matter to them. As for the various questions about that monster, they will be slowly revealed in the future. After hearing what Steve said, everyone nodded. Steve continued to add upon seeing this. Let's build a base nearby. The environment and resources here are pretty good, and there's a chance that we'll run into him again. Since the game has only been launched for a week, players are not developing very quickly. Many players are in a state of stopping and starting, and have no fixed residence. After all, the game world is so big, and many players want to visit more places. Steve and his group had the same idea before. But after what happened yesterday, Steve decided to settle. He was really curious about that monster. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He was not a very curious person. For the first time, he felt as if he had some destiny. The encounter with that monster was not a coincidence. He was also very sure that he would meet that monster again. After hearing what Steve said, everyone had no objection. Okay, then I'll go and chop down some trees, and we'll build a 3-story building. This grassland is nice, with a good view and lots of animals. I'll go and get a few and raise them, and then I won't have to worry about meat. I'll go dig some coal and try to get more bright spots, so I don't have to be afraid at night. After everyone started to do their own things, Steve opened the forum again. Then I added a star to a post I posted about the monster manual. Monster name, unknown. Monster appearance, white-eyed Steve, with photos. Monster attributes, unknown. Monster skills, currently the only skill known is explosion, similar to the creeper, but the explosion will not kill him. Monster ability, can obtain and use blocks. First appearance location, XXX, XX, XX. PS. He has his own thoughts and is able to think. He does not seem to be a product of code, so the possibility of him being a game boss is ruled out. Note, if you see him, please evacuate quickly. We are no match for him for now. Steve is considered a well-known figure in the forum. He often posts some very practical strategy posts, which are also sought after by many players. As soon as the newly added star post was released, it received many comments from players. Huh? Eye roll, Steve? Really? Really? My favorite poster has also started to talk nonsense just for traffic. If you said it was a monster with white eyes, I would believe it, but what about white-eyed Steve? This is too fake, isn't it? Is the op so excited? What do you mean by having your own thoughts? This is just a game. Boss Steve, I've always liked your guide, but this time, do we really need that much traffic? No picture, no truth. Please post the picture. Based on Steve's few words, the players naturally didn't believe the monster that Steve was talking about. The main reason is that what Steve described was a little too ridiculous. What a white-eyed monster that looks like me, what a monster that has no name, and what has its own thoughts. These descriptions are a bit too outrageous. No matter how you look at it, it seems like Steve is talking nonsense just to attract traffic. Steve naturally also saw the players' comments, but he did not reply to any message. The players didn't believe he could understand. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a bizarre thing could happen. But the fact is, there really is such a bizarre thing. Steve believes that this post will be confirmed one day. After more than 2 hours of hard work, Yuan finally built his first monster-killing tower. At this moment, the monster tower has also started to operate. Since the monster tower was built by Yuan, even the monsters were not killed by Yuan himself. It can still provide deterrence. Not long after the monster tower was running, Yuan's screen was flooded with system messages. Deterrence plus 10. Deterrence plus 10. Obtained skill, invisible arrow. Skill acquired, accurate shooting. Invisible arrow, you can use a bow without wearing arrows. Accurate shooting LV1, shooting accuracy 100%. Consume 5,000, kill points can be upgraded to tracking arrow. These two skills were obviously provided by Ziobai. The simple monster tower made by Yuan basically spawns zombies, creepers, and whitebait. Yuan also didn't need to build a monster spawning tower for fixed monsters. After all, what he needed was deterrence, not supplies. The monster tower built by Yuan was not a very large one, it could only be considered a medium-sized one. After all, there are no skills like flying into the sky at present, and it is too difficult to set up. Although the monster tower is not very big, it is enough for now. The efficiency is still acceptable. Yuan roughly estimated that the profit is about 5,000 monsters per hour. That is a deterrent force of 50,000 per hour. Hang up for an hour and you can unlock a 15x15 monster control range. This efficiency is still acceptable. Yuan was also very satisfied to see the monster tower running smoothly. The next step is to get the monster first kill. The game world of MC is divided into 3 major parts: the main world, the nether world, and the end of the world. Each section has its own exclusive monsters. Yuan will definitely be the first to kill these monsters. However, for now, we will focus on the monsters in the main world. Yuan had been building the monster tower for several hours, and his biggest need at this moment was to take off. It's such a torture not being able to fly and build buildings. Recalling the monsters in MC, those that can fly include bats, annoyances, phantoms, ghasts, withers, and ender dragons. Yuan had encountered a bat before when he was blasting rocks. After killing it, he didn't need to use any skills. There is not even any deterrent effect. It is a purely decorative product. And after Yuan's analysis, it is estimated that this skill can only be obtained by killing monsters that have flying skills. Creatures like bats, annoyances, phantoms, and ender dragons all have wings and can fly by themselves, rather than using skills. I guess even if it's the first kill, there's no way to provide myself with the flying skill. Ghast and Wither have a higher chance of acquiring the flying skill. And these two monsters are both in the underworld. It is too troublesome to go to the nether. You need to make a nether portal to go to the nether. The portal requires at least 10 pieces of obsidian. Although the nether portal can be made by pouring, Yuan still has to prepare a few iron buckets and then find lava. It's still too time-consuming at the moment. Forget it, let's just make do with a teleportation skill first. If you want to obtain the teleportation skill, just look for Xiaohe, Enderman, nicknamed Xiaohe. Because his whole body is dark, he is affectionately named Xiaohe by the players. After clarifying the goal, Yuan immediately embarked on the journey to find Xiaohe. After killing several zombies taking shelter under trees along the way, Yuan also found a lone spider. After killing him in 2 or 3 moves, the skills he gained surprised Yuan. Acquired skill, toxin immunity. Skill acquired, vertical walking. Skills acquired, powerful spider silk. Toxin immunity, immune to all toxins. Facade walking, can walk on any wall. Strong Spider Silk LV1, launches a ball of spider silk with a hardness of 5 to trap creatures, slowing down their movement speed by 30%, with a cooling time of 60s. Consume 5,000 kill points to upgrade. Su Yuan never expected that a tiny spider could provide him with so many skills. And they are all very useful skills. Not to mention immunity to poison, it is definitely a useful passive. Next, the skill of vertical walking is very practical. It is very useful whether it is for building buildings, going into mines or traveling. There is also a powerful spider silk skill. This active skill can be upgraded. The direction of upgrading should be the hardness of spider silk and the speed of delay. If the hardness of spider silk can reach the hardness of obsidian, or even the hardness of bedrock -1, the delay speed can be increased to 100% or 200%. Then this skill is equivalent to a rope to tie up immortals. Once you are tied up, no one can escape. For the first time in my life, I found spiders so cute. Su Yuan is a typical example of someone getting slapped in the face for being so good. When Su Yuan played MC before, he had two creatures he disliked the most. The first one is the woodworm. Those who know about it will understand that it looks a bit too disgusting. Next is the spider. The main reason is that there are too many eyes, which makes Su Yuan, who has a fear of crowds, feel particularly uncomfortable. At this moment, Su Yuan felt that the spider had become cute. Not long after killing the spider, Su Yuan found a little black one. After approaching Xiaohe, he placed the wooden boat he had made earlier under Xiaohe's feet. Xiaohe was also very cooperative and got on the boat immediately. The method used by Su Yuan is the most convenient way to kill Xiaohe. Xiaohe can teleport within the area of a 64x64x64 cube. There are two ways to kill it quickly without taking any damage. Or he would build a platform above his head and take advantage of Xiaohe's height disadvantage so that it couldn't attack him. The next step is to use a boat to restrict its teleportation. As long as Xiaohe gets on the boat, it will be meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. After killing Xiaohe with a few bangs, Su Yuan also obtained the teleportation skill he had always dreamed of. Skill acquired, teleport. Acquired skill, projectile damage immunity. Teleport LV1, teleport within a 64x64x64 cube with the original position as the center, and can carry one item or organism, cooling time 60s. Consume 5,000 kill points to upgrade. Projectile damage immunity, rebounds projectiles and cannot be damaged by projectiles, including arrows, tridents, snowballs, eggs, alpaca saliva, etc. Seeing the system's summary of skills, Su Yuan was almost overwhelmed. I have to say that the system is still very detailed. It even notes things like alpaca saliva. Su Yuan took a quick look at the skills he had acquired so far. It still feels very practical. There are not many damage skills, only explosion, spider silk, and infinite arrows can barely be considered half damage. But it's enough for now. If I can get some more first kills and build up my intimidation power overnight, I'll probably be able to meet the other players. Currently, the biggest improvement for Su Yuan is the kill value. After all, kill points can upgrade skills. Su Yuan's biggest need is actually the skill of explosion. Group attack plus strong attack power. If combined with the teleportation skill, you can instantly kill the player you encounter by teleporting over. The reason for upgrading this skill is just in case. Now the explosion will consume 99% of the health, so it is still too unsafe to have only a little health left. After thinking about this, Su Yuan continued to search for traces of various monsters on the map while teleporting. It's been a while since Steve posted. The post was highly popular. Players are also very curious about the white-eyed monster that Steve mentioned. At this moment, the comments under the post have become polarized. Most people didn't believe what Steve said and thought he was just trying to gain traffic. But there were still a few people who stood on Steve's side. After all, Steve's gaming reputation is pretty good. It has only been a week since the game was launched. But the strategies Steve made also helped many people. After seeing the post go viral, many players didn't know whether it was out of curiosity or just to attract traffic. They all came to the grassland where Steve was in groups. The grassland is extremely lively at this moment. Boss Steve, where is the monster? I came here specifically to see that monster. Why are you rolling your eyes, Steve? Roll your eyes, Steve? Come on, why don't you let Big Steve roll his eyes at you? Ha 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 ha. Boss Steve has settled down here, so I guess what he said is not a lie, right? If there really is a monster like the one he described, with so many people gathered here, wouldn't they all be wiped out at once? The originally quiet grassland became lively after this group of players joined. And many players are rushing over from other places. It is currently in the early stages of the game, and players are already in a state of detachment. Besides, I don't have anything valuable on me, so it doesn't matter where I build my home. Since we are all the same, it is better to stay together. At least everyone can take care of each other in life. I came from the north and took a look. This place is really nice. The terrain is diverse. There is also the sea after walking for about half an hour. I originally came here to join in the fun, but I didn't expect this place to be quite suitable for development. I settled down here. The monster that Steve mentioned might be a hidden boss or something. If we kill it, it will probably drop a lot of goodies. It won't hurt to stay there longer. Hey, what are you doing? I occupied this land first. After the players came to this grassland, many of them didn't want to leave. After all, the place Steve chose is really good, with rich terrain and naturally abundant supplies. Seeing the matchboxes rising from the ground, Steve felt a little confused. With so many players gathering here, he didn't know whether it was a good thing or not. Although it is true that there is strength in numbers, sometimes too many people can do harm. But there's no point in thinking so much now. This place doesn't belong to Steve, and now that all the players are here, it's impossible for Steve to drive them all away. No matter how many people there are, if they are united in purpose, development will still be very fast. After thinking about this, Steve also began to give orders. Everyone try to cut down more trees or dig more coal, make more torches, and light up the surrounding area. This is grassland terrain, there will be a lot of monsters at night. Everyone try not to go out at night. Also, since everyone has come to live here, I hope everyone will abide by the rules and not steal or rob items. The players who come here are all individual players, and it is inevitable that some of them have low quality. Although the players don't have anything valuable on them now, Steve still needs to take precautions first. The players were busy all day. There are some rudiments of villages on the entire grassland. There are farmlands, pig pens, sheep pens, and cattle pens. It's just that the players' level of building houses is a bit poor. Except for a few small bungalows that look okay, the rest are basically various matchboxes. As night fell, the entire grassland was lit up with tiny sparks of fire. The players' awareness of prevention was quite good, and torches were lit all around the entire village. Although the area around the village was brightly lit, the players did not dare to run around. Now people don't have the ability to travel at night. There was nothing to do at night, so the players all went home and started browsing the forums. At this moment, a live broadcast room was pinned to the top of the game forum. The title of the live broadcast room is simple and crude. Night Patrol White Eye Steve. This live broadcast room was opened by a player with the ID Mangji. This man is on the grassland where Steve is. From the title of his live broadcast room, we can tell that he is doing this to attract traffic. Steve's post is still very popular in the forum. Many people come to this grassland just to get some traffic. During the day, many people also start live broadcasts. But those live broadcasts are not very interesting. They are nothing more than videos of players tilling the land, building houses, and so on. Since the players clicked into the live broadcast room, they must want to see something related to the white-eyed Steve mentioned by Steve. Brother Mang was also very good at catering to the needs of the people and seized this wave of traffic very well. At this moment, in Brother Mang's live broadcast room, I saw Brother Mang holding a torch in his right hand and an iron sword in his left hand, heading towards a place far away in the village that was not lit by torches. Brothers, let's not hype it up, let's do it for real. Today I'm going to show you how to fight fake things. See if the monster Steve was talking about actually exists. Today I'm handing over the command to you brothers. If you tell me to go that way, I'll go that way. Everyone please send gifts and pay attention. Brother Mang shouted as he walked towards the distance. The live broadcast room shows Mang Ji's first-person perspective. Since the game is in holographic mode, players can feel very involved when watching it. At this moment, the barrage of comments and gifts in Brother Mang's live broadcast room also filled the screen. Brother Mang is really brave. If he goes out like this, he will just give away the iron sword for nothing. Brother, you are new here, right? Brother Mang is a skilled person. His previous live broadcasts were all parades at night. Forget about the technical skills, my hand speed is okay. Anyway, when I see the monster, I dig 3 and fill 1 in really fast. Ha 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 ha. I'm a little excited. What if I really run into that monster? If you really encounter it, just call for help. So many people have gone there, so many players, a mouthful of saliva from each of them can drown the monster, right? The live broadcast room was very popular, and many players sent gifts. Brother Mang is also full of energy. Of course, he didn't believe in the existence of such a thing as a monster with rolling eyes. He was just trying to get traffic. Anyway, I always live streamed walking around the street at night before, so this time is no different. While interacting with the audience, Mang Ji headed towards a farther direction. The day passed quickly, but Su Yuan's harvest was not ideal. Su Yuan originally planned to get the first kills of all the monsters in the main world within 1 day, but I didn't expect bad luck. I've been searching for a whole day, but I haven't found the swamp or the woodland mansion. Slimes and witches will spawn in the swamp, while monsters such as guardians will spawn in the woodland mansion. There are none near these terrains. Seeing this, Su Yuan had no choice but to give up. There are many things that the more you try to find, the harder it is to find, so Su Yuan didn't force it. However, Su Yuan did not gain nothing on this day. After a day of hard work, I finally learned a skill. Hide level 1, able to hide in rocks. Consume 5,000 kill points to upgrade. This skill is given by killing silverfish. I have to say, this skill is pretty good. It's a pretty good life-saving skill. After a day of hard work, Su Yuan opened the system panel and took a look at the data. At this moment, Su Yuan's deterrent power has reached more than 130,000. The kill value also reached more than 13,000. Seeing this, Su Yuan silently estimated. A total of 8W of deterrence is required to unlock zombies, whiteys, and creepers, plus 5W of deterrence is required to upgrade the control range to 15x15. Just 130,000 is needed for deterrence. It's just right. Just after the 130,000 deterrent power was used up, Su Yuan upgraded the explosion and teleportation to the next level respectively. Explosion LV2 consumes 89% of its own HP, causes 6x7 area damage, cooling time 40s. Consume 10,000 kill points to upgrade. Teleport LV2, teleport within a 74x74x74 cube with the original position as the center, and can carry 2 items or organisms, cooling time 40s. Consume 10,000 kill points to upgrade. Since Su Yuan only has a kill value of 10,030, he can only upgrade 2 skills separately. Otherwise, the best choice is definitely to upgrade the explosion skill first. Seeing that everything was almost ready, Su Yuan also twisted his neck. It's time to go find some players to practice with. After unlocking the control range and upgrading skills, Su Yuan's strength did not undergo a qualitative change, but it has still been enhanced a lot. In fact, with the teleportation skill in hand, the player can basically not threaten Su Yuan. After all, Su Yuan has a passive ability that makes him immune to all projectile damage. So for now Su Yuan only needs to worry about close-range attacks. However, with the teleportation skill, Su Yuan can immediately distance himself even if the attack is close. At worst, just blow the player to death. Both of these skills currently have a relatively long cooldown period, so it is better to be cautious. After improving his strength, Su Yuan immediately began searching for players on the map. Su Yuan certainly wasn't wandering around aimlessly. Su Yuan has already chosen the first destination, which is near the grassland where Su Yuan and Steve met before. After all, that was where Su Yuan first met the player. Although Steve and his friends may not necessarily revisit the old place, but there might be other players around. Su Yuan naturally went to look for it with the mentality of giving it a try. While looking for players, you can also find the terrain of the swamp and woodland mansion to get the first kill. Su Yuan walked while teleporting, and it took him about 40 minutes. Finally, I arrived at the coordinates where I met Steve before. Just as I was about to move forward, I heard some unusual movements ahead. Looking closely, it turned out to be a player. The player's ID was Mang Ji. He was holding a torch and muttering to himself, as if he was talking to himself. Seeing this, Su Yuan slowly hid among the rocks nearby. Brothers, we've been searching for so long, but we still haven't seen any trace of that white-eyed monster. If I look for another half an hour today, I'll go back along the same route. Whether we go straight to the woods or turn left to the cave, it's still the same. It's up to you, brothers. After Brother Mang finished speaking, he glanced at the barrage and then walked towards the cave on the left. The visibility of the cave in front of us is not very low, mainly because the other end of the cave is connected. It is called a cave, but in fact it is more like a tunnel in the mountains. The tunnel is neither long nor short, about 20 blocks long. The entire tunnel looked extremely eerie, and the cold wind blowing through made people shiver. Brother Mang held a torch, took a deep breath, and stepped in. The torches soon illuminated the tunnel a lot. In the tunnel, there were a few zombies and a little white standing scattered around. When Brother Mang saw this, he immediately shrank back. Oh my god, guys, there's a skeleton shooter in there? That thing is so annoying. Although Brother Mang often strolls around the streets at night, he basically goes to relatively wide terrains. You can see what monsters there are at a glance and avoid them accurately. Brother Mang had never been to this kind of tunnel terrain before. In this kind of terrain, it is difficult to survive when there are so many monsters. It would be even more troublesome if there were ranged monsters like Xiaobai. When everyone in the live broadcast room saw Brother Mang shrink back in fear, they all started to set the pace. Isn't Brother Mang very reckless? What? You don't dare to go in. You're so scared by just a skeleton archer? What if you encounter a monster with white eyes? Brother Mang, look what's behind you. Hiss, Brother Mang, look behind you. Generally, once the pace in a live broadcast room gets started, the screen will be flooded with comments. Let Brother Mang look behind him, and this sentence is equivalent to the rhythm of the live broadcast room. After all, as a nighttime anchor, Brother Mang is often deliberately frightened by his fans. Whenever Brother Mang was a little scared, someone would tell him to look behind him. Seeing the rapid pace of the barrage, Brother Mang was a little amused. He turned around and looked behind him, then raised the torch to illuminate the environment behind him. I saw a few zombies and a creeper taking a rest under a tree not far away. Come, let me show you what's behind you. See? 3 zombies and a crawler, all sleeping quietly under the tree. You can't scare me, okay? Don't you get tired of playing this joke so many times? Who am I, your brother? There are so many people coming to this grassland. Is there anyone who has the courage to go out and look for monsters at night like me? Brother Mang naturally understands the rhythm of his own live broadcast room. Just when Brother Mang didn't take it seriously, some careful viewers in the live broadcast room felt something was wrong. Why do I feel something is odd when I see those monsters? I can't tell what's odd about them. The one above. I have the same feeling. I always feel like something is wrong. I felt something was wrong the moment he entered the tunnel. Many viewers in the live broadcast room felt that something was wrong from the moment Brother Mang entered the tunnel and saw the monsters. But I can't quite tell what's wrong. At this moment, Steve was also watching Mang Ji's live broadcast. Steve was naturally curious about the monster with white eyes, but he would not seek death like Mang Ji. Fortunately, Steve had nothing to do in the evening, so watching the live broadcast was a way to pass the time. If Brother Mang really encounters a monster with white eyes, he can prove that he did not lie. Steve watched the live broadcast for a long time, and at this moment he felt something unusual just like his fellow viewers. He observed the scene carefully, recalling what happened after Brother Mang entered the tunnel. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Then he stood up with a start, and after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly felt numb all over. It's those monsters? There's something wrong with those monsters. He had clearly entered the monsters' search range, but the monsters didn't attack him. Only then did Steve discover the source of the problem. Ever since Brother Mang stepped into the tunnel, the monsters around him have never attacked him. Moreover, I don't know if it was my illusion or what, but after Brother Mang entered the tunnel, the picture in the live broadcast room had a slight frame drop. Although it was very minor, Steve still noticed it, and several people in the barrage also responded to this issue. There was no frame drop at all before. These anomalies instantly reminded Steve of the figure in his mind. Those white eyes. Steve got goosebumps at the thought. He immediately shared his discovery. Those monsters were all controlled? That's why they didn't attack you. Run. He is right next to you. Since Steve's ID is certified by a big shot, the barrage he posts is also colored. Steve previously chose red as the font color. At this moment, the bright red words "Run, he is right next to you" instantly occupied half of the screen. Coupled with the weird atmosphere in the camera, it makes people shudder. After seeing the comments posted by Steve, the players suddenly felt a little numb. Hiss. I knew something was wrong. It's true, those monsters didn't hit me. At this distance, he would have definitely pounced on me before. What the hell? I got scared while playing a crappy game? Go away, evil spirits. Go away, evil spirits. Oh my god. Could it really be that white-eyed monster who did this? What the hell? No way. Why would he do this? Does he really have a mind? SHH, stop talking, I'm scared to death. I'll go first. High energy warning ahead. Non-combatants evacuate immediately. The players in the live broadcast room were all scared after hearing what Steve said. Although everyone knows that this is a game. But because the holographic design of the game is so good, watching the live broadcast is equivalent to the VR first-person perspective. Coupled with the rendering of the gloomy environment around, players felt that the hairs on their bodies stood up. In fact, many times, the horror that comes from careful thinking is much more frightening than the horror that comes from a direct impact. And what is happening to Brother Mang at this moment is the kind of horror that is extremely terrifying when you think about it carefully. Although everyone guessed in their hearts that all this might have been done by the white-eyed monster that Steve mentioned. But it's even more terrifying because everyone guessed this. If this was really done by that white-eyed monster, it means that Steve's description of him is correct. This shows that this white-eyed monster really has thoughts, although the players don't know what he wants to do. But his actions don't seem like those of an ordinary monster. If that white-eyed monster was an elite monster or a boss, he would definitely appear immediately and kill Brother Mang. But he didn't do it. His way of thinking is more like that of human beings. At this moment, all the barrages in Brother Mang's live broadcast room exploded. Netizens also sent comments asking Brother Mang to run away quickly. Brother Mang naturally also saw Steve's remarks. At this moment, he himself realized the seriousness of the matter. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room felt scared when seeing such a situation, let alone Brother Mang who was in such a situation. At this moment, he was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. He repeated it in his mind 100 times. It's a game. It's a game. This is just a game. Even though Mang Ji kept telling himself that this was just a game, reason still couldn't overcome fear. It's just like playing a normal escape room game. You know that the NPCs are all people in disguise. NPC won't do anything to you at all, at most it will just scare you. But when you're in a situation like that, you're just afraid. At this moment, Brother Mang no longer cared about issues like face. After he had prepared himself mentally, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he prepared to turn around and leave this place of trouble. As soon as Mang Ji turned around, before he could run, he froze in place. At this moment, in front of him, a pair of empty eyes emitting white light were scanning him. It was only at this point that Mang finally knew what the white-eyed monster Steve had mentioned looked like. It was a face that was almost identical to Steve's. The only difference between him and Steve was his eyes that emitted a blazing white light. The white light emanating from his eyes was like the scythe of the god of death, bringing endless despair to Brother Mang. Just as Brother Mang saw the appearance of the monster in front of him, he heard a loud bang. Following the loud noise, Brother Mang's screen also turned black. At this moment, in Brother Mang's live broadcast room, the live broadcast room has gone black, but the players have not left yet. The barrage of comments also filled the screen, even more than when the show started. What was that just now? What on earth is that? Why does it look like a mosaic? I can't even see it clearly. Although I can't see it clearly, I can see that it is a human figure, and there is a pair of eyes emitting white light. Is that the white-eyed monster? What the hell is going on? Why can't the live camera capture him? He only appeared for a second, and he killed Brother Mang instantly. Too cruel. Why? Why can't the camera capture him? AFK? Could that white-eyed monster be a ghost? At this moment, if the players could see the appearance of the white-eyed monster, then at most everyone would just be scared. But the footage just now did capture the monster. But the players couldn't see what he looked like at all. The whole body of the white-eyed monster looked like it was covered with a mosaic. I couldn't see his face clearly at all. One can only vaguely judge his figure from the general outline. The reason why players were able to be sure that the monster that just appeared was the white-eyed monster was because of those eyes. Even though covered with thick mosaic, the pair of eyes emitting white light were still obvious. It is this fuzzy feeling that seems to be neither shape nor shadow that sends chills down players' spines. People often fear the unknown. At this moment, the white-eyed monster represents the unknown fear to the players. Steve was also stunned after seeing the scene just now. It took me a long time to come back to my senses. At this moment, he was more certain of his guess. That white-eyed monster is definitely not an ordinary monster. He is a special existence? Otherwise, how is it possible that the built-in live broadcast system of the game can't capture him? After Steve thought of this, he didn't dare to think about it any further. He had too many questions in his mind about this monster. What is he? What other abilities does he have? What motivated his behavior? Since he could control the monsters, why didn't he directly control the monsters to kill Brother Meng, but instead let the monsters stop attacking? Although Steve had thousands of questions when facing this monster with white eyes, at the moment, he didn't have time to think about them. At this moment, he, or rather, all the players who moved here to live, are facing life-threatening danger. Since the white-eyed monster has come here, he must have a purpose for coming here. Since he first appeared, he has slaughtered 4 people. Steve was lucky before, probably because he looked like a monster. Just escaped one section. However, the monster comes back again, and it is estimated that Steve will not have the same luck as last time. When Steve thought of this, he immediately rushed out the door. It's not safe here. Everyone, pack up your things and don't stay here. Run. Steve urged as he frantically opened each player's door. After Steve's actions, all the players living in this grassland stood up. However, not all players listened to the advice. Players have more or less watched Brother Meng's live broadcast. Although many players felt a little scared after watching the live broadcast, they always felt that moving just because of a monster was a bit unnecessary. Besides, there are so many players gathered here, and there is strength in numbers. Maybe we can fight against the monster. I also watched the live broadcast. It seems that the monster has no other skills except controlling monsters and explosions. It's just that he suddenly appears and makes people feel scared. There are so many of us, so there's no need to be afraid of him, right? Yeah, it's just one life, right? We can make mistakes 10,000 times, but if the monster makes one mistake, he's dead. I still want to take a gamble. After all, if I kill such a powerful monster, I should be able to get a lot of goodies, right? Instead of running, why not prepare yourself and fight him head-on? A chance and the bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. In fact, the player's idea is very simple, just to take a chance. After all, players don't have anything valuable right now. Even if that white-eyed monster comes looking for us, it's just a matter of one life. Anyway, this life will die if it encounters a zombie, it will die if it encounters a white-eyed monster, and it will also die if it encounters a zombie. It makes no difference to the players where they die. If we stay, with the strength of so many people, we might be able to fight the monster head-on. If we can kill that monster, the rewards will definitely be huge. To put it bluntly, the players just rely on strength in numbers. If there were only a few players here, they would have definitely run away. At this moment, most players choose to stay and fight the white-eyed monster. This also made a few players waver and they didn't want to leave anymore. Players naturally want to get a piece of the pie. Although I just watched Brother Meng's live broadcast, I felt that the monster with white eyes was very weird. But they certainly don't know as much information as Steve. Although the behavior patterns of the white-eyed monsters are somewhat unpredictable to players. But they still think that the white-eyed monster is just a monster in the game. Maybe because of a bug or some other reason, he cannot be seen in the live broadcast room. Since it's a monster, just kill it with all your might. At this point, almost all players are ready to stay and fight. Only a few of Steve's good friends still insisted on standing on the same front with Steve. After all, they had seen the deep pit dug by the white-eyed monster before. They also knew very well that even if they had more people, they would probably not be a match for that monster. Because that monster can think. If it is just about strength, there is indeed a chance to compete with it by relying on human wave tactics. But that monster is not only powerful, but can also think. He has his own thinking, and he will judge and respond based on the player's reactions. In this case, the player's chances of winning are slim. Brother, what should we do? Should we go on our own? Leave them alone. They really don't know what they are facing. Even if they have more people, they have almost no chance of winning. Indeed. Besides, these people don't have much equipment. It would be difficult for them to face ordinary monsters, let alone him. Steve felt relieved to see that his friends were all sober. After thinking for a while, Steve finally made a decision. Let's stay here too. After hearing what Steve said, all the friends were a little confused. Huh? Why should we follow them to die? Yet, these people have nothing to do with us. Brother, do you think these people are a match for that monster? After hearing what his friends said, Steve shook his head. These people are naturally no match for him. Now we have nothing to worry about and can leave whenever we want. But in the future, we will meet him again. Then we can abandon everything and just go away, right? We will have to fight him one day. It's just like this, it's better to know yourself and the enemy first. Steve also has his own considerations, since this white-eyed monster has come to this land again. After that, there will be more opportunities for collision. Now that everyone has little equipment or supplies, they can indeed just leave. But in the future, with a guild, a base, and our own supplies, can we still retreat easily? Why not take this time when you have no worries and learn more about that monster? At least you know what he can and cannot do, and whether he has any weaknesses. In this way, you won't always be in a passive position. After hearing what Steve said, his friends thought about it for a moment and felt that what Steve said made sense. Indeed, when encountering difficulties and dangers, we cannot just think about escaping, but must find ways to face and overcome them. Okay, then stay and meet him. Then I'll go hide the iron ingots and food first. Well, bury the box underground, hide it deeper, he will explode. After his friends started to get busy, Steve also began to mobilize other players. If you really want to fight it, then build a high wall around it, with several layers of walls. That monster will control other monsters. If we surround it, it will at least hinder them. Steve's thinking is still very clear and he knows how to prescribe the right medicine. But he also knew that doing so would have little effect. But it's better than doing nothing. When the players saw that Steve had changed his mind, they felt a little more relieved. After all, Steve is a big shot, and everyone will feel more confident with him around. Under Steve's guidance, the players began to work together to defend the game. At this moment, on the other side of the grassland, Su Yuan looked at the corpse of Brother Meng in front of him, which had not disappeared yet, thoughtfully. Su Yuan heard everything that Brother Meng just said to the live broadcast room. He also got a message from Brother Meng's words. That was the grassland before, and many players came. This is undoubtedly good news for Su Yuan. Su Yuan was worried about not being able to find a player, but unexpectedly one appeared right at his doorstep. Thinking of this, Su Yuan immediately started heading towards the grassland. It took us almost half an hour to walk the distance by teleporting and hurrying. Finally, I saw the player's base lit up by torches. Su Yuan also immediately noticed the player's movements. Are you preparing for my arrival? At this moment, the players are working hard to build a stone wall to surround the entire base. Su Yuan was not stupid either. Since he knew that Brother Meng was broadcasting live just now, he must have been seen by many people just now. What Su Yuan didn't expect was that this group of players actually overestimated their own abilities and wanted to compete with him. But if you think about it, you can understand the players' thoughts. They must think of themselves as some special monsters. Then let them experience the dangers of society. Although Su Yuan's teleportation and explosion skills have cooling time, but it is still easy to deal with this group of players. Because Su Yuan has a very useful skill at present, stealth. Can hide among rocks. Su Yuan only needs to use a set of skills and then hide in the rocks, and then come out after the cooldown. The stone wall that players built to defend against Su Yuan directly became the best cover for Su Yuan because of this skill. Furthermore, even without the protection of the stone wall, Su Yuan doesn't have to worry. Because Su Yuan was very familiar with the terrain of the grassland before, there were only 2 to 3 layers of soil, and the bottom was all rocks. Su Yuan only needs to explode once to hide among the rocks below. Therefore, even if there are more players, they are no match for Su Yuan. The players who are busy at the moment have no idea that the wall they are building will become a cage that will trap them to death. When Su Yuan arrived, the players' city walls on the grassland were almost completed. The city wall is 20 grids high and has 3 layers. There are also sentry posts on the city walls. It's just a matchbox with a window, but it works. One has to sigh that there is strength in numbers, such a large-scale city wall was built so quickly. Steve also arranged some players with bows and arrows to stand guard on the city wall. After the players finished the work, they were quite satisfied when they saw the city wall that was built with the joint efforts of everyone. Many people also followed Brother Meng's example and started live broadcasts on the forum. Prepare for battle against the white-eyed monster. The battle of the white-eyed monsters is about to begin. The city wall is built, and we are just waiting for the white-eyed monster to come and kill us. The forum was flooded with all kinds of attractive live broadcast room titles. Players in the forum also naturally clicked into the relevant live broadcast room. After all, what happened in Brother Meng's live broadcast room just now caused quite a stir. Players were all surprised after seeing the walls built by these players in the live broadcast room. Wow, such high walls, and watchtowers? Looks like they're serious. I roughly counted them, and there are more than 100 of them in total. If they work together, can't they defeat a monster? That monster seems to be able to control other monsters and cause explosions, right? With this wall, it will be difficult for other monsters to get in. The explosion is easy to deal with. Just keep a certain distance from it, just like the crawler. What is the 4th calamity? This is the 4th calamity? There's nothing to be afraid of with a monster with white eyes. I can still beat him until he rolls his eyes. Damn it, I kind of regret it. If I had known earlier, I would have gone over there too. Steve and his team's actions undoubtedly gave many players confidence. The player can be said to be the 4th calamity in the game. Although the players' equipment are relatively poor now, as long as they work together, nothing can stump them. The matter of the white-eyed monster continues to ferment on the internet. More and more players entered the live broadcast room. Players were also cheering for Steve and his team in the live broadcast room. The players on the grassland became more and more confident after seeing the encouraging words from the players in the live broadcast room. Even if they couldn't deal with this monster, so many people saw the current situation. More people will join them in the future. If 100 people can't defeat this monster, then bring 1,000. If 1,000 are not enough, then try 10,000. Anyway, there is no shortage of players in the game. As long as everyone works together, there is nothing that cannot be dealt with. The entire game world belongs to the players. How can a monster turn the world upside down? Brothers, just do it? Whether we can become famous in one battle depends on today. No matter what kind of monster he is, we have to let him experience what the fourth calamity is. You're the one with the white eyes, right? If you dare to come, I'll beat you until you roll your eyes. At this moment, the morale of the players on the grassland is high. Originally, they had no idea what was going on. After the city wall was built, the players in the live broadcast room boasted about it and they instantly became proud. I don't even know my own weight anymore. The players were all so excited as if they were injected with chicken blood, but Steve was not infected by them at all, because he knew very well that he could not win this battle. The more excited and thrilled the players are now, the more frustrated they will be in a while. But Steve didn't know what to say. Everyone was excited, and Steve certainly wouldn't pour cold water on them in front of them. At this moment, Su Yuan, who was hiding in the stone wall, could hear clearly the players' discussions and arrogant speeches. At this moment, Su Yuan really wanted to slap these players in the face, but reason made him stop taking action. With just these few people, it doesn't seem worth it to kill them all. Su Yuan had just counted them and there were more than 100 people inside the city wall. The kill value of these players should not be high. After all, they spend their nights in the matchbox, and just pick up mist monsters and kill them during the day. How many kill points can they get? Even if you kill all these players, the kill value would probably be less than 3,000. This time, the kill value I got was not as much as an hour of clearing the monster tower. This deal is definitely not worth it. We have to think of a way to get more people here. These players are like sparks, and Su Yuan can indeed kill them easily. But if you kill them, the fire will be extinguished. Many players are broadcasting live. If this time they kill all of them without leaving a single one behind, it is estimated that no player will set foot in this place anymore. The main reason is that Su Yuan currently has no way to hack into the network, and he doesn't know where the majority of players gather. If all the players here were killed, it would be difficult for Su Yuan to find players gathered together. After all, the game world is so big. Therefore, for long-term development, this spark must be preserved. Even if you want to extinguish the fire, you have to wait until the fire is big enough to maximize the benefits. After thinking about this, Su Yuan pondered for a moment. If you want more players to come here, you have to make them feel that they can handle themselves. In this case, the players can only win this battle. Moreover, we cannot let them win easily. We must make them suffer heavy casualties and win narrowly. Make them feel that they are capable of defeating you, but they just don't have enough numbers. In this way, more players will definitely gather here. Looks like we have to put on a show. Although the idea is very clear. But if you want the players to win, you can't reveal too many flaws. This really gave Su Yuan a headache. You can't be halfway through killing the enemies, then deliberately get hit by the other players and then run away, right? This acting is too poor. Su Yuan thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't come up with any good ideas. Since deliberately letting it go doesn't work, how about creating a weakness for yourself out of nothing? After thinking about this, Su Yuan suddenly felt that this method was feasible. Monsters in MC all have their own weaknesses. Zombies and Ziobai are afraid of light, Kuli is afraid of cats, Xiahe is afraid of water, etc. These monsters all have their own weaknesses. Since players regard Su Yuan as a monster, why can't I have a weakness? After coming to his senses, Su Yuan immediately began to recall the various supplies within the players' city walls. You must look for your own weaknesses in the supplies that the other players have. Su Yuan carefully recalled the scene inside the player's base that he had just seen. To be honest, there's really nothing special about it. It's nothing more than farmland, livestock, and piles of matchboxes. Of course, there is no need to consider building blocks. After all, they are inanimate objects. That would leave only the livestock. No matter how great the devil Su Yuan is, he wouldn't be afraid of pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, and other harmless livestock, right? Su Yuan had completely ruined the devil's reputation. Su Yuan was thinking about this when he suddenly heard two wolf howls coming from inside the city wall. Su Yuan suddenly had an idea. Got it. Is it normal for a monster like me to be afraid of wolves? In MC, there is a chance that you can tame wolves by feeding them bones. After being tamed, they will follow the players and help them fight monsters. In fact, after being tamed, it is still a wolf, but it will become very obedient. Players can also control it to sit and stand. So players will affectionately call them dogs. Since Su Yuan has made up his mind to perform a play, he naturally needs the good actor, the tamed wolf. Wolves are also ferocious animals, so it's normal to be afraid of them, right? Furthermore, there were limited actors within the city walls, and Su Yuan had no choice. Now that the decision has been made, Su Yuan is ready to start implementing it. First control some monsters to come over and pretend. Although Su Yuan will definitely lose this battle, he still has to make sure he has a good hand no matter what. From Manga's live broadcast just now, players should have guessed that Su Yuan can control monsters. That's why Brother Mang ran away in such a panic. Since it is a skill known to players, there is no need for Su Yuan to hide it. It is necessary to create some monsters to create an atmosphere. After thinking about this, Su Yuan cancelled his stealth mode, bypassed the players on the sentry tower, and began to gather monsters around him. Although Su Yuan has activated monster control, it is only within a 15x15 range. The range is still too small, so if you want to gather monsters, you can only go to more places yourself. Fortunately, this area is vast and has many monsters. After a short while, Su Yuan gathered a lot of monsters. After gathering all the monsters to the near side, Su Yuan led the monsters and headed towards the wall openly. At this moment, above the city wall, a player with the ID Wen was having a great time chatting with his friends in the live broadcast room. Brothers, we've been waiting for so long, but the monster hasn't come yet. Are you scared? Wen Yi was boasting proudly when the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Mosaic? Mosaic is coming. What the hell? Here it comes. That white-eyed monster is coming. Hiss, so many followers behind him? What a situation. It came over here so blatantly? It really doesn't take us players seriously. Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room, Wen Yi then noticed the movements outside the city wall. Outside the city wall, a large group of monsters surrounded the white-eyed monster and came towards them aggressively. Although Wen Yi was in the watchtower, he knew that these monsters could not hurt him. But seeing this scene still shocked him, he hurriedly shouted behind him. He's coming, and he's bringing a bunch of monsters with him. The players inside the city wall were all shocked when they heard this. Although they were prepared for a long time, they were still a little nervous after hearing the news. The scene inside the city wall at this moment is somewhat funny. Just now, this group of people were talking nonsense, saying that they would behead the white-eyed monster as a warning to others. At this moment, the monster really came, and they began to run around like headless flies. After all, these players are just individual players and have no organizational discipline. When faced with such a situation, I naturally don't know what to do. After hearing Wen Yi's words, Steve immediately felt that something was wrong. Just like that. Although Steve didn't know much about the white-eyed monster, after these few encounters, Steve felt that the white-eyed monster was still very cautious. From his thoughts after he first met Steve, to his decision not to alert other monsters after he met Brother Man. All of these can illustrate this point. But at this moment, this monster actually came over so blatantly? Is it because they didn't expect the players to rebel? Steve was thinking, but his thoughts were interrupted by the noise of the players around him. What should we do now? Should we guard the door or something? The arrows are being fired from the sentry tower. What are you still standing there for? Did he bring the crawlers with him as well? Can we protect our city walls? Seeing the looks of the players, Steve couldn't help but frown. They still want to deal with the white-eyed monster in this state? I guess they would be thrown into disarray if a few monsters came in. Seeing this, Steve sighed and didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, now that I'm here, I'll meet him. Thinking of this, Steve immediately took command. Wen Yi, report the situation of the monsters below. After hearing what Steve said, Wen Yi glanced at the monsters outside the wall, counted them roughly in a panic, and immediately reported. There are about 60 zombies, 20 skeleton shooters, and 11 crawlers down there. After hearing Wen Yi's report, Steve immediately began to give orders. Wen Yi, you and the guys on the sentry tower shoot downwards together. There aren't many arrows, so use them sparingly. The primary target is the crawler. Hey, you and your men should guard the steps over there on the wall. If you raise the steps high, the zombies won't be able to hit you. Xiaoli, take your men to guard the city wall. If you find it has been blown up, quickly find a way to repair the wall and try to let only one monster in at a time. The rest of you who have bows and arrows, aim at the door. If any skeleton archers come in, shoot immediately. Steve's mind is still clear and his command ability is also very good. But he knew that doing so would only trap ordinary monsters. It would definitely be impossible to trap that white-eyed monster. However, as long as you slowly consume those ordinary monsters, the white-eyed monster will definitely appear. This way Steve can study his abilities. Under Steve's command, this group of individual players also became united. They all stayed at their posts in an orderly manner. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. Boss Steve is really something? His ideas are clear and organized, and his command is really great. This way, the monsters won't be cleared out and will be killed quickly. Since there are people standing in the sentry tower, why don't they attack the white-eyed monster? Can't they just shoot it to death from a distance? How can it be that easy? That monster is quite capable and will definitely dodge the arrows. Indeed, Steve, this deployment is the best solution at the moment. Attacking the crawlers can prevent them from blowing up the wall. Steve's command was also recognized by the majority of netizens. Seeing such a clear-headed commander in charge, the players are full of confidence. I feel like this battle is a sure win. After hearing Steve's command, Wen Yi immediately drew his bow and aimed at the creepers in the group of monsters outside the city wall. After aiming at the creeper, I estimated the trajectory and shooting distance and used full attack. With a slight release of the hand, the arrow whizzed through the air and flew away. The damage of the arrow will vary according to the speed and altitude, the altitude at which the text is located. As long as you aim accurately, you can definitely kill the creeper with one shot. Wen Yi is most proud of his archery skills. This attack can definitely kill a creeper. After the arrow was shot, Wen Yi's eyes followed the arrow. It seemed that he was about to shoot a creeper among the group of monsters. But I didn't expect that the white-eyed monster would suddenly stand in front of the creeper. Wen was delighted by the situation. Isn't this delivered to your door? But before Wen Yi's mouth could fully rise, it immediately turned into a big O shape. The arrow did hit the white-eyed monster. But this attack did not cause any damage to the white-eyed monster. The arrow was bounced off the moment it touched the white-eyed monster's body. Did I see it right? He bounced the arrow off. Wen Yi watched helplessly as the arrow he shot was bounced off, and he was completely stunned. He seemed a little unable to believe the facts before him. The scene just now was naturally seen by the players in the live broadcast room. Although players cannot see the appearance of the white-eyed monster clearly, they can clearly see the arrow being bounced back. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room felt the same way and were all stunned. After a while, the barrage of comments exploded. What the hell? It bounced. Immune to arrow damage. So strong. You're so powerful, right? Hiss. How many skills does this monster have? I'm not surprised that the arrow bounced off. What makes my scalp tingle is that he actually helped the crawler to block the arrow. Indeed. This shows that he does have a mind. He knows better than us how important the crawlers are to this battle. This battle feels difficult. Although many players were shocked by the arrows bouncing off, this result was not actually that unexpected. After all, the white-eyed monster is considered a boss-level monster in the eyes of players. Although he has many skills, being immune to arrow damage is not a very impressive skill. What shocked the players even more than deflecting the arrows was that the white-eyed monster actually helped the creeper take the damage. If he were just an ordinary monster, he would definitely not help the creeper to take the damage. Since he did this, it can only prove one thing. That's what Steve said. He does have thoughts. He knew very well how important Creeper was to this battle, so he helped Creeper block the damage. The players in the live broadcast room were full of confidence when they saw the high wall and powerful command. At this moment, I feel that this battle is a bit suspenseful. The strength of the white-eyed monster is unfathomable, and no one knows how many hidden skills he has yet to release. Coupled with his thinking ability, this battle was destined to be extremely brutal. As the players in the live broadcast room were discussing, Wen Yi finally came to his senses. He immediately shouted towards the city wall. We can't kill the creeper? That monster will help the creeper block damage. And he can also bounce arrows. When everyone inside the city wall heard this, they all gasped. It can also deflect arrows. If we don't kill those crawlers, they will blow us in soon. Damn, this monster is so strong it's a bit abnormal. Steve was not too surprised when he heard Wen Yi's words. This was all within Steve's expectations. The white-eyed monster is capable of thinking, and he naturally knows the importance of Creeper to this battle. Steve thought for a moment and immediately gave the order. The people on the sentry tower attack together every time. Even if he can block them, he can only block one at a time. It doesn't matter if we can't kill the crawlers, we'll kill whatever we can. There are 3 people in the watchtower, all of whom are players with good archery skills. After hearing Steve's command, the players immediately began to implement it. 3 arrows were shot down at the same time. They fell on a zombie, a creeper, and a whitebait respectively. As Steve expected, the white-eyed monster only blocked the arrow shot at the creeper. The zombies and Ziobai who were shot by arrows were killed instantly. The players on the watchtower were all excited when they saw this. Done. Like to block damage? If you can, why don't you just clone yourself? Keep attacking like this? Try to aim at the crawlers. The players were very happy to see that Steve's tactics were successful. They immediately launched a new round of attacks. After another round of attack, the monster camp directly lost 2 creepers. Just when the players on the watchtower were preparing to launch the 3rd round of attack, they discovered that the monsters had already arrived at the foot of the city wall. At this moment, the monsters are already in the blind spot of the watchtower. The players on the watchtower can no longer attack the monsters. Wen Yi saw the situation and hurriedly reported the battle situation. They've reached the foot of the city wall. We can't attack them. After hearing Wen Yi's words, the players inside the city wall swallowed nervously. The monsters are already outside the city wall and will soon try to break through it. The real battle is about to begin. At this moment, Steve was sweating in his hands, as he was about to face that monster with white eyes again. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Although there are no external factors such as equipment and supplies to worry about at the moment, Steve is still very panicked when facing such an unknown monster. Steve pulled himself together and then immediately went into combat mode. Everyone, stay at your respective posts. Don't panic. Attention, those who are repairing the city wall, you must be quick and swift. Don't be nervous, everyone. You should know that we can be resurrected infinitely. And monsters only have 1 life. Although Steve knew that it was impossible to win this battle, he still had to boost the morale of the troops when the war was about to break out. After hearing what Steve said, the players all relaxed a lot. Yes, we can be resurrected infinitely, what are we afraid of? We can make countless mistakes, but he can only make 1 mistake. Brothers, don't be afraid when you see the white-eyed monster, just run away and you'll be done. Inside the city walls, players encouraged each other and the morale was high. The players were also ready for the battle, and they all focused their attention on the city wall in front of them. And just like that, several minutes passed. There was still no movement outside the city wall. Many players suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. What's going on? Why is there no movement? I'm afraid he ran away. Shouldn't it be? Did Wen Yi also give us some news? just as the players were discussing. Only a few loud bang 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 noises were heard outside the city wall. Then, 4 parts of the city wall were blown up at the same time. Before the players inside the city wall had time to react, they saw monsters pouring in from the cracked holes in the wall. When the players saw this, they were all stunned. Why did it come from 4 places? It's over. We are being surrounded. Damn it! Where are the people repairing the wall? Repair it quickly. Everyone naturally thought that the monster would only bomb one place, but they didn't expect that the white-eyed monster didn't play according to the routine. It blew up everything everywhere at the same time, catching the players off guard. At this moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. It's over? If it explodes like this, there will be no time to repair the wall. Hiss. This monster also knows tactics? This is outrageous. We took it for granted. Apparently, that white-eyed monster is more powerful than us. Players inside the city wall were thrown into disarray by this sudden change. Everyone started to get busy. The players who were repairing the wall did not expect that the monster would blow out 4 exits at the same time, and they had no time to repair the holes. This also caused more and more monsters to pour in. Seeing this, Steve frowned and clenched his fists even tighter. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Steve also made an empiricist mistake. He did not expect that the white-eyed monster would attack from all directions at the same time. After all, I underestimated the ability of the white-eyed monster. His thinking and strategy are indeed superior to Steve's. But there was one thing Steve couldn't understand. Since this white-eyed monster knows how to break through the city wall from all directions at the same time, then why not choose to attack from 4 directions? In this way, the players will be directly surrounded by monsters. Wouldn't it be faster to win this way? Maybe he didn't expect it. Just like Steve himself, it was only when he saw the white-eyed monsters attacking from all sides at the same time that he remembered that the other 3 sides of the city wall were not defended. This was also Steve's negligence. After all, time was urgent and there would always be things that were not considered carefully. Steve didn't think anymore and immediately began to take control of the situation. Don't panic, everyone. Remember your own mission. Players on the stairs, don't be afraid. Zombies can't attack you. Archers prioritize attacking creepers and skeletons. Those who are repairing the wall, hurry up and get in position. Although the monsters poured in from 4 entrances, they were all in one direction. Players just need to make slight adjustments. These individual players are not novices, they just lack the ability to respond on the spot. If someone gave them instructions, they would immediately cheer up again. Soon, under Steve's command, the players began to fight the monsters in an orderly manner. After about 10 minutes, there was a fight. The city walls were littered with monster corpses and dropped supplies. The players won a great victory in this battle. Most of the attacking monsters this time were zombies, and there were only about 20 of them. A lot of them were consumed by the creepers in blowing up the city walls, so only a few of them were able to come in. For players, creepers are the biggest threat to them. So once a creeper enters the city wall, Steve immediately instructs the players to shoot it. Next is Ziobi. The same method is used to deal with it. Shoot it immediately after discovering it. After killing these difficult monsters, only the clumsy zombies will be left. As long as players stand at a height of more than 2 blocks, zombies will not be able to attack them at all. It was a one-sided massacre. Although some players died in this firefight, there were only about 10 of them. It's already a very good result. Seeing the monster corpses and dropped items scattered throughout the city walls, the players felt a sense of pride. Great! All these little Luos have been killed. We didn't lose many brothers in the battle. This battle was worth it. There are still more than 90 people left. Can't we defeat a monster? Brothers, keep fighting with this morale. Defeat the white-eyed monster. Since the game is still in its early stages, players are just beginning to figure out some basic gameplay. Although I can barely fight the monsters, when facing a group of monsters, I can only run away. Players have not yet figured out methods to defeat monsters, such as pedicure. So players will naturally feel complacent after killing so many monsters at once. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room were all very happy to see such a battle situation. Awesome! We've taken care of all these little brothers. I checked and saw that not many people died. I think there's hope. More than a chance. With over 90 to 1, the chances of winning are still very high. Yeah, and with Steve here, it should be a sure win, right? Seeing the complacent players, Steve couldn't help but sigh. Laugh? You won't be able to laugh for a while. Steve knew that these monsters were just appetizers. The real tough guy has not yet appeared. Once he showed up, these people couldn't laugh anymore. Although he knew he couldn't win the battle, Steve still didn't forget his goal. The reason why Steve stayed here was that he wanted to know more about the white-eyed monster. After thinking about this, Steve continued to direct everyone. Everyone, don't gather together. Spread out. That monster will use explosive skills. Pay attention to the movements in all directions. Archers, change your weapons. Bows and arrows are useless against him. Don't be afraid, just attack him at close range if you meet him. Although Steve doesn't expect the players to be able to do anything to him. But after all, there are so many people, and being able to force the white-eyed monster to use some skills is considered a success. Only by understanding him better can we find a way to defeat him. After the recent victory, the players have more trust in Steve. They immediately began to implement Steve's deployment. After a while, the players formed teams of 2 to 3 people and spread all over the city wall. Each team maintains a certain distance from each other, so even if a player from one team is killed, it will not affect players from other teams. Shortly after the players were deployed, they heard a scream. As soon as the scream died down, a loud explosion followed. The players heard the sound and looked in the direction of the explosion. At this time, there were only 2 players' bodies and a deep pit that was blown out. What happened just now? Is he here? Because everything happened so fast, the players didn't even know what was happening. After a while, a group of players next to the 2 players who had just been killed in the explosion spoke tremblingly. He's here. I saw it. I don't know where he came from. He just appeared out of nowhere. Then it exploded and suddenly disappeared. Since this group of players was closest to the 2 dead players, they saw everything that just happened. There was only less than 2 seconds between the time they discovered the monster and the monster exploded and disappeared. Before the brain could react, the monster disappeared. This scene undoubtedly brought a huge impact to this group of players. And it just so happened that one of the players in this group was live streaming. This scene was also captured by the players in the live broadcast room. What was that just now? What the hell is this skill? Teleport? Invisibility. Hiss. With his strength, even if 900 more people come, they will all be courting death. Game designer, come out, this is the monster you designed. After the small victory against those little monsters, the players' self-confidence has undoubtedly increased a lot. This also gave them the illusion that they could compete with the white-eyed monster. But at this moment, the white-eyed monster appeared and took away the 2 people quietly. The action was so fast that the players couldn't even see it clearly. In less than a second, 2 people were slaughtered. This is when the players are not gathering together. If the players gathered together, these 90+ people would probably be knocked down in less than a minute. And there is also the possibility that you will die inexplicably without even seeing the monster. At this moment, the players realized their arrogance. Facing such a powerful and cunning monster, no matter how many people there are, it will be useless. Having more people will only slow down the speed of being wiped out. After what happened just now, the players suddenly fell into panic. At this moment, the monsters are in the dark and they are in the light. Although everyone knows very well that it is just a matter of life. But to say I'm not afraid would be a lie. Anyone would feel scared in this situation. Damn it, where is he hiding? What kind of skill is this? Invisibility. White-eyed monster? Come out and fight me head-on if you can. Don't try to sneak attack me. Steve frowned after hearing the players' descriptions. The strength of the white-eyed monster is unfathomable. In just one encounter, he used at least 2 abilities. Steve didn't know where this monster was hiding, but I guess it should be a skill like invisibility. After thinking about this, Steve immediately gave instructions to the players. He should have a skill like invisibility. Everyone raise your hands and swing your weapons forward. If that white-eyed monster really has the ability to turn invisible, it will definitely approach the player in stealth before the next attack. If players swing their weapons, they might be able to hit him. After hearing Steve's command, the players immediately began to swing their weapons in the air. Players thought this approach would work. Less than half a minute later, another scream was heard, followed by another loud explosion. Another team of players died. This time, the players around the dead players didn't even catch a glimpse of the monster. He is like a ghost, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Damn it! How on earth did he show up? My arms are sore from swinging my weapons, but it's useless. Is he immune to sword damage? Isn't this too outrageous? The death of that team of players just now also confirmed that the strategy Steve just gave was useless. Even if the player swings the sword until his arms are broken, it will have no effect and the person will still die. The atmosphere of death permeated the entire city walls. The players' confidence has all hit rock bottom at this moment. At this moment, the players finally realized how huge the gap was between themselves and the monster. Not to mention hurting him in the slightest, they didn't even have the right to see what he looked like. After thinking about this, the players' morale was completely broken. Many players have already begun to think about giving up. At this moment, the players' eyes were all on Steve. After all, Steve was the commander-in-chief of this battle, and the players killed those little Luo-Luos in an orderly manner because they listened to him. If even Steve is powerless to save the situation, then the players will completely give up. Steve felt helpless when he saw the looks from the players. This battle was impossible to win in the first place, and it was already great that the players were able to kill those little monsters. Although he already knew the outcome, Steve was still frustrated. He never expected that the situation would turn out like this after the monster appeared. Not to mention the ability to fight back, those who died didn't even know what the enemy looked like or what had happened. This disparity in strength cannot be made up by numbers. While Steve was thinking, there was another loud noise. Another team was killed on the field. The loud noise was like the death knell for all the players present. The players' confidence was instantly crushed. FK, if you want to kill him, just kill him now. It's really FG torturous to do it this way. Damn it, I can't hold it any longer. I'm going to dig 3 and fill 1. What's the point of digging 3 and filling 1? We will still be bombed. Then raise it up. Add a few layers, so it won't explode, right? At this moment, the players have either given up resisting or just want to die quickly, or trying to save your life. At this moment, although the players in the live broadcast room were not in the scene in person, they all felt suffocated through the screen. Damn it, this monster is so powerful, why does he take so long to kill people? Can't he just kill them quickly? Some animals don't kill their prey immediately after catching them. Instead, they play with them to death and then slowly enjoy them. Do you understand? It's so damn hopeless, death can't even give me a quick death. He really has a mind, otherwise how could he play tricks on these people like this? This monster really has a bad taste. Does he really enjoy seeing others in despair? Steve was helpless when he saw this. He was really in a dead end. It seems impossible to force the white-eyed monster to use more skills. These people pose no threat to the white-eyed monster at all. And looking at the frequency with which he kills, it seems more like he is playing a trick on the players. This is the most uncomfortable thing. At this moment, Steve was ready to accept his fate. At this moment, suddenly a few wolf howls were heard. The sudden wolf howl scared the players. The players looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was the cry of a wolf tamed by a player with the ID Liwei. The tamed wolf was seen sniffing a pile of rocks in front of it and barking at them. Ergu, are you scared, silly? Why are you yelling? You scared me to death. Hurry and sit down. Seeing this, Liwei thought something was wrong with the cat, so he pulled its collar, trying to make it sit down. But no matter how Liwei ordered his dog, it didn't obey. After being tamed, the wolves in the original MC will obey commands to sit down and stand up, and will attack targets together with the players. In this game, tamed wolves have been modified, added a monster detection function. If the monster is within 5 blocks of the player, the wolf will sound the alarm. This is equivalent to rationalizing some of the settings of the original game. Liwei kept ordering Ergu to sit down. At this moment, a glimmer of hope appeared on Steve's face. Finally found you. Liwei didn't react to what was going on and thought it was Ergu barking. But Steve, who was sensitive to the game, knew that Ergu was definitely not barking randomly. Seeing this, Steve immediately asked several other players with wolves to gather over. You all let the wolf go to Ergu's place. After hearing this, the players immediately did as they were told. After a few wolves gathered together, it turned out to be just as Steve expected. Like Ergu, they all started shouting at the pile of rocks. At this moment, some players finally realized what was going on. That monster, could it be inside this stone? I remember that tamed wolves will detect monsters within 5 blocks of the player. He must be in there. Hiss. So he has been hiding in the stone all this time. Shit. Is this a monster or a monkey? At this moment, the continuous howling of wolves is as sweet as the song of hope. Although the players are very clear about the gap in strength between themselves and the white-eyed monster. But at least now we have found the trace of the monster, which is a breakthrough. It is better than waiting to die in despair. Although I have roughly guessed that the white-eyed monster is hiding among the rocks. But the players still dare not act rashly. No one dared to get too close to the pile of rocks. They all kept a distance and began to discuss countermeasures. We know where he is. What should we do now? How do we deal with him? Can he handle it? He has explosive skills, so it's hard for us to get close to him, right? The main thing is that arrows can't hurt him. It's unbearable. How about we use the human wave tactic? All of us should go and guard him, and when he comes out, rush over and attack him before he has time to hide behind the rocks again. What's the use? When we run up to him, he will hide again. The players discussed for a long time but could not come up with a solution. There is currently no solution to deal with the white-eyed monster. The main reason is that players know too little about him, and no one knows whether he has any hidden skills. At this moment, inside a pile of rocks surrounded by tamed wolves. Although Su Yuan was inside a pile of rocks, he could still hear the sounds from the outside world clearly. Su Yuan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be changes to the tamed wolves in this game. Wolves can actually detect their own location. However, this accident helped Su Yuan a lot. Su Yuan was worried that he couldn't find a reasonable reason to go out and act. I didn't expect these wolf cub actors to take the initiative to add more scenes for themselves. Su Yuan also took advantage of this momentum to continue acting. Thinking of this, Su Yuan immediately revealed himself and stood on the pile of rocks. After seeing Su Yuan, the wolf cubs around the pile of rocks all cooperated with the performance very well. They howled even louder. The players were arguing over countermeasures, but when they heard the wolf howling becoming increasingly louder, they all turned their eyes to the pile of rocks. At this moment, they finally saw the appearance of the white-eyed monster. It was indeed a face exactly like Steve's. But his temperament is very different from Steve's. The whole person exudes a fierce aura. Just by standing there, he made people feel an invisible sense of oppression. Coupled with the pair of eyes emitting white light, it immediately makes people feel chilly. After seeing the real culprit, the players were all a little frightened and stood there in a daze for a while. He came out. What should I do now? Damn it! It's just a monster. Come on everyone. Go ahead if you want to do it. Also, why are your legs shaking? At this moment, the players stared at each other, but no one had the courage to step forward. Although the players made all kinds of bold statements before seeing the white-eyed monster. But when I really faced him, I was instantly filled with fear. The players themselves don't know what's going on. It's just a game, but the monster just makes people feel scared. It's not that they are afraid of death. Players know very well that they will die sooner or later. The fear is indescribable. It is more like a feeling of oppression that affects one's rationality and makes one feel suffocated. At this moment, inside the entire city wall, the players were silent and did not make any movements. Only those wolf cubs were roaring happily. Su Yuan was also puzzled when he saw this. Weren't these players just discussing how to deal with me? Now that I came out, they didn't react. Seeing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I can only act in cooperation with the wolf cub. At this moment, all the players' attention was focused on Su Yuan. Su Yuan also immediately turned on the acting mode. He took a deep look at the wolf cubs around him, then frowned and an expression of extreme disgust appeared on his face. Because Su Yuan performed really hard, his expression was quickly caught by the players who had been watching him. Am I seeing things? He seems a little scared. Do you think so too? He seems, as if, to be afraid of wolves. What the hell? It's true, he's really afraid of wolves. After capturing the expression of the white-eyed monster, the players immediately became excited. Seeing this, the owners of the wolf cubs immediately gave orders to the wolf cubs. Ergu, go ahead, bite him. 15 bones? It's your turn to show off. Ziobai, go bite him. After the wolf cubs masters gave the order, the wolf cubs all rushed forward. Seeing that the players had taken the bait, Su Yuan acted even harder. Seeing the wolf cubs rushing over, Su Yuan immediately teleported away. Just not far away was the hole that was blown out by the siege wall. After teleporting here, Su Yuan left without looking back. After chasing for a distance, the wolf cubs teleported back to their master. Su Yuan had been gone for quite some time, but the players still hadn't reacted. After a while, someone finally found the direction Su Yuan left and looked outside. After seeing that there was nothing outside, I was suddenly confused. He was scared away. As soon as this player finished speaking, the players inside the city wall instantly exploded. What the hell? Just like that, we won. What the hell? This white-eyed monster has been scaring people for so long, but now he's afraid of wolves. A few wolves took him down? Are we worse than these pups? What kind of plot is this? I'm totally confused. Isn't this victory too sudden? Since he is afraid of wolves, next time we meet him, we can prepare a few more wolf cubs, so we can take him down, right? The players' reactions undoubtedly prove that Su Yuan's acting skills are still good. At least the audience was very satisfied with the show and many gave it positive reviews. The players in the city wall were cheering, but Steve and a few of his friends had sad faces. How is this possible? Something's wrong. It's so abnormal. Steve and a few friends know much more about the white-eyed monsters than these players. This is why only a few of them felt something was wrong. Steve saw that his friends were as confused as he was, so he asked everyone. You guys also noticed something was wrong? Seeing this, all the friends nodded. It's normal for monsters in games to have weaknesses, but a monster like him wouldn't show them so easily even if he had them. Yes, and he has the ability to think. Even if he is afraid of wolves, with his strength, he can kill these wolf cubs effortlessly. Why would he run away? Anyway, I absolutely don't believe that he is afraid of wolves. I don't know if you noticed another thing, that is, when he attacked the city before, he thought of blowing up the city wall from 4 places. Why didn't he think of conquering it from 4 directions? Wouldn't it be easier this way? After hearing what his friends said, Steve nodded. Yes, I noticed what Xiaowu said before. It was my negligence before. I forgot that we needed to defend on all sides. I also thought that he might have neglected it and didn't think of attacking on all sides. Now it seems that there is a big problem here. Steve sensed something was wrong as early as when the white-eyed monster attacked the city. Before, he just thought that it might be the result of the white-eyed monster's negligence. But considering that he ran away after seeing the wolf, the previous incident might not have been his negligence? I guess it was intentional. And if that white-eyed monster really wants to win, the most appropriate method is to attack together with the monsters. Anyway, the players couldn't find where he was going at all. With monsters as cover, the players were all in a panic and scattered in a group. This will eliminate players faster. But he didn't do it. Instead, he let the monsters in first and then came in after the players had killed the monsters. This line of thinking is too illogical. When Steve thought about this, he suddenly felt confused. With his strength, he can definitely destroy us without any effort. Why did he go through so much trouble and lose on purpose? All the friends shook their heads. I don't understand. Do you want to make someone extremely inflated before suppressing them? Is this necessary? We pose no threat to him at all. Why is he going through so much trouble? Steve and his friends pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what this white-eyed monster was up to. But one thing they could be sure of was that they did not win this battle. If we really talk about winning, it was that white-eyed monster who deliberately let them win this battle. They never took the initiative in this battle. The initiative was always in the hands of that white-eyed monster. He wants players to win so that players can win. As for why he wanted them to win, Steve and the others still couldn't figure it out. We can only take one step at a time and see. If this was intentional on the part of the white-eyed monster, then he will definitely make new moves next. After Steve thought about this, he told his friends about his idea, and then asked everyone, I'm going to stay and see what's going on. Why don't you go somewhere else to develop? Steve naturally knew that the best solution now was to escape from this place. Because no matter what, this group of people will eventually fall into the hands of the white-eyed monster. No matter what purpose the white-eyed monster had in doing this, the final outcome would not be favorable to the players. So leave here quickly so as not to limit your development. But Steve didn't want to leave. Because he knew that he could escape for a while but not for a lifetime. Even if I leave now, since this white-eyed monster exists in the game world, there will always be a day when I will meet it again. It would be better to think of a way to deal with him now when I have nothing to worry about. Steve made this suggestion out of consideration for the development of his friends. He certainly wouldn't ask his friends to spend time with him like this. After hearing what Steve said, his friends all shook their heads. We have been a team from the beginning, and you still want to go solo. Brother, you know how curious I am. If I don't find out what he wants to do, how can I have the heart to develop with him? We can still develop here. At worst, we can just bury the supplies underground. It doesn't matter. Steve was also very moved to see his friends being so loyal and righteous. Okay, then let's wait here and see what he is going to sing. At this moment, Steve and his friends are probably the only sober people inside the city walls. The other players were all immersed in the joy of victory. What a lousy monster with white eyes. He was scared away by a few wolf cubs. If he dares to come again next time, we will let the wolf cubs gnaw him till there is nothing left of him. I have a goal from now on. Kill Ziobai and collect his bones to train the wolves. Do you think he will get scared and won't dare to come again? Wouldn't we be at a huge loss then? If he doesn't come, we can just take the wolf cub and go find him. Anyway, I want all the supplies he has. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room were also extremely excited. FK, I didn't expect such a powerful monster to be afraid of wolves. I always feel like something is wrong. A wolf isn't very aggressive, right? It's a neutral monster. Cats are even less aggressive. Wouldn't a creeper just run away when it saw them? It's normal for monsters to have natural enemies. I thought this monster was so amazing, but this is it. Just this. Brothers, I'm done talking. I'm going to hang out with Boss Steve. Let's get going once it's daybreak. Killing this monster might yield some goodies. At this moment, there were still a very small number of players in the live broadcast room who felt that something was wrong with the whole thing. But those voices were quickly suppressed. Most players only believe what they see. After all, they have never met the white-eyed monster face to face. Most of the time, they have seen it in live broadcast rooms or heard about it from others. Although so many people describe this monster as being so powerful, players still don't quite believe it. Or they don't want to believe it. After seeing the white-eyed monster being scared away by the wolf, many players felt sympathy. Now that the monster's weakness has been found, killing it is only a matter of time. Although this white-eyed monster has weaknesses, its own strength is not weak. I guess what comes out will be pretty good. Next, everyone has heard that he has thoughts. Maybe he has a lot of good stuff hidden in his lair. Suddenly, there was a wave of suicides in the game. After the players died, they all chose coordinates close to Steve's station. They all rushed towards the base. The players in the base saw so many players in the live broadcast room and wanted to join them. They are naturally happy. After all, the stronger the team, the better. Brothers, come here. Let's develop together and kill the white-eyed monsters together. With so many people coming, we have to expand the city wall again. Let me make it clear first. When you encounter the white-eyed monsters, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. Don't steal the supplies. At this moment, the players had no idea that the walls had ears. All their words were heard clearly by Su Yuan, who was hiding in a stone inside the city wall. After Su Yuan came out of the city wall, he didn't leave at all, but hid directly inside the city wall. Of course, it is also to understand the audience's feelings after watching the movie. So far, the response seems to be very good. At least we know from the players that many players are rushing here. It seems that this game of chess has been won. In fact, Su Yuan's acting just now was really poor. Normally, Su Yuan has explosive skills, so even if he is afraid of the wolf cubs, his first reaction would definitely be to kill them first. It's totally impossible to be scared away by seeing them. However, most players are still only willing to believe what they see with their own eyes. Even if there are doubts about the matter, they will make it justifiable. Su Yuan was relieved to see that the players believed in his acting skills. Although it is a bit troublesome to plan these things, it is still necessary at present. The game world is so big and the players are scattered all over the place. This makes it much more difficult for Su Yuan to gain kill points. Although a monster tower was built, its efficiency is only 5,000 kill points per hour. However, Su Yuan needs to use kill points in too many places. Upgrading skills and activating mods require a large amount of kill points. Skills and activating mods are the two major factors in improving your strength. Deterrence is only used to control monsters and is not that useful. At present, relying solely on the monster tower can only meet some of the early stage needs. The kill points required to upgrade skills will definitely increase as time goes by. Therefore, if you need to get a lot of kill points, you still have to grab them from the players. After all, the later the game progresses, the more monsters players kill, and killing one person can earn more than 5,000 kill points. What Su Yuan needs to do now is to cultivate this group of players and attract more and more players to come here. When the time is right, you can reap the harvest. After thinking about this, Su Yuan pondered for a moment. It seems they don't know how to spawn monsters yet. If you want to make these players strong, you must teach them how to kill monsters without getting hurt. Su Yuan took a look and found that the players on the grassland basically would not go out at night. That proves that they don't know how to repair their feet or build monster-killing towers. Looks like I need to teach them how to do a pedicure. In fact, if players want to quickly accumulate kill points, the monster tower is the best choice. But if players are told how to make a monster tower, it will undoubtedly speed up their progress. You should know that the player's kill value will affect the progress of mod activation. If players are told how to build a monster tower, it will definitely speed up the opening of the mod. If Su Yuan is not strong enough, players turning on mod will still pose a certain threat to Su Yuan. It's like the weapon of Duskwood, the shield scepter. After use, 5 shields will be suspended around the body, and each shield can help the player offset 1 conventional damage. Conventional damage includes explosion damage. If players had this thing, and Su Yuan only had the output skill of explosion, then Su Yuan can't cause any harm to the player at all. In this way, Su Yuan was completely in a passive position. Therefore, if you want to fatten up the players, the best way is to teach them how to do foot care. In this way, players' kill values will not increase too quickly, but also not too slowly. As long as more players gather together, the kill value provided by this group of people to Su Yuan will be sufficient. Of course, the best solution is to make players dependent on this place. Even if I am killed by Su Yuan once, I will continue to survive here, which is the best. But Su Yuan doesn't have the final say on this matter. It is up to the players themselves to decide whether to stay or leave. After Su Yuan thought about this, he prepared to implement this plan. Let's teach the players how to do pedicures first. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten. After Su Yuan left the stones on the city wall, he teleported away from the player's base. After searching around, we saw a cave several meters deep, which looked like it had been mined by humans. I guess this should be the place where the players collected stones before. This place is nice. There is no light in the cave, so it is normal for monsters to appear even during the day. Next, this is where players used to come to collect stones. Su Yuan had also heard before that a large number of players were coming. They will have to rebuild the walls and will surely come here again. Therefore, if a pedicure shed is built here, it will definitely be discovered by the players. After finding a suitable location, Su Yuan immediately started setting up a pedicure shed. In fact, building a pedicure shed is very simple, and it is no different from building a matchbox. The only difference is that you need to replace the stones close to the ground with half bricks. In fact, you can also directly dig out the stones close to the ground, but this will not prevent spiders and small zombies. After all, spiders and small zombies are only 1 grid high. So after changing to half bricks, you can basically prevent all monsters. Su Yuan quickly built a pedicure shed. Then a passage was dug out inside the pedicure shed. This passage is of no use to Su Yuan, but it will be very useful to the players later. After doing all this, Su Yuan controlled some lone monsters in the cave, and then gathered them around the pedicure shed. After doing all this, Su Yuan hid among the surrounding rocks. Everything is ready, just waiting for the players to come. Su Yuan waited for about half an hour before he heard the sound of players talking not far away. I don't know how many people will come. How many stones do we need to dig? There should be at least 1,800 people today, right? People who are too far away probably won't be able to be teleported to this coordinate in a while, and they may have to change buses several times. 1,800? How funny? There are more than 10,000 people in my live broadcast room, and almost all of them are ready to come. That would be great. If we set up a guild, wouldn't we be the #1 guild in the future? That depends on what supplies you get after killing that white-eyed monster. Let's go, there's a lot to do. Several players came out of the cave while chatting. The leading player, whose ID was Xiaopo, led everyone to the outside of the cave and took a look inside. This sight frightened them so much that they staggered. The scene inside the cave was a bit weird. All I saw were a few zombies and Xiaobai surrounding a matchbox-like building. It seemed as if there was something inside that was attracting them. Xiaopo and his friends had actually reached the monster's hatred distance, but the monsters didn't even turn their heads. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately took several steps back. What's going on in there? Our distance has already attracted the hatred of those monsters, right? Why don't they attack us? Could it be that the white-eyed monster is controlling these monsters again? Although they had just won a battle, the players were still wary of the white-eyed monsters. They always bring a wolf cub with them when they travel. Everyone immediately let the wolf cub sniff around, and after making sure that the surrounding stones were fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What should we do? Should we go and have a look? Is there anyone in the matchbox? How about you howl and see if anyone responds to you? While everyone was talking, the sharp-eyed Xiaopo saw a trapdoor on the ground not far away. He hurried over and opened the trapdoor, revealing a long passage underneath. Look, there's a passage this way. Although the passage is long, there is no end in sight. Fortunately, there were torches every few meters throughout the passage. The torches lit up the entire passage. This also made the people in Xiaopo let down their guard. Could this passage lead to that matchbox? Don't mention it, it's really possible. Otherwise, how could a trapdoor appear here out of nowhere? This should be man-made, right? Could that white-eyed monster also make a trapdoor? Let's go down and take a look. After everyone in Xiaopo discussed it, they all prepared to go down and take a look. After walking for about a few meters, there was no road in front of the passage, and at the end of the passage, a 2x2 passage was dug above the head. There is a staircase on the side of the passage, and above the staircase is another trapdoor. It looks like this is the end of this passage. The people on Xiaopo climbed up the ladder and pushed open the trapdoor without any hesitation. Arriving at the space above, everyone immediately confirmed their previous guess. Is it really that matchbox? Only when Xiaopo and his group reached the inside of the matchbox could they finally see its appearance clearly. It turns out that the part of the matchbox close to the ground was not made of stones, but half bricks were used instead. Everyone in Xiaopo could see the monster's feet, and although the monster could sense them, it could not attack them. When everyone in Xiaopo saw this, they were overjoyed. What the hell? Is this even possible? It seems that we have discovered a way to kill monsters without taking any damage. Awesome! I wonder which master created this. I guess the original owner left in such a hurry that he forgot to tear it down. Xiaopo and the others were not stupid. After arriving at the pedicure shed, they immediately knew its use. They immediately picked up their weapons and became pedicure masters. After chopped down all the monsters around the pedicure shed without any injury, everyone in Xiaopo was very excited. It's so FG awesome. Build this thing, and I'll have something to do at night. Damn it, if I had known this earlier, I could have used this method to kill those monsters without getting hurt when they attacked the city. Yes, with this strategy, we won't be afraid even if the white-eyed monster comes with thousands of troops. The game has only been launched for a short time, although players are no longer afraid of these monsters. But we haven't found a way to deal with them without causing any harm. If you insist, they only deal with zombies, so they just need to raise it. But they have no way to deal with Whitey and Creeper, so I had to hide in a safe place at night. The same is true for everyone in Xiaopo. They just experienced how great it was to kill monsters without taking any damage. With this method of killing monsters, you no longer have to hide at night. In this way, one's own development will be faster. Let's go, let's stop digging stones and go back to tell everyone the good news. Do you want to start a live broadcast? If this thing is broadcast live, it will definitely be a hit. Forget about the live broadcast. Let's digest it internally first. Xiaopo, why don't you start a guild? I believe with this strategy, you will be the best candidate for the guild leader. The people in Xiaopo were not prepared to hide the truth. After all, they couldn't hide it even if they wanted to. With this strategy, they will definitely go out to kill monsters at night, and someone will definitely know about it after a while. It would be better to make good use of this strategy to win over people's hearts. Although there are many players gathered on this grassland, there is no leader yet. Steve is currently the favorite to be elected. But with this guide, it's hard to say. Everyone in Xiaopo is ambitious. After all, who doesn't want to be the boss? After thinking about this, everyone in Xiaopo immediately rushed back to their base. Before leaving, I didn't forget to dismantle the pedicure shed to avoid being seen by others. After everyone on Xiaopo left, Su Yuan emerged from the stone. I have to say that Su Yuan was very satisfied with the reactions from the people in Xiaopo. Su Yuan was a little worried that after the people in Xiaopo saw this pedicure shed, they would hide the strategy and not tell others. This means Su Yuan will have to think of other solutions. Fortunately, everyone in Xiaopo is very sensible and does not intend to keep this strategy secret. As long as everyone in Xiaopo spreads this strategy, Su Yuan's plan will be stable. Then all we have to do is wait for the players to develop on their own. Now that a big problem has finally been solved, Su Yuan finally feels much more at ease. I opened the system and was about to check out the benefits of the monster tower, but I found some extra information on the information panel. Zombie 1120 killed player 1. The taming system has been activated. Zombie 1120 taming progress 1/10. Complete the progress to evolve primary consciousness. Zombie 1120 died, taming progress reset to 0. Zombie 3003 kills player 1. Zombie 3003 taming progress 1/10. Zombie 3003 died, taming progress reset to 0. Because a virtual screen would pop up every time the system prompted, and because of the monster spawning tower, Su Yuan was constantly being popped up. Su Yuan found it a bit annoying and turned it off. Fortunately, the system will save important prompt information, so Su Yuan did not miss this important information. After seeing this information, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. Taming system. Monsters can be tamed. Although there is a deterrent force, Su Yuan is already able to control the monster. But control and taming are two completely different concepts. Controlling a monster only controls its actions. The monster itself has no thoughts, and its actions are completely in accordance with Su Yuan's thoughts and consciousness. But taming is different. The system shows that taming can make monsters conscious. In other words, monsters will have their own thinking patterns. In this way, Su Yuan no longer needs to operate them step by step. He only needs to give them orders and they will execute them on their own. Thinking of this, Su Yuan immediately turned on the taming system. As soon as he opened it, Su Yuan felt dazzled. Taming the panel is still a bit complicated. It is divided into 4 major sections. Information about surrounding monsters, controllable monsters, taming progress, and consciousness evolution. There is nothing much to say about the information about surrounding monsters and controllable monsters. It is clear at a glance. It contains information about various monsters, and the system considerately numbers each monster. Just like the system prompts showed before, Zombie 1120, Zombie 3003. Then there is the taming progress. There is currently nothing in this column. After all, players 1120 and 3003 both died gloriously. After opening the 4th column of information, the system immediately pops up the notes for this column. Consciousness evolution. After completing the taming process, you can progress to consciousness evolution. Kill 10 players cumulatively and gain primary consciousness. Kill 1000 players cumulatively and gain intermediate consciousness. Kill 10,000 players cumulatively and gain advanced consciousness. Kill 1 million players cumulatively and gain autonomous consciousness. Primary consciousness. Monsters gain primary consciousness, abandoning some of the original game settings. Note, after the monster gains primary consciousness, killing players will accumulate its own taming progress. Each time it kills a player, it accumulates 1 point. Intermediate consciousness. Monsters gain intermediate consciousness, gain autonomous behavior and thoughts, and can control some unconscious monsters within range. Advanced consciousness. Monsters gain advanced consciousness, their own strength increases, they have a certain command power, their control range expands, and they can control primary consciousness zombies and unconscious zombies within the range. Autonomous consciousness. Monsters gain autonomous consciousness and form their own thinking patterns. After the species completes primary evolution, the kill value gained from autonomous killing belongs to the host. Seeing this long list of information, Su Yuan was a little stunned. After reading this information carefully, my heart beat faster. Is this taming system so powerful? I have to say, this taming system is really great. Simply put, this taming system is like a barracks. Various monsters are like soldiers on the battlefield. You can only advance slowly by killing players. Soldier, platoon leader, company commander, battalion commander, division commander, commander. These are equivalent to corresponding various consciousness information. Only by killing more players can you gain more abilities and awaken more powerful ideologies. Moreover, monsters only need to activate the intermediate consciousness to control those unconscious monsters. The kill points of it and the monsters it controls will also be counted towards its taming value, and the kill points will also belong to Su Yuan. In other words, Su Yuan only needs to train the monsters under his command, and those monsters will kill the players on their own. Even though they are thousands of miles apart, Su Yuan can still obtain the kill points gained by the monsters killing the players. It is equivalent to directly turning on the background hanging mode. All he needs to do is tame some monsters and spread them everywhere. As long as the team grows stronger, Su Yuan won't have to worry about the source of kill points at all. Before, Su Yuan had always been worried that he would fatten up these players on the grassland and then kill them all at once. After the players escaped, they couldn't find a place to gain kill points. Now it seems there is no need to worry. With the taming system, this problem can be easily solved. However, the taming system can also be considered a development system. If you want to develop your own barracks system, you will definitely need to put in a lot of effort. In order for a monster to awaken to autonomous consciousness, it must kill 1 million players. In other words, this monster has to kill 1 million players without dying in one go. The difficulty is still quite large. Even Su Yuan himself cannot reach this level of strength at present. Reaching this level requires strength and even more luck. So I can only take it slowly. If Su Yuan could really cultivate a few monsters that awakened their own abilities, it would be equivalent to having a few more clones with abilities that could rival his own. It seems that we need to awaken more monsters with primary consciousness. If you want your team to grow stronger, the more monsters with awakened primary consciousness the better. After all, not all monsters can be successfully upgraded. The more monsters there are, the greater the probability of upgrading. Of course, there are also some considerations when choosing the type of monster. A self-destructive monster like the creeper is definitely not a candidate. After all, it will self-destruct and cannot be cultivated at all. You can consider trying other types of monsters, Su Yuan. At that time, we can choose which monster to cultivate based on the survival rate. Looks like I'll be busy. If you want to tame a monster, you need to control the monster to kill the player. Each monster needs to kill 10 players before it can awaken its primary consciousness. At this moment, Su Yuan suddenly regretted teaching the players how to fix their feet. After players learn how to repair their feet, it will be more difficult for monsters to attack them. If I had opened the system and seen these earlier, things would have been much easier. However, although things are a little troublesome, there is still a solution. After players learn how to do pedicure, they will definitely go out at night. In this way, Su Yuan can still find an opportunity to take action. Now that the taming system has been activated, Su Yuan also has a general direction. During the day, continue looking for monsters that you haven't killed yet. At night, they will control the monsters to kill the players and awaken their primary consciousness. I didn't expect being a demon king would be more tiring than working 996. Su Yuan was also a little helpless. He felt that there was not enough time and his daily schedule was packed. After turning off the taming system, Su Yuan took another look at the deterrence and kill value. Previously, when upgrading the control range and unlocking monsters, Su Yuan had only used a fraction of the deterrent power. Thanks to the operation of the monster tower, more than 150,000 deterrent power and 15,000 kill values have been accumulated. Su Yuan also used up all his deterrent power in one go, unlocking control of the spider, Xiaohei, and the little zombie. These are relatively common monsters, so it is definitely better to unlock them first. Then he used up all his kill points and upgraded his explosion and stealth skills. Explosion LV3 consumes 79% of its own HP, causes 7x8 area damage, cooldown time 30s. Consume 20,000 kill points to upgrade. Hide level 2, able to hide in stones and walk among them. Consume 10,000 kill points to upgrade. Su Yuan was also somewhat surprised to see the effect of the second level concealment. The reason why Su Yuan upgraded this skill is because its usage rate is indeed very high. After upgrading, it will be more convenient if you can walk among the stones. After shutting down the system, Su Yuan embarked on a journey to find the remaining monsters in the main world. At this moment, in the woods near the grassland station, I saw a number of players standing on the top of the trees, talking to each other while looking at the pedicure shed made on the small slope below. The monsters around the pedicure shed surrounded them from all directions, but they could only stand there stupidly. After the monsters gathered, they were immediately destroyed one by one. There were also creepers among these monsters, but even when Xiaopo in the pedicure shed attacked the creeper, it showed no signs of exploding. When the players saw this, they were all amazed. What the hell? That's awesome! Killing monsters without taking any damage. Xiaopo is really something? Why didn't I realize he was so smart before? If we had this thing earlier, we would have won the battle yesterday much more easily. Great! With this guide, I'll have something to do at night. The impact of the pedicure technique on players is quite large. After all, it allows them to kill monsters without taking any damage. This means that players will no longer be short of supplies and will be able to develop at night. And with this method, players can completely control the monsters. All the players were happy about this breakthrough. Even Steve is no exception. But he was a little confused. Although Steve and Xiaopo did not have much contact time, but I still have a general understanding of Xiaopo. Xiaopo came here with a few friends, and could barely be considered a team leader. But his ability is not outstanding, he is just an ordinary player. Because of this, Steve did not assign him any important command position in previous battles. Steve really couldn't understand how he suddenly got the idea and came up with such a strategy. It's not that Steve looks down on people, it's just that he has a good eye for people. If Xiaopo had the ability, Steve would have reused him long ago. At this moment, all the friends seemed to share Steve's opinion. I didn't realize Xiaopo had this ability. Look at him, does he seem to be trying to win people's hearts? What's the point of buying people's hearts? Can he control people with this ability? How come he suddenly came to his senses? I don't know. I arranged for him to go dig some rocks today. He suddenly got inspired when he came back. He didn't dig many rocks. After hearing his friends' discussions, Steve immediately grasped the key point. He went out for a while. Where did you go? After hearing Steve's tone, all the friends reacted. With Xiaopo's qualifications, it is impossible for him to come up with such a strategy. The problem must have occurred when he went out. He went to the place where we used to dig rocks. After Steve and his group received the news, they all quietly left the woods. Then he immediately rushed in the direction where he had dug the stones before. 10 minutes later, Steve and his group finally arrived at the cave where they had found the pedicure shed on the small slope. As soon as he arrived here, Steve immediately noticed the trapdoor outside the cave and the trapdoor inside the cave. After seeing the two trapdoors, Steve had probably guessed what was going on. The passage under the trapdoor outside the cave should lead into the cave. There should have been a building above the trapdoor in the cave. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the pedicure shed that Xiaopo showed me. After hearing Steve's guess, all his friends had no objection. This explanation is much more reasonable than the fact that Xiaopo came up with the strategy for the pedicure shed on his own. However, there are still some things that friends cannot understand. Since the pedicure shed has been demolished, why is there still a passageway here? Also, since the pedicure shed was not thought up by Xiaopo and his friends, there must be someone else who came up with this strategy. Who is this person? At this moment, Steve also had many questions in his mind. Steve always felt that this matter was not simple. After thinking for a moment, he slowly began to sort it out. Assuming that someone built this pedicure shed, when Xiaopo and the others came over, they saw the pedicure shed but didn't see anyone, which means that the person has left, right? Even Xiaopo and the others knew to tear down the pedicure shed when they left. Would the person who made it not know that? This is too unreasonable. Next, Xiaopo and the others must have entered the pedicure shed through this passage before knowing its function. In other words, this passage was left behind by the previous person. But what does the man who built the pedicure shed need a passage for? He already knows how to build a pedicure shed, so if there are monsters, he can just kill them and get out. This isn't a base or anything, so why would he go to the trouble of digging a passage? This is totally against common sense. After hearing what Steve said, all his friends felt it was unreasonable. If you put yourself in their shoes, they would know how to do pedicures themselves. After encountering monsters, build a pedicure shed, and then after killing them, just destroy the pedicure shed to get out. They will definitely not dig another channel. Moreover, this cave is not a base or a fixed monster spawning location. There is absolutely no need to make such a channel. Next, if they knew the pedicure techniques, they would definitely tear down the pedicure shed after leaving it. At worst, if we are in a hurry, we can replace the trapdoors on both sides of the passage with stones. In short, no matter what the considerations are, the current situation would not be possible. Steve thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the trick. Considering the current situation, this seems to be designed. But why would that person do this? Why would he give away his achievements? Was it intentional or accidental? If it was intentional, he could have just posted the strategy on the forum. Wouldn't it be faster than this? If you are careful, then this is too careless, isn't it? Strange? So weird. Steve always felt that this matter was related to the white-eyed monster. It's not that Steve made up his mind, it's mainly because this place is so close to the players' base. Coupled with the live broadcasts of the resident players, almost all players know the situation of the resident. If a player came here, how could he not know that there would be others coming here? For this reason, it would be impossible for him to keep the key repair shed intact. Therefore, Steve still thinks that this incident was done by the white-eyed monster. But what Steve was unsure about was what was his purpose in doing this. If this was done by the white-eyed monster, then the player's discovery of the pedicure shed would undoubtedly be of no benefit to him at all. After all, he can control monsters, and the monsters are considered his subordinates. Isn't doing this just sending your little brother into the hands of others? Next, once players learn how to kill monsters, development will also become faster. This is even more disadvantageous to him. Steve really couldn't figure out the reason. Forget it, forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Maybe I'm overthinking. The more Steve thought about it, the more upset he became. He always had a feeling that he was being manipulated. Maybe I'm a little paranoid. If this continues, I will also have psychological problems. I just don't want to think about it anymore and just take it one step at a time. Steve and his friends did not stay for long and returned to the base. They had only been away for a short while, but they didn't expect that Xiaopo had already established a guild. The requirements for establishing a guild in the game are not very high. After applying for the guild, if 50 people are recruited within one day, it will be established. Xiaopo has already pulled more than 50 people at this moment. Everyone had no objection to him becoming the guild leader, although the players had previously wanted Steve to be the guild leader. But if you compare them, Xiaopo definitely brings more benefits to the players. When Xiaopo saw Steve and the others coming back, he immediately came over to greet them. Boss Steve, where have you been? I've been looking for you. We have just established a guild at the request of the players, and we would like to formally invite you to be the vice president of our Triumph Guild. Xiaopo has no abilities, but he has a lot of ideas. He knew his own strengths and weaknesses very well, and it was absolutely impossible for him to manage a guild by himself. Fortunately, the players still have a high trust in Steve. That's why he came up with this idea. The players will definitely have no objection if I become the president and Steve becomes the vice president. Furthermore, all kinds of things can be left to Steve in the future. Just be a hands-off boss. After hearing Xiaopo's words, Steve immediately knew what Xiaopo was up to. At this moment, Steve was trapped. Mainly, Steve wanted to stay. If I don't agree to Xiaopo's proposal, I probably won't be able to stay. After all, Xiaopo has already established a guild, and if Steve is not a member of the guild, he certainly can't live here anymore. But if you agree, it means you agree to be at his beck and call. Seeing this, all the friends were about to speak up for Steve. But Steve stopped them. He looked at Xiaopo and smiled. President Po, as you wish. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Steve couldn't afford to fall out with Xiaopo. The main reason is that Steve still wants to stay. Although Steve had the idea of holding an office meeting before, it is actually not that easy to hold an office meeting. Raising a family is no easy task. Furthermore, when the players are in this grassland, the white-eyed monster may come out to cause trouble again at any time. The development of players will definitely be affected. Steve is not stupid. Even if he wants to hold a meeting, he will not choose to hold a meeting with this group of players. Because there are too many uncertainties here. What players have worked so hard to build may no longer exist one day. That's why Steve agreed. As the vice president, although I have the responsibility to lead the players' development, I don't have full responsibility. All important decisions will definitely be made by Xiaopo. If anything really happened, Steve could just pass on the blame and leave the house with nothing. Anyway, no matter what happens, it won't affect me. If I have to say something, it's just a matter of face. But for Steve, this is the best solution. If I set up my own guild and it was destroyed by the white-eyed monster, I would be even more embarrassed. Xiaopo was a little surprised to see Steve agreed without hesitation. After Steve was brought into the guild and everyone exchanged a few polite words, players began to arrive at the grassland one after another. All the players on the grassland warmly welcomed these new players. Welcome, welcome. Triumph Guild welcomes everyone. Everyone, please join the guild first. There will be a surprise guide for you guys soon. The building materials are in the public material box. If you want to build a house, please take them yourself. Throughout the entire day, players continued to arrive at the grassland. In just one day, the number of players on the grassland has reached more than 5,000. This does not include the players who are still on the way. Since the game map is very large, after a player dies, he can only be teleported to a certain distance from the place where he died. Some players who are far away, if they want to come here, can only commit suicide, rush for a while, then commit suicide again, and rush on their way again. So we arrived a little late. The grassland at this moment has undergone tremendous changes compared to before. The area of the entire base has expanded to more than 10 times its previous size. The entire station suddenly felt like a gaming novice village, except for a few NPCs. Although night is gradually falling, but the players on the grassland were still very active, and none of them were prepared to spend the night indoors. Instead, they were all excited and ready to go out hunting. Hurry up, I can't wait to try that pedicure method. Me too, that's great, I don't have to stay in the matchbox at night. I really came to the right place this time. Just learning this strategy has made me a lot of money. Everyone, please supervise each other. The president said that we can't broadcast live. Of course, this strategy must be kept secret. Let's develop quietly first. I have to say that the terrain of this grassland is really nice. Due to the open terrain, there are many monsters at night. Players only need to knock down the torches around the base, and then they can build a pedicure shed near the base to spawn monsters. Long before dark, Xiaopo led a group of people to build many pedicure sheds outside the base. As soon as it got dark, players began to enter the pedicure shed one after another, ready to experience the pleasure of killing monsters without taking any damage. At this moment, the players had no idea that in the distance, there was a pair of eyes emitting white light watching their every move. After a whole day of hard searching, Su Yuan finally found the witch and the slime. These two things are like rubber bands. When you want to find them, you can't find them no matter what. When you don't want to find them, their shadows are everywhere. After getting the first kills of the witch and slime, Su Yuan also gained a lot of skills. Potion throwing LV1, can throw poison, weakness, slow, and instant damage potions, cooling down for 30s. Consume 10,000 kill points to upgrade. Potion expertise LV1, can use healing potions, fire resistance potions, swiftness potions, and water breathing potions, with a cooling time of 30 seconds. Consume 10,000 kill points to upgrade. These two skills naturally come from the witch. These two skills are still very useful. It is equivalent to Su Yuan bringing his own supplies. Su Yuan needs to consume his own health to use the explosion skill. With the skill of potion mastery, he can just heal himself after the explosion, which is very comfortable. Next, the potion throwing skill is also very practical. Potions such as poison, weakness, slowdown, and instant damage are all offensive potions. When facing players, there are also more ways to deal with the enemy. Then, instant damage potions are currently a necessity for Su Yuan. You should know that if you use instant damage potions on monsters, they will replenish the monster's blood. It just so happened that Su Yuan turned on the taming system. To tame a monster, the monster must kill 10 players without dying. For ordinary monsters, this is still a bit difficult to achieve. After all, players are no longer afraid of monsters and they will fight back. In this way, no matter how big the monster is, it will be hurt. But if you have this skill, it will be much more stable. When the monster is out of health, Su Yuan can directly use a bottle of instant damage potion to heal it in one gulp. This way the success rate of taming will be much higher. In addition to the skills of the witch's first kill, the skills obtained from the first kill of the slime are also very useful to Su Yuan. It can be said that the skills obtained from the first kill of the slime directly complement the Demon King's cards to a certain extent. Clone LV1, consume 50% of HP, summon a clone, can control the clone's movement, and the clone can provide vision. Consume 20,000 kill points to upgrade. How can the devil not have a clone? Moreover, him also has a clone. That's why it is said that the skills obtained from the first kill of the slime complement the Demon King's cards. Although it can only be used as a mobile eye at present, fortunately it can be upgraded. Maybe after reaching a certain level, the clone will be able to possess some or all of the original body's strength. In this way, Su Yuan can do more and develop faster. The skills he acquired were a great improvement for Su Yuan. Su Yuan also used the skill immediately after acquiring it. At this moment, it was Su Yuan's clone who was watching the players somewhere on the grassland. His real body was a lucky guy who was collecting various monsters in another part of the grassland. These lucky ones will soon be able to enjoy a large buffet on the grassland. Spider number 101? You have such an early number and you have never died? Well, not bad, you are the one. Zombie no 007. With your number, it would be unreasonable not to choose you. Number 88, Xiaohei, well, it's very auspicious. I hope you can be more motivated and not get 88 too early. There are also some things to consider when choosing monsters to tame. Before, Su Yuan never understood what the numbers of nearby monsters were in the taming system. Later, I asked the system and found out that the monster's number is the number it is born with. For example, Zombie 001, that is to say, this zombie is the first zombie refreshed in this world. Although there is a possibility that monsters will refresh at the same time. But this number is accurate to hundreds or even thousands of decimal places. It seems to the players that they are refreshed at the same time, but in fact they are not. In other words, Zombie 001 and Zombie 100 may appear to be zombies that are refreshed at the same time in the eyes of players. But in fact, there is still a difference in their generation time. After learning this information, Su Yuan also knew how to choose the monster to tame. It is definitely better to choose monsters with higher numbers. Although these monsters are unconscious, they are still alive despite being numbered so high, probably just because of good luck. But in many cases, luck is also a symbol of strength. That's why Su Yuan chose the monster with a higher number. With Su Yuan around, their luck buff can be stacked even more. After a stroll around the grassland, Su Yuan also collected a lot of candidates for the free meal. There are Zombie no 007, Black number 88, Spider number 101, Little Zombie number 520, and White number 233. Originally Su Yuan didn't expect to encounter little zombies. After all, the probability of their respawning is relatively low. Fortunately, Su Yuan had already unlocked the control of the spider, Xiaohei, and the little zombie, so he recruited them directly when he met them. Su Yuan currently only plans to control one of each species of these monsters. The main reason is that Su Yuan doesn't know which monster has a higher level of understanding. So first tame one of each species to test the waters. Of course, Su Yuan would definitely not choose a creeper to tame. Although the creeper's attack power is very strong, it is only disposable. Creeper, it turns out I am not worthy. After selecting these seeded players, Su Yuan also controlled some zombies, creepers, and Ziobai. These monsters are equivalent to the Suicide Squad. They will soon protect these seeded players in their enjoyable buffet session. After the preparations were completed, Su Yuan also used his clone to observe the movements of the players near the base. At this moment, the players are working in groups of 4, enjoying the fun of pedicure. Each of them turned into a pedicure master, chopping with all their might, and they worked very hard. After trying it out themselves, the players completely let down their guard. The pedicure shed was indeed safe, so they didn't have to worry about anything. Just brush it. Seeing this, Su Yuan also prepared to set off. It looks like we can start eating. Before setting off, Su Yuan also spent 150,000 in deterrence to upgrade the monster control range to 45x45. I have to say that the deterrent power is consumed very quickly. The more than 150,000 deterrent power accumulated during the day was used up again to upgrade the control range. After increasing the monster control range, Su Yuan can control more monsters. This will also better protect the seeded players. After preparing all this, Su Yuan controlled his clone and moved to a commanding height. The clone's vision can see the overall situation clearly. The main body was hidden under the rocks under the soil. After upgrading his stealth skill, Su Yuan was already able to walk among the rocks. This is a lot more convenient. Su Yuan can control these monsters without showing up in person. And with the existence of the clone, Su Yuan doesn't have to worry about the problem of lack of vision. The clone has a visual field and controls the overall situation, while the main body controls the monsters. Su Yuan walked among the rocks underground, controlling the monsters to slowly approach the player's pedicure shed. At this moment, the players were immersed in the fun of pedicure and were unaware of the danger coming. This pedicure shed is so cool. The supplies are falling like crazy. I just got lucky and got an iron ingot. If I keep doing this, I will be able to get a complete set of iron suits in a few days. With a pedicure shed, we won't have to worry about running out of arrows. We'll also have bones. Then everyone can get a few wolf cubs and scare that white-eyed monster to death. Ha 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 ha. 4 players were in the pedicure shed, each standing on one side and chatting while waving their stone swords. At this moment, a player with the ID Li Tu was in charge of the pedicure shed on this side. I saw a creeper slowly approaching. Li Tu didn't care and was about to swing his sword to repair his feet. All I heard was a loud bang. The creeper actually exploded. Although the explosion of the creeper did not hurt Li Tu due to the rocks blocking it, the sudden accident still scared Li Tu enough. What the hell? What's going on? The other players in the pedicure shed naturally noticed the loud explosion. Everything happened so suddenly that they didn't have time to react. Then I saw a group of zombies rushing in. Several people were instantly trapped in the pedicure shed. After these zombies came in, they immediately began to attack everyone. Although Li Tu and his group were a little frightened, they did not forget to resist. They subconsciously began to swing their swords in resistance. But because there were too many zombies coming in, it took several people working together to kill 2 zombies, and they themselves were already left with only a little health. And monsters continued to pour in from the blown open pedicure shed. Just when Li Tu and his men thought they were going to die, something strange happened. The zombies suddenly stopped attacking. Li Tu and the others were a little stunned when they saw this. What's going on? Why aren't they moving? Is it me who is stuck, or you, or they who are stuck? Just as Li Tu and the others were stunned, a little zombie rushed in from outside the pedicure shed. With the rapid attacks one after another, several people were completely unable to withstand it and all died at the hands of the little zombies. Li Tu and his companions never figured out what had happened until they died. Why did the creeper suddenly explode? Why did the zombies suddenly stop attacking? Shortly after Li Tu and his companions died, the same strange things happened in other pedicure sheds on the grassland. These things have almost the same plot. All of a sudden, creepers explode, and then a group of zombies or creeps rush in to attack the players. However, they did not kill the players, but left them with a little blood. When the players have no ability to resist, a monster will appear. It could be a zombie, Ziobai, Ziahe, or a spider. These monsters come in to finish off the show. The grassland was filled with the sounds of explosions and the screams of players from time to time. At this moment, in the Triumph Guild's Guild channel, all the players were in an uproar. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Isn't it said that the pedicure shed is absolutely safe? Why did the creeper explode for no reason? It's so weird. Why don't those monsters kill us, but leave a little blood for the zombie to come and kill us? Did you die like this too? Us too? Damn it! We were hit on the knee by a little zombie jumping up. We too? We were killed by Xiaohei. The guild channel has been flooded with discussions among players. The entire grassland was filled with the sound of bang 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 explosions. If you didn't know, you would think it was New Year's Day. At this moment, Steve, who was in the base, suddenly realized what was going on after seeing this information. I told you that the pedicure shed thing had something to do with the white-eyed monster. That makes sense. Because they felt that the matter of the pedicure shed was too strange, Steve and his friends did not go out hunting this time. Instead, he was observing from inside the station. Steve was also careful, and sure enough, something really happened. Seeing this, all the friends were still a little frightened. He really did it. He deliberately built a pedicure shed so that we would think we could kill monsters without any damage, and then launched a surprise attack. I knew he wasn't that simple. His escape was just an act. But why didn't he show up this time, but instead controlled those monsters to kill the players? Besides, he clearly had the ability to kill us last time, so why did he go through so much trouble? Although friends have already confirmed that this incident was planned by the white-eyed monster, but they still couldn't figure out why he did this? We could have wiped them out in one fell swoop, so why take such a long detour, pretending to escape and building a shelter? After all, the purpose is to kill the player, so why not just keep it simple? Hearing his friends' questions, Steve thought for a moment. After a moment, he seemed to have figured something out. His appetite is quite big. He does this to attract more people here. Before, Steve couldn't understand why the white-eyed monster did this. But only at this moment did he realize the purpose of his doing so. The reason why he took such a big detour was to attract more players to come here. Whether it was pretending to escape or telling Xiaopo the strategy for the pedicure shed. These 2 points are to attract players to come here. After hearing what Steve said, his friends' minds were instantly broadened. Yeah, now it all makes sense. Shit, he's still playing the development game. His mindset is too terrifying. He has calculated the players' minds clearly. At this moment, Steve and his friends truly realized how terrifying the white-eyed monster was. In fact, the monster itself is powerful and not very scary. All the fear comes from insufficient firepower. As long as you have good enough equipment, you can deal with powerful monsters. The scary thing about this white-eyed monster is his scheming. He can completely control the psychology of most players and then set up ambushes one after another. Let players willingly fall into his ambush. In the end, the players may not even know how they died. This is the most terrifying thing. When Steve and the others thought of this, they all felt a chill. The white-eyed monster did not cause any harm to them, but his step-by-step planning made people feel even more terrified. What they were facing was not a monster in the ordinary sense at all. After thinking about this, all the friends wanted to back off. Why don't we just leave? We really can't beat him. No matter how strong or scheming he is, I am no match for him. It's not a good idea to waste time like this. Indeed, this group of people will be massacred sooner or later, and this guild will not be able to develop. After hearing what his friends said, Steve had no objection. Well, you guys go first and find a place to develop slowly. I stayed. When his friends heard that Steve was still going to stay, they all looked at him in confusion. Steve naturally knew that his friends wanted to persuade him, so he immediately explained. He went to so much trouble to do all this just to kill more people. Although I don't know why he wants to kill so many people, it will definitely be beneficial to him. His seemingly perfect plans actually exposed his weaknesses. He probably couldn't find the player's location, so he designed a plan to lure them over here. Now that we know his weakness, it will be easy to talk. In a few days, he will definitely come here again. On that day, I will live stream the entire process of him slaughtering the players. And I'll tell you what happened. This way, the players will be wary of him, and no one will fall into his trap anymore. If no one falls into the trap himself, his development will be restricted. As long as we avoid him and develop quickly, there will definitely be a day when we can defeat him. Steve could understand his friend's thoughts, but he was still not ready to leave. Now that we have figured out the white-eyed monster's thoughts, it is not a bad thing for Steve and the others. Since he had already spent so much time here, Steve didn't mind spending a few more days. Since the white-eyed monster has arranged it like this, it is estimated that it will come and reap the harvest soon. Of course, Steve would not overestimate his own abilities and try to fight the white-eyed monster. All he could do was broadcast the battle live so that more people could see it and let more people know that players were currently unable to defeat him. Steve naturally didn't expect Xiaopo to broadcast the battle live. After all, Xiaopo got the strategy of the pedicure shed, and he would never make it public easily. So, this is something that only Steve can do. After doing this, Steve will no longer continue to waste time with the white-eyed monster. At present, the only way is to curb his development and develop rapidly ourselves. Only later will you be able to fight the white-eyed monster. Steve's thinking is still very clear. This is indeed the best solution at the moment. It is definitely impossible to fight against a white-eyed monster. Now the only way they can limit his development is to prevent more players from being ruined by him. After hearing this, his friends all respected Steve's decision. Okay, then let's go somewhere else to develop first. Anyway, we have learned the pedicure method, and without monsters messing around, we should be able to develop quickly. We'll leave at daybreak that day, so be careful, boss. You guys go first, I'll stay with the boss so we can take care of each other. Among the friends, only Xiao Wu stayed, and the others were ready to leave. Not long after Steve and his friends finished discussing, they saw the players rushing into the base one by one as if fleeing. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Isn't this pedicure shed 100% safe? Why did the creeper explode? And what's going on with those monsters? Was it that white-eyed monster who did it? Wasn't that monster scared away? The players rushed into the base all at once, all wanting to seek explanation from Xiaopo. At this moment, Xiaopo was killed instantly just like the other players. He was now hiding somewhere waiting for dawn, digging 3 and filling 1. When the players couldn't find Xiaopo, they all came to Steve. Seeing the indignant players, Steve shrugged innocently. This is President Po's invention. I don't know. Steve has also learned his lesson. Naturally, he would not analyze everything about the white-eyed monster with this group of people. Besides, even if he said it, they might not believe it and would think he was exaggerating. Just throw the blame away. When the players saw Steve acting like a rogue, they were helpless. Steve was right. This pedicure shed was indeed invented by Xiaopo. They immediately started bombarding Xiaopo in the guild channel. President Xiaopo, what on earth is going on? This pedicure shed won't work? Why are the creepers still exploding? This is so FG weird. I feel like a white-eyed monster did this. President, can you please say something? Xiaopo also experienced what the players just experienced. At this moment, Xiaopo's heart was full of questions. In fact, he once suspected that all this was done by the white-eyed monster, but he had no evidence. Furthermore, he was unwilling to admit that there was anything wrong with his pedicure shed. After thinking it over, he finally came up with an excuse. There must be no problem with my pedicure shed. I have tested it many times. This isn't the work of some white-eyed monster. Everyone saw it before. He was scared away. How dare he come over here? This explosion was probably caused by too many monsters. Other monsters accidentally hit the crawler, and the monsters fought among themselves, causing the explosion. Don't worry, this problem is easy to solve. When the time comes, we can just dig 3 parts and fill 1 part under the pedicure shed, right? This is also the first practical application of our pedicure shed. We can make improvements later. Xiaopo's words fooled quite a few people. What he said is indeed possible. Infighting among monsters will indeed cause creepers to explode. But the internal fighting tonight was a bit too frequent. Although some players still have doubts, Xiaopo has already explained it and provided a solution. The players couldn't say anything more. After all, joining this guild and learning the art of pedicure did promote their development. After Xiaopo managed to smooth over the matter, the players began to clean up the mess themselves. The night passed quickly. It was just dawn and there were no more players on the grassland. Su Yuan was also contented as he led several seeded players off the grassland. Except for Xiaohe and Spider, all of these seeded players are afraid of light. Su Yuan naturally needs to be taken care of carefully. Only after moving them to a dense forest in the west did Su Yuan finally feel at ease. This night was a fruitful one for Su Yuan. Su Yuan wasn't sure how many players he had killed, but he vaguely remembered that 1 or 2 monsters seemed to have reached intermediate consciousness. As soon as the system was turned on, several messages popped up. Zombie 007 has evolved successfully and gained primary consciousness. Zombie 007 evolved successfully and gained intermediate consciousness. Little Zombie 520 evolved successfully and gained primary consciousness. Little Zombie 520 evolved successfully and gained intermediate consciousness. Enderman 88 has evolved successfully and gained primary consciousness. Spider 101 evolved successfully and gained primary consciousness. Skull Shooter 233 evolved successfully and gained primary consciousness. Wow, the zombie army is pretty powerful. In fact, among these species, Su Yuan is not very optimistic about zombies. After all, compared to other monsters, zombies are still too weak. And it can only attack at close range, which makes it too easy to deal with. But I didn't expect the zombies to break out of the track. It's okay for small zombies, after all, they are still very strong, after all, they are small in size and fast in speed. I didn't expect that ordinary zombies could kill so many. Su Yuan only managed to control the players slightly at the beginning. After they all awakened their primary consciousness, Su Yuan no longer controlled these seed players. Basically, just control those suicide squads and pay a little attention to the health of the seeded players. After all, it is quite difficult to control so many monsters at the same time. Therefore, after these seeded players awakened their primary consciousness, they basically acted on their own. So after awakening the primary consciousness, it basically depends on one's own ability. From this perspective, Zombie is indeed quite good and should be one of those players who will eventually make a breakthrough after years of accumulation. Su Yuan looked at the monsters in front of him. These monsters were also completely different from before. Without being controlled by Su Yuan, they did not wander around. Su Yuan observed carefully and found that the monsters' eyes were more lively than before. Of course, excluding Xiaobai and Spider. One has no eyes, the other has too many eyes. Seeing the changes in the monsters, Su Yuan suddenly became curious. What have the 2 zombies that have awakened to intermediate consciousness grown into? That 007, and that 520, step out. After talking for a long time, the 2 zombies still didn't move at all. Su Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead. Are they 2 idiots? At this moment, the system suddenly popped up. A species that has awakened consciousness does not know the number it belongs to. The host can name the species. Seeing the system prompt, Su Yuan finally understood. We still need to give it a name. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a little worried, as he hated naming the most. Furthermore, Su Yuan will definitely tame more monsters in the future. If he gives each of them a name, will Su Yuan still be able to survive? After thinking about this, Su Yuan simply named them according to the monster numbers. You, from now on, will be called 007. Su Yuan looked at Zombie 007 and said. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt popped up. Zombie 007 was named 007 successfully. Seeing that the naming was successful, Su Yuan immediately named the other monsters as well. After naming all the monsters, Su Yuan also waved to 007 and 520. 007, 520, you two step out of line, come here. Su Yuan was afraid that they wouldn't understand the word out of the line, so he considerately changed the wording. After hearing what Su Yuan said, 007 and 520 immediately walked up to Su Yuan. Su Yuan carefully observed the two monsters in front of him. There is no change in 520, just like a little kid. But I have to say, this 007 looks pretty handsome. The other zombies basically have broken arms and legs, or are rotten all over, but its skin tissue is well preserved. With dark skin and firm muscles, he is definitely a dark-skinned athlete in the zombie world. Su Yuan vaguely remembered that he didn't look like this before, and seemed to be no different from an ordinary zombie. It is estimated that the appearance has changed due to evolution. Seeing 007's appearance, Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Yes, you are not worthy of serving me. After studying the appearance of 007 and 520, Su Yuan also became curious. I don't know how strong they are. Thinking of this, Su Yuan controlled some zombies around the dense forest. Then they launched an attack on 007 and 520. Su Yuan was observing their reactions from the side. The monster gradually approached 007 and 520, but they didn't attack them at the first time. Instead, he was looking at the direction of the monster's attack while thinking about something. Just then, the system message suddenly popped up. 007 failed in his attempt to seize control of the monster. 520 failed to seize control of the monster. After seeing these two messages, Su Yuan suddenly became excited. I didn't expect it to be so smart. Monsters that have awakened intermediate consciousness can control unconscious monsters. When facing these monsters, 007 and 520 did not think about dealing with them. Their first choice was to try to control them. This shows that their thinking mode is still very logical. When 007 and 520 saw that they failed in their attempt to seize control, they immediately began to attack the zombies that surrounded them. The moves of the two were not fancy, and they had not awakened any skills, or mainly focus on normal attacks. But the attributes of the two people themselves have definitely been enhanced a lot. 007 is a power type, and he can kill a zombie instantly with just one attack. 520 is the agile type, moving quickly in front of the zombies while attacking them. These ordinary zombies can't track down 520 at all. In less than a few seconds, the four zombies controlled by Su Yuan died at the hands of 007 and 520. Su Yuan was also very pleased to see the performance of 007 and 520. Their performance has exceeded Su Yuan's expectations. Although they haven't evolved any decent skills, it's understandable. After all, this is just the awakening of intermediate consciousness. It's already great to have such combat effectiveness. And, most importantly, they have strong logical thinking. This alone is already very powerful. After thinking about this, Su Yuan asked 007 and 520 to return to the team, and then began a round of brainwashing for the monsters. Your destiny is to kill the players. The more you kill, the stronger you will become. Do you understand? The reason why Su Yuan wants to brainwash is because Xiaohei is equivalent to a neutral monster. It will only attack when the player looks at it. Spiders are considered semi-neutral monsters and will only attack players at night. So we still have to make them aware of their tasks. After the monster awakened its primary consciousness, it could understand Su Yuan's words. For them, Su Yuan is their master. The master's word is truth. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the monsters all nodded. 007 and 520 even growled in response to Su Yuan. Su Yuan was also very pleased to see this, and immediately felt like he was taking care of a child. After the monsters regained consciousness, Su Yuan's attitude towards them also changed. In the past, Su Yuan only thought of them as a string of data, but now they have thoughts. They are Su Yuan's subordinates, comrades in arms, and compatriots. It was impossible for Su Yuan to treat them the same way as other ordinary monsters. After all, I raised it myself. It seems we need to get them some equipment. Although 007 and 520 have awakened intermediate consciousness, due to the limitations of the zombie species, they should still be afraid of light. This makes it inconvenient for them to move around. So it is necessary to equip them. At least he had to prepare a helmet. If he got sunburned to death by accident, all Su Yuan's efforts would be in vain. Considering durability and equipment strength, the diamond set is definitely the best solution at present. 007 and 520 naturally have to be equipped with diamond sets. For other monsters, Xiaobai just needs to arrange an iron set. After all, they are ranged. Next, Blackie and Spider don't need equipment, and they can't wear equipment. Xiaohei can carry blocks, so I can give him some TNT when the time comes. But even if you take TNT, it is only a one-time use. When Su Yuan thought about this, an idea suddenly occurred to him. I wonder if Blackie can hold a creeper. After a monster awakens its intermediate consciousness, it can control unconscious monsters. If Xiaohe could hug a creeper, then Xiaohe would only need to control the creepers around him and it would be like having his own mobile arsenal. Thinking of this, Su Yuan immediately controlled a creeper and came to Xiaohe 88. Hold it. Su Yuan pointed at the creeper in front of him and gave orders to Xiaohe. Hearing the order from Su Yuan, Xiaohe also stretched out his evil black hand towards the creeper in front of him. After the black hands grabbed the creeper, they exerted force upwards and lifted the creeper up. What the hell? Really? Originally Su Yuan just wanted to give it a try. After all, after the monsters awaken their primary consciousness, they will abandon some of the original game settings. Xiaohe is set up to be able to pick up blocks. It seems that after evolution, this setting has changed a little. Can directly pick up living organisms. Well, now we have the little black bomber. A world where only creepers are heard has been achieved. Since Xiaohe can pick up the creeper, the progress of Xiaohe's taming will also be improved. When he evolves to intermediate consciousness, he will be able to provide his own ammunition. After making a plan, Su Yuan told the monsters to stay where they were and he started to go down into the mine. Su Yuan never expected that he would travel into the game and become a him, but still can't escape the fate of mining. Fortunately, I have the explosion skill, so the mining speed is still good. In less than half an hour, 2 sets of diamond sets and several sets of iron sets were collected. After making the equipment, Su Yuan directly let the monsters wear it. The main reason is that Su Yuan has limited energy, otherwise he could have made several sets of full sets of enchanted netherite. Seeing 007 and 520 wearing cool diamond suits, Su Yuan felt a little envious. Tisk, you two are at the peak of your life. After putting on the equipment, 007 and 520 both looked very happy. I didn't realize they were so knowledgeable and knew that this set of equipment was a good one. 007 and 520 also responded after receiving Su Yuan's gifts. 520 was like a little kid, and immediately ran to Su Yuan and started rubbing against him, just like a little kitten. 007, on the other hand, was calmer in character. It was obvious that he was also very happy, but he didn't know how to express it. He just kept bowing to Su Yuan. As for Xiaobai who got the iron set, he immediately became an ungrateful person compared to the two of them. He didn't show any expression and just stood there indifferently. But it's not its fault, after all, it has only awakened its primary consciousness. After finishing the equipment, Su Yuan found a place to sit down, and then slowly began to train the monsters. 007, don't get too close to the players once they've built 2 blocks high. Try to control the skeleton archers or creepers to attack them. Hey 233, practice your archery skills more. Your advantage is sneak attacks. If someone approaches you, keep your distance immediately. 88, pick up a crawler if you see one. When you put it down, hit it and teleport away quickly. Don't get hurt by mistake. Got it. Su Yuan is like an old mother, patiently teaching the monsters. After all, these are the first batch of seeded players that need to be tamed. From now on, the burden of obtaining kill points will fall on them. So Su Yuan must teach them well. Although the monsters have awakened their consciousness, they still don't understand things like the players and some game settings. For example, players can use boats to control monsters and rely on the advantages and disadvantages of the monster's height to deal with them. These are the methods of dealing with monsters that players have slowly figured out. The monsters are not aware of these methods. Su Yuan could only try his best to tell them all the strategies he could think of for players to deal with monsters. This will greatly improve their ability to survive in the future. In the end, Su Yuan would definitely not keep these monsters around. They were trained by Su Yuan in order to gain kill points. If he wants to maximize their value, he must release them. While Su Yuan was teaching the monsters, the players on the grassland also made new moves. After Xiaopo returned to the base, he immediately began to solve the problem of the pedicure shed. In fact, this problem is easy to solve. The only drawback of the pedicure shed now is that there is a fear of monster infighting, which may cause the creepers to explode and blow up the pedicure shed. To solve this problem, you just need to take some protective measures in the pedicure shed. Dig a passage directly downwards in the pedicure shed leading to the interior of the base. Just place a trapdoor above the passage. This way, even if the pedicure shed is blown up by a creeper, the players inside only need to enter the passage. After all, monsters can't open trapdoors. If you're still worried, just block the passage with stones. Xiaopo's solution can be regarded as a solution to silence the public. With this plan, there will indeed be no safety issues. It is equivalent to building an escape route for the pedicure shed. After experiencing the pedicure shed 2.0, the players had no objections. Time soon came to evening. Under Xiaopo's leadership, the players started their own monster-killing journey again. However, the players were all lightly equipped and did not carry anything valuable with them. At most, you can bring a few sets of stones and wood blocks to make stone swords to kill monsters. After all, after what happened last night, the players were all on guard. Unexpectedly, the grassland was very peaceful today. The players had been killing monsters outside for a long time, but nothing strange happened like before. Although there are occasional cases of creepers exploding during monster infighting, it only happens once or twice. The players also immediately jumped down the emergency passage to deal with it. After a whole night of grinding, not a single player died. After a night of fighting, the players finally put their minds at ease. It seems that it was indeed a matter of internal fighting among the monsters before. The 2.0 pedicure shed is indeed quite safe, and it seems that there is no need for improvement. Finally, I can kill monsters in peace. I'm ready to start grinding. The players were naturally very happy about the peaceful night. The new players have also made their decisions. If things continue like this, the Triumph Guild will definitely grow by leaps and bounds. After seeing that the pedicure shed was running stably, Xiaopo began to promote it on the forum. The Triumph Guild is recruiting people in a high-profile manner. Our advantages: excellent geographical environment, complete garrison defense system, guild members of 5,000 plus, and have defeated white-eyed monsters. The biggest advantage: we have a strategy for killing monsters without taking any damage. The only one of its kind? Join us, get free strategies, and grow bigger and stronger with us. Location coordinates: XXX, XXX, XXX. Since Xiaopo founded the guild, he naturally had the ambition to make it big. After solving the problem of the pedicure shed, Xiaopo's self-confidence was overflowing. He instantly realized that he was able to do it again, so he started recruiting people on a large scale. As soon as Xiaopo's recruitment information was released, it was pinned to the top. The strategy of killing monsters without taking any damage is definitely a killer move in the eyes of players. As soon as the recruitment information was released, many players were interested. What the hell? A guide to killing monsters without taking damage? For free? Is this true? Isn't this the grassland where Boss Steve was before? Boss Steve is not the president. My brother is in that grassland. He told me that Steve is the vice president of this guild. Steve is only the vice president? This Xiaopo is stronger than Steve. Isn't that right? It seems that he invented the method of killing monsters without taking any damage, and it works on all monsters. All the information above is true. I am from the Triumph Guild, and I have had a blast killing monsters these past few days. Triumphant Guild +1, I think if we continue to grind for a while, we will have all our members equipped with iron gear. Hey, being a member of the Triumph Guild also has its troubles. The trouble is that there is never enough rotten meat to eat, and there are never enough arrows to use up. Showing off your wealth in fancy ways? I won't say any more, I'm going to rush. Do you have a limit on the number of people you can recruit? I'll be right over. Naturally, players cannot refuse the benefit of a strategy for killing monsters without taking any damage. At first, many players did not believe that there would be such a strategy, but after the players from the Triumph Guild confirmed it, the players no longer had any objections. A large number of individual players rushed to the Triumph Guild headquarters, fearing that they would not accept anyone if they arrived too late. For 2 or 3 days in a row, the players of the Triumph Guild were busy. I welcome new players during the day and work hard on my pedicure at night. The scale of the Triumphant Guild is also growing. The area of the garrison already occupies most of the grassland. The number of players in the Triumph Guild has also reached a terrifying 20,000. This is the number of players who have been recruited, not to mention those who have been repatriated. There are level restrictions for guilds. The upper limit for players in a level 1 guild is 10,000, and for a level 2 guild it is 20,000. The guild level requires players' kill value to meet the requirements. Players will gain kill points when they kill monsters. When guild players accumulate a certain amount of kills, they will open a second level guild. With the help of the pedicure shed, the players of the Triumph Guild worked very hard every day to finally reach the second level of the guild. It is even more of a distant goal to reach level 3. However, considering the current game situation, the Triumph Guild has developed very well. At least it can be ranked in the top 5. Those other big guilds are basically big guilds from other games that directly bring their members into the game. It can be said that as a solo guild, the Triumph Guild has reached the top of the solo guilds. Xiaopo was naturally happy to see such an achievement. He also completely disregarded the guild members as human beings, turning them all into tools. Everyone will take turns to swipe monsters at the pedicure shed in the forest during the day, and swipe monsters near the base at night. Strive to be promoted to a 3rd level guild as soon as possible. Xiaopo naturally hopes that the guild will be bigger and have as many people as possible. As an ordinary person, he really enjoys the feeling of being surrounded by players. The higher the guild level, the more people he can manage and the greater his power. Although the players work hard every day and may complain occasionally, but there was no major objection. After all, they are already members of the guild, and the honor and disgrace of the guild are theirs. They naturally hope that the guild will do better and become more and more famous. It will give you face if you say it this way. Furthermore, the Triumph Guild did bring them a lot of benefits. Because of the strategy of killing monsters without taking any damage, the players of the Triumph Guild are already ahead in development. Nowadays, many players are short of food, water, and equipment, and dare not go out at night. They don't have to worry about these problems at all. Some lucky players have even almost collected a complete set of iron suits just by killing monsters. Not to mention all kinds of supplies. Seeing more and more players in the base, Steve suddenly felt like he had no desire to live. Stop coming? Stop coming. Everything was going according to the white-eyed monster's plan. Steve knew very well that the more players came here, the greater the benefit would be to the white-eyed monster. Although Steve knew all this, he couldn't say anything, because no one would believe what he said. He could only watch as the base expanded and more players came here. Watching the number of players grow every day is equivalent to watching the strength of the white-eyed monster grow. Faced with this situation, Steve only felt a deep sense of powerlessness and incompetence. Many times Steve thought about leaving, but his mind told him that he couldn't leave. He might be the only one who could temporarily suppress the development of the white-eyed monster. Steve never thought that he would be so eager to see the white-eyed monster. These days, the white-eyed monster seemed to have disappeared, and there was no trace of him. Even the players have begun to forget about him. Only Steve knew that this was the calm before the storm. At this moment, Steve only hoped that the white-eyed monster would come out quickly and destroy this place as soon as possible, so that I don't have to waste time here in this agony anymore. These days, Su Yuan is living a very fulfilling life. Training the monsters took more than a day, and Su Yuan spent the rest of the time looking for the woodland mansion. After spending most of the day, Su Yuan finally found the woodland mansion. After getting the first kill on the monster in the woodland mansion, I also gained a lot of useful skills. Fatal Axe LV1, pull out an iron axe from thin air and deal a fatal blow to the enemy, causing 50% damage to the enemy's upper limit of health. Consume 10,000 kill points to upgrade. This skill is naturally given by the Guardian. This skill is not very useful for the player. After all, Su Yuan has the explosion skill, and the damage of the explosion can kill the player instantly. This skill is quite useful against boss-type monsters. Like the Ender Dragon, one hit can cut off 50% of its health. Moreover, this skill can be upgraded. When it reaches 100%, it can kill instantly. Bad Omen LV1, after the Bad Omen is triggered, a disaster patrol will automatically spawn around you. The patrol includes looters, guardians, looters, summoners, etc., with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Consume 50,000 kill points to upgrade. This skill is obtained by Su Yuan by killing the plunderer. I have to say, this skill is still very useful. This skill is equivalent to a summoning effect, and can directly summon a team of disaster villagers nearby. With this skill, Su Yuan can gather monsters on the spot. Before, Su Yuan had to search all over the map for monsters and then control them if he wanted to gather them. With this skill, it is much more convenient. Furthermore, the combat effectiveness of the disaster squad is much higher than that of ordinary monsters. Fang Attack LV1, fangs will appear in the 16 squares connecting the target. Fangs ignore armor and cause 20% of the upper limit of health damage. Cooldown time is 60s. Consume 10,000 kill points to upgrade. Summon Vex Ghost, summon 1 to 2 Vex Ghosts to help fight the enemy. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Consume 20,000 kill points to upgrade. These two skills were naturally provided to Su Yuan by the summoner. Both are equivalent to attack skills. The skill of summoning vexatious ghosts should be quite useful in combination with Bad Omen. If they are all upgraded to a relatively high level, you can summon thousands of troops to your side at once. So far, Su Yuan has basically taken the first kill of monsters in the main world, except for some unusual monsters like Phantom, Chicken Knight, Spider Knight, etc. Next are the Guardians and Ancient Guardians in the ocean. But it doesn't matter. Killing these monsters probably won't give you any useful skills. Su Yuan didn't need to spend time looking for them, just go with the flow. After acquiring these skills, Su Yuan's attacks became more diverse. Gradually, the prototype of the Demon King has begun to take shape. In the past few days, the Monster Tower has also provided a lot of deterrence and kill value to those in need. Su Yuan also used the deterrent power he gained to unlock the remaining monsters that he got the first kill. Then the monster's control range was upgraded to 75x75. The kill value obtained. Su Yuan upgraded the teleport and potion throwing skills. Teleport LV4, teleport within a 94x94x94 cube with the original position as the center, and can carry 4 items or organisms, cooling time 10s. Consume 100,000 kill points to upgrade. Potion throwing LV4, can throw poison, weakness, slow, and instant damage potions, cooling down 5s. Consume 100,000 kill points to upgrade. The reason why only these two skills were upgraded was for convenience. Su Yuan has also been monitoring the players' actions these days. Currently, the Triumph Guild has reached saturation with players, and no new players will join in the short term. Now is the time for harvest. Su Yuan was not prepared to kill this group of players with his own hands. Now that these monsters have been tamed, Su Yuan will definitely give priority to promoting them. Except for Xiaohei who can teleport, all other seeded players have to walk by themselves. Su Yuan also complained that they were walking too slowly and wasting time. That's why the teleportation skill was upgraded. This way, Xiaohei can lead one monster, and Su Yuan can directly teleport with the rest of the monsters. Upgrading potion throwing is naturally to ensure the safety of these seed players. After all, it is not easy to train them. Su Yuan has not been out these days, also in order to fatten up the players. If Su Yuan were to cause trouble every few days, how could the players concentrate on killing monsters? Su Yuan certainly won't lose the big picture for the small. Fortunately, the players are also very smart. These days, we have been killing monsters day and night. I guess everyone has accumulated a lot of kill points. Su Yuan was very pleased to see the players working so hard. He looked at the seated players around him and smiled. Tonight is your turn to perform. Su Yuan had spent so much effort on such a big game of chess that he naturally didn't want to waste it. After this attack, the chance of players staying here is almost zero. Therefore, Su Yuan must make good use of this attack. Su Yuan's goal this time is also very clear, which is to allow more monsters to evolve to primary or intermediate consciousness. In this way, as long as these monsters do not die, they will continue to provide Su Yuan with kill points. After thinking about this, Su Yuan began to recruit soldiers and horses. Su Yuan first spent an hour using the Bad Omen and Summon Vex skills 12 times. Directly recruited 12 disaster patrols and 24 annoyances. Since it is a summoning skill, these monsters will not be restricted by the control range. No matter how far away they are, Su Yuan can control them directly. Afterwards, a lot of ordinary monsters gathered at a small monster spawning tower nearby that had been built a few days ago. In the previous battle with the players, Su Yuan spent a lot of time gathering monsters. Su Yuan also thought it was troublesome to have to gather monsters every time. So I simply built a small monster killing tower in the dense forest. This monster tower does not have an execution device. It is equivalent to a small arsenal of Su Yuan. Gathering monsters here is much faster than Su Yuan running around to gather them himself. After 2 hours of preparation, Su Yuan's monster army was now complete. There are more than 5,000 monsters. The monster army includes almost all combat monsters in the MC main world. Ziobai, Ziahe, Creeper, Zombie, Baby Zombie, Spider, Witch, Calamity Villager, etc. Su Yuan also made all the iron ingots he had dug up into equipment and armed some monsters. Needless to say, 007 and 520 are equipped with diamond suits and each has a diamond axe. The reason why Su Yuan made the diamond axe is naturally because the attack of the diamond axe is higher than that of the diamond sword. Su Yuan also picked out some monsters with higher numbers and put iron sleeves on them. After Su Yuan distributed the equipment, he also assigned the monsters to the teams one by one. Among these monsters, the leaders are naturally the monsters that Su Yuan had trained before. At this moment, they seemed to have sensed that a great war was about to happen. But they had no intention of retreating, and their eyes were full of determination. Especially 007 and 520, Su Yuan even saw a hint of excitement in their eyes. Maybe this is the nature of monsters. Although the number of Su Yuan's monster army is not as large as the number of players in the Triumph Guild, this battle will definitely not be won by numbers. If it was just an army of ordinary monsters, the Triumph Guild could indeed crush them with numbers. But Su Yuan's monster army, they all have Su Yuan's brain. There is no way they can lose this battle. Su Yuan was also very excited when he saw the monster army taking shape. I think it was probably the same scene when him formed the monster army, right? Su Yuan couldn't help but start fantasizing. If one day I can create an undead army like him, this journey through time will not be in vain. However, Su Yuan was not sure whether there would be monsters like Entity 303, Null, Dreadlord, and Death Knight here. Su Yuan didn't think too much about it and could only take it one step at a time. Right now, the most important thing is to win this battle beautifully. Su Yuan looked at the monsters in front of him, and they all looked at him, as if they were waiting for his orders. Seeing this, Su Yuan looked towards the grassland camp lit by torches in the distance. It's time for you to show off. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Night has fallen, and the players of the Triumph Guild have begun their pedicure work. After the pedicure shed was improved with a small slope, there have been no more accidents. The players' guard was completely let down. In each pedicure shed, players were chatting while killing boring pedicure time. Hey, brotherly, you are the oldest one here, right? I heard that you have seen that white-eyed monster. Does he really look like Steve? Not only have I seen him, but my wolf cub scared him away. Strangely enough, that monster looks exactly like the vice president, except for his eyes, which are a bit creepy. Brotherly, you're awesome. No wonder our guild has so many wolf cubs. That monster will definitely not dare to come again. I wonder when the president will organize people to find that monster. That monster will surely drop a lot of good stuff. The president is free to make the arrangements. We don't need to worry about it. We just need to focus on the pedicure. While repairing his feet, Li Wei boasted about his achievements to the new players. Li Wei was enjoying the flattery from the players when he suddenly noticed something was wrong outside the pedicure shed. What's going on? Why hasn't the monster come over for so long? Several new players with Li Wei also discovered this and shook their heads. I don't know. We don't have any here either. Could it be that there are too many pedicure sheds and they are too close together to blame them? After hearing this, Li Wei shook his head. Not really. Wasn't he fine a few days ago? Li Wei was puzzled when he saw many players in the guild channel experiencing the same situation as them. Is there something wrong with this pedicure shed again? Why isn't it weird? It's the same here. We've been waiting for 5 minutes and there's still no monster. Could it be possible that we have killed all the monsters on this grassland? How can I possibly finish it? I guess something went wrong again. Let's wait for the guild master to fix it. Seeing more and more players starting to respond to this issue, Li Wei couldn't help it. He was impatient and wanted to see what was going on. Li Wei picked up the iron draft and dug a hole in the pedicure shed, then took a look outside. All the surrounding pedicure sheds were empty, as if the monsters had disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Li Wei looked towards the grassland in the distance. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, Li Wei was so scared that he almost peed his pants. On the grassland in the distance, one could see rows of red dots of different heights flashing and slowly approaching this side. Because the distance was too far, Li Tu couldn't see clearly what was over there. But he knew very well what those red dots represented. Those are the eyes of monsters hiding in the night. The number of red dots was outrageous. There were thousands of them in just the visible row, and in the center of this group of red dots, there were two extremely dazzling white lights flashing. Just by seeing the two beams of white light, Li Wei's body was shaken. He remembered those two beams of white light, and he remembered them very clearly. A few days ago, he had looked into the eyes of this white light. That dazzling and dangerous white light is the light emitted from the eyes of the white-eyed monster. He's coming. Li Wei stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing Li Wei's expression as if he had seen a ghost, the new players were also a little confused. Li Wei didn't have time to explain anything to them. He immediately opened the trapdoor under the pedicure shed and jumped down the passage. While running towards the guild headquarters, he gave orders on the guild channel. All players who raise wolves, bring your wolves and gather at the base. Hurry up. He's coming. Ever since the wolf cub scared away the white-eyed monster last time, Li Wei can be said to have made a great contribution thanks to the wolf cub. It's just a way to get an official position. In order to deal with the white-eyed monster, Xiaopo and his friends have been looking for and taming wolves. They also set up a special wolf warrior team. Li Wei is the leader of this team. To put it nicely, they are the wolf warrior team, but to put it bluntly, they are just a group of shit shovelers. At this moment, the players in the guild channel were all a little confused after seeing Li Wei's message. Who's here? Captain Li said he wanted to gather the wolf cubs. Could it be that the white-eyed monster is here? He dares to come. Doesn't he know how many wolves we have tamed? You came just in time. We don't have to go out and look for him. This time, we'll make sure he never comes back. Players all know that the white-eyed monsters are afraid of wolves. Since Li Wei was so anxious to gather the wolf pack, he also hurriedly said that he was coming. Players immediately thought of the white-eyed monster. Although the players knew that the white-eyed monster was coming, they were not worried at all, and some of them were even a little excited. Players have already determined that the white-eyed monster is afraid of wolves. There are now more than 1,000 wolves in the guild. These more than 1,000 wolves are enough to tear the white-eyed monster to pieces. The white-eyed monster arrived at this time, just to get killed. After Xiaopo saw Li Wei's message, he immediately asked the players on the sentry tower to find out the current situation. As the situation has been calm in recent days, the players on the sentry tower have become lazy. Their guard duty is basically a formality. They are either watching live broadcasts or browsing forums. Although there were about 10 people in the watchtower, no one was on guard at all. After receiving Xiaopo's message, the players in the watchtower immediately began to investigate the situation. When they saw the rows of densely packed red dots in the distance, they were all stunned. Report from the North Sentry Tower. There are enemies in the distance. There are many monsters. Fortunately, the players on these watchtowers do not have intensive phobia, otherwise they would have had a seizure. In the distance, rows of dense red dots were pressing towards this side like a swarm of locusts. The players on the northern tower had just finished their report when the players on the eastern, western and southern towers also sent out messages. Same thing to the east, lots of monsters? Probably over 1,000. The same goes for the west side. It's also around 1,000. There are also in the south. It's also 1-2,000. When Xiaopo heard the news, he was completely stunned. What's going on? Didn't he get scared away last time? Why is he attacking again? Hurry up, get all the players back to the base, and gather the wolf warriors together. Although Xiaopo was a little confused, he was not completely unable to think. He still placed his hopes on those wolf cubs. After all, it was those wolf cubs who scared away the white-eyed monster last time. This time, as long as we do the same thing again and scare away the white-eyed monster, the remaining monsters will be easy to deal with. Where's Steve? Get him over here. After Xiaopo gave the order, he immediately began to look for Steve's trace. Although he is the guild leader, Xiaopo basically has no command ability. In the last battle, Steve's command ability was obvious to all. At times like this, it would definitely be more reliable for Steve to take command than for himself. The vice president was here just now. How come he suddenly disappeared? Have you already gone to command before the battle? No one has seen him at all. Xiao Wu, where's your old man? How would I know? I wasn't with him. Before Li Wei sent a message on the guild channel, Steve was still in the base. Many players have seen him. In just a moment, the whole person seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. The players asked Xiao Wu, who had always been close to Steve, but he couldn't get the answer. Go find them quickly. The rest of you, put on your best equipment. It's the same as the previous battle. Those who mend the wall, hold the bows, and set up high places, form your own teams. Get ready for battle. With Steve away, the command fell entirely on Xiaopo. Xiaopo had no strategic sense, so he could only follow Steve's previous deployment. At this moment, Steve was inside the trunk of a jungle tree next to the base, overlooking the overall situation. This day has finally come. After seeing the message released by Li Wei, Steve immediately realized that the white-eyed monster was coming to reap the harvest. So he secretly left the base. The trees in the forest where he was standing were the ones he had suggested planting on Xiaopo before. There were no jungle trees here at the base, and Steve had previously suggested that Xiaopo plant some jungle trees to enrich the surrounding tree species. Xiaopo agreed without thinking much about it. This towering jungle tree is a perfect live broadcast location. The movements below the base can be seen at a glance. Although it was unfair to the players of Triumph Guild to do so, Steve had no choice but to do it. This is the only thing he can do now. Even if I wasn't here to broadcast live and command the battle, I would be powerless to save the situation. It would be better to broadcast this battle live so that players can clearly realize that they are no match for the white-eyed monster. Without the players' reckless attacks, the white-eyed monsters would find it difficult to find the players. His development will also be restricted, so that players will have a chance to compete with him after they develop. Seeing the army of monsters approaching below, Steve's heart was beating wildly. Is this his true strength? In just a few days, the strength of the white-eyed monster has changed drastically compared to before. Apart from anything else, the fact that they can control the number of monsters alone is enough to explain the problem. When he came here before, he only controlled less than 100 monsters. This time there were several thousand. There are only two possibilities for this situation. Or maybe the white-eyed monster hit its strength last time. Or maybe his strength has skyrocketed in the past few days. However, Steve is more inclined to believe that the white-eyed monster hit its strength last time. After all, everything he designed was a layout for today's massacre. Seeing the monsters getting closer, Steve sent a message to Xiaowu. You can start the live broadcast now. Steve also carefully arranged Xiaowu in the base so that he could actually relay the specific information in the base. He was broadcasting the battle situation from a god's perspective. After Xiaowu replied, Steve directly set Xiaowu's live broadcast room as his own auxiliary live broadcast room. Then he started the live broadcast directly. The title of the live broadcast room is also simple and crude. He is coming. Due to Steve's title as a great god, the live broadcast was directly pinned to the top after it was started. When players saw this title, the first thing that came to their mind was the white-eyed monster. Although there has been no news about the white-eyed monster these days, players have not forgotten him. When players entered the live broadcast room and saw the live broadcast, goosebumps instantly covered their bodies. What the hell? Are all these densely packed red dots monsters? Oh my god, I'm having intensive phobia. Were all these monsters brought here by that white-eyed monster? Hiss. He's so strong? Wasn't he only able to control more than 100 monsters before? Is the Triumph Guild going to war with the white-eyed monster? Ever since the white-eyed monster was scared away last time, there has been no news about it. The live broadcast on the grassland where Steve was originally located was never started again. The white-eyed monster seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. After Xiaopo and his friends formed the guild, they never mentioned the white-eyed monster again. The players are gradually forgetting about this matter. The live broadcast room opened by Steve once again reminded players of the terrifying monster. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room saw hordes of monsters pressing towards the city wall, although they were not actually there. But I also felt a lot of oppression. And this time was different from before. There were a huge number of monsters, and they were coming from all directions. Suddenly, it was surrounded from all sides. Has this white-eyed monster learned his lesson? He's actually going to attack us from all sides this time. Didn't the Triumph Guild have a guide on how to kill monsters without taking any damage? I guess they aren't afraid of these monsters, right? The damage-free monster spawning is only for those ordinary monsters. These monsters are obviously controlled by that white-eyed monster. How could they just stand there and be killed by them? Yes, the white-eyed monster seems to be able to control the actions of other monsters. When I met Brother Meng before, he made all the monsters freeze in place. Then we can only capture the leader first. Isn't that white-eyed monster afraid of wolves? Holy crap! Everyone, please check out the live broadcast room. The people from the Triumph Guild have such awesome equipment. The main live broadcast room and the auxiliary live broadcast room are in the same column, and many players don't pay much attention to the auxiliary live broadcast room after they come in. It was not until someone reminded them that the other players entered the attached live broadcast room. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, players from the Triumph Guild were preparing for battle. Each of the players is fully armed. About 500 people have already put on full sets of iron suits. This group of players can be considered the elite force of the Triumph Guild. The remaining players basically have 1 to 2 pieces of iron equipment. It has to be said that the equipment of the players of the Triumph Guild is already very good. It is still difficult to wear a set of iron equipment now. In the early stages of the game, players are not very good at mining, and the minerals produced in the game are not that many. Basically, players are considered to have very good development if they have 1 to 2 pieces of iron equipment. Even without going to the mines, the players of the Triumph Guild all have 1 to 2 pieces of iron equipment. There are even more than 500 people who have iron sets, which is very rare. Of course, this is all thanks to the pedicure shed. The players in the live broadcast room were all envious after seeing the equipment of the players from the Triumph Guild. Hiss, they actually have so many iron sets. Awesome! It seems like they really have a strategy for killing monsters without taking any damage. With this development, I feel like there's a battle to be fought. Indeed, I roughly counted those monsters. Maybe there are only about 4 to 5,000? The Triumph Guild is already a level 2 guild and is fully staffed. That's a full 20,000 people. I'm so envious. After this battle, we should be able to kill the white-eyed monster, right? I guess we can get a lot of good stuff. The players were discussing when they saw the perspective of the live broadcast room switch. In the live broadcast, one could see rows of wolf cubs wearing collars of various colors sitting in unison, waiting for orders. This scene undoubtedly made the players in the live broadcast room marvel again and again. What the hell? So many wolves. It looks like they are really preparing for a battle? There must be at least several hundred wolf cubs here, right? More than that, I think there are more than 1,000. This white-eyed monster must be frightened to death after seeing this scene, right? Ha 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 ha, I'm really going to be scared and roll my eyes this time. After seeing the internal perspective of the Triumph Guild, the players in the live broadcast room all felt that the Triumph Guild would be the winner of this battle. After all, they have the advantage in equipment and number of players. Plus, the white-eyed monster has a weakness, he's afraid of wolves. For this battle, the Triumph Guild prepared so many wolves to deal with the white-eyed monsters. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. As long as the white-eyed monster is subdued, the remaining monsters will be meat on the chopping board for the players of the Triumph Guild. In this battle, the wolf cubs can probably win easily. Seeing the situation inside the city wall and the comments from the players in the live broadcast room, Steve smiled helplessly. Too naive. No one knew better than Steve that these wolves had no power to suppress the white-eyed monsters at all. The previous ones were performed for them by the white-eyed monster. Soon they will be slapped in the face by the white-eyed monster. Seeing the comments from the players, Steve didn't say anything, and there was no need for him to explain. The answer will be revealed in a moment. Xiaopo was in a state of panic at the moment. Without Steve, he really didn't know how to command the battle. But he couldn't show it. After all, he was the head of the association. If he didn't even have this ability, who would listen to him in the future? At this moment, the players are all on standby, waiting for Xiaopo's command. Seeing this, Xiaopo became even more flustered. After thinking for a moment, he asked the players on the watchtower, "What's going on outside now?" The players on the watchtower responded immediately. The monster in the north is about 100 meters away from the city wall. It's about the same in the south. To the east, too. Same on the west side. Seeing the monsters getting closer and closer, the players felt a little panicked. Although everyone's equipment is pretty good and there is wolf cub, many players are fighting for the first time and have never seen such a scene. After hearing the reports from the players in the sentry tower, Xiaopo thought for a moment. Then an order was issued that was unexpected to the players. Dig up the city wall. Let the war wolf out. Catch the leader first? As long as we get rid of the white-eyed monster, those shrimp soldiers will be free supplies. Xiaopo still believed that the white-eyed monster was afraid of wolves. Therefore, after he opened the guild, he allowed players to breed and tame wolf cubs in large numbers. It's all for this battle. This is why he issued such an order. Before, he had been arranging players' battles according to Steve's previous deployment, which had caused many players to begin to question his ability. Xiaopo naturally didn't want to be looked down upon, so he gave such an order. When the players heard Xiaopo give such an order, they were all stunned. Although everyone knows that the white-eyed monster is afraid of wolves, the fact that it took the initiative to open the city gate when facing the monster attacking the city is really surprising. Open the city gate. Really? If we open the city gate, won't those monsters be like entering our own home? What are you afraid of? With the wolf cub here, how dare the white-eyed monster come in? The strategies for killing monsters without taking any damage were all thought up by the boss. What are you afraid of? Although many players questioned Xiaopo's strategy, they had no say. At times like this they can only obey orders. Seeing this, Xiaopo shouted regardless of the players' doubts. Open the city gates. Release the dogs. That they had built with great effort. The players' behavior looked funny and ridiculous. Generally, when encountering a siege, the people will defend the city gates to the death. The players of the Triumph Guild, on the other hand, dug open the city gate themselves. The players in the live broadcast room couldn't hold it anymore when they saw this. This is really an outrageous mother opening the door for an outrageous person. It's outrageous to the extreme. This isn't just outrageous, this is monstrous. My door is always open and I am waiting for you. The one above, how can you send a voice message? This command can only be described as ingenious, unique. Don't dig it. The actions of the leader of the Triumph Guild are still a bit too advanced. At least I can't understand it. Isn't he a big shot? He was the one who came up with the strategy for killing monsters without taking any damage. His thinking must be different from that of ordinary people like us, right? He should be thinking of taking the initiative. After all, there are so many wolves here. Besides, they have the advantage in numbers. There is really no need to hide in there and fight like this. I don't understand, but I am deeply shocked. I won't comment on it. Let's wait and see. Many players in the live broadcast room are not optimistic about the behavior of the Triumph Guild. But it is said online that the president of the Triumph Guild is very awesome, and everyone also knows that the strategy of killing monsters without taking any damage was thought up by him. The big guy's way of thinking is different from that of ordinary players, so even if the players are not optimistic, they will express it very tactfully. After all, if this method really works, the clown will be me. When Steve saw Xiaopo's outrageous move, he was so angry that he laughed. He really didn't expect that Xiaopo would do such a stupid thing. It seems that my judgment of people is still not very good. I just thought he was ordinary before, but now it seems that ordinary is an overestimation of him. Xiaopo's behavior can be said to be extremely stupid. No matter what the considerations were, it was impossible to come up with the strategy of opening the city wall. Steve let out a long sigh and suddenly felt relieved. That's good, at least it can be over soon. Xiaopo's approach undoubtedly accelerated the efficiency of the group's annihilation. But Steve didn't care. The ending would be the same anyway, and finishing it quickly would also allow Steve to complete his mission quickly. With the joint efforts of the players of the Triumph Guild, a large gap was dug in the 5-layer thick city wall in less than 2 minutes. After digging open the city wall, a strong sense of oppression suddenly came over me. It was at this moment that the players witnessed with their own eyes what a monster siege looked like. Not far away, the monsters were like a well-trained army. They were classified and stood according to their types, approaching the city wall step by step. The leader was naturally the terrifying white-eyed monster. He took the lead, walking slowly towards the city wall with leisurely steps. Although he was about to engage in battle with his troops, his pace was as casual as if he was strolling in his own living room. It seemed as if he didn't take these players seriously at all. The eyes emitting a blazing white light revealed endless murderous intent and a strong sense of disdain. When the players inside the city wall saw the white-eyed monster, many of them instantly felt like retreating. This white-eyed monster, isn't the sense of oppression too strong? I didn't believe he had thoughts before, but I saw it with my own eyes and realized it was real. The look in his eyes, that was definitely not the look that could be expressed by a string of code. Oh my god, the look in his eyes, it feels like he doesn't take us seriously at all. Is he really afraid of wolves? Open your eyes and take a look. Does he look like he's afraid of wolves? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, these players would have no idea of the oppression and shock that the white-eyed monster brought to them. Although players are well aware that this is just a game. But I don't know why, just seeing his appearance and his expression, a chill gradually rose from the soles of my feet. This is definitely not something a monster or a boss can do. He is like a high and mighty devil, looking down on everything. Players can clearly read his emotions from his eyes. The look in his eyes showed that he didn't take the players seriously at all. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room could not see the appearance of the white-eyed monster clearly, but I can feel his expression and momentum. The powerful aura of the white-eyed monster instantly infected the players in the live broadcast room. This momentum. I can feel the pressure even through the screen. Damn, there's something I don't know whether I should say this or not. He's so handsome. He's really handsome. Damn, it makes me want to rebel. Didn't you notice that he gave off a different vibe than the last time he showed up? Found it? Even though I can't see his face clearly, I feel like he has a murderous aura. Even though the players in the live broadcast room couldn't see the appearance of the white-eyed monster clearly, they all felt the strong murderous aura, let alone the players from the Triumph Guild who were personally experiencing the scene. At this moment, Xiaopo, who was inside the city wall, took a breath when he saw the white-eyed monster. Although Xiaopo had seen the white-eyed monster before, it was because Xiaopo had seen him before that he felt a chill when he saw him again. The look of the white-eyed monster before is completely different from the look now. Before, he seemed to be restrained and there was no sign of hostility at all. At this moment, his murderous aura could no longer be concealed, and it came straight at him through his eyes emitting white light. This white-eyed monster is like a completely different person? Xiaopo's heart was beating wildly. Just one look at this white-eyed monster made him lose his fighting spirit. Originally, he thought that with the wolf cub and so many well-equipped players around, he would not lose the battle even if his command was poor. At this moment, seeing the look in the white-eyed monster's eyes, he immediately realized that he seemed too naive. I'm afraid we can't win this battle. Damn it. Never mind. Fight him. Xiaopo must not show any weakness at this moment. As the leader of a group, if he had the idea of retreating at this moment, he would lose all his face. After Xiaopo thought about this, he immediately gritted his teeth and started to give orders. Wolf warriors, attack me. Xiaopo still placed his hope on these wolf cubs. After all, this is the only hope. After hearing the order from Xiaopo, the players of the wolf warriors immediately ordered the wolf cubs to slowly approach the white-eyed monster. It must be said that the Triumph Guild players' action of opening the city wall really scared Su Yuan. Regarding this war, he envisioned many strategies for the players to deal with it. But I never expected that they would actually pack it and deliver it to my door. Seeing the wolves gradually approaching, Su Yuan was also relieved. It seems that my acting skills are really good. Su Yuan glanced at the wolf pack and couldn't help but feel excited. I'm looking forward to their expressions later. At this moment, these wolf cubs are undoubtedly the hope of the players. Players are well aware that hard power is no match for the white-eyed monster, so they placed their hopes on these wolf cubs. If the wolf cub can successfully scare away or kill the white-eyed monster, then they will win the battle. Su Yuan was naturally very clear about this, and he also knew that the players would use the wolf cubs to deal with him. What Su Yuan didn't expect was that they actually found so many wolf cubs and let them attack from the beginning. It seems that Su Yuan's previous acting skills were indeed deeply rooted in people's hearts. After thinking about this, Su Yuan suddenly became addicted to acting. Since you guys like it so much, it would be a bit unreasonable not to show it to you again. The wolf cub slowly approached the white-eyed monster. The white-eyed monster did not stop and led the monster army towards this side. As the distance between the two sides was getting closer, the players' spirits became extremely tense. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Seeing that the two sides were about to face each other, the white-eyed monster continued to move forward. The players were disappointed. What's going on? How dare he move forward? Isn't he afraid of wolves? Why hasn't he been scared away yet? Is it because there are so many monsters behind you that you are not afraid? Damn it, was he just acting before? The players' hearts were in their throats. Seeing that the white-eyed monster faced the wolf pack without showing any fear, the hope in my heart was instantly extinguished. Just when the white-eyed monster was only 5 meters away from the wolf pack. But things have changed. The white-eyed monster frowned in disgust when he saw the wolf cubs, just like the first time. He finally stopped and no longer approached. After the players saw the look in the white-eyed monster's eyes, they finally let out a sigh of relief. He's scared? He's scared. Damn it, I'm so scared. I thought he was just acting to trick us before. It seems that the wolf cub is still useful. Are you scared now? Take your little luo and get out of here. Isn't this white-eyed monster short-sighted? It can't see the wolf cub until it's so close. Seeing this scene, the tense nerves of the players in the live broadcast room also relaxed. It's good that you're scared now. The triumphant guild should have won. How strange. Why do I feel scared only when we are so close? It should be this close that the wolf cub can threaten him, right? Although players saw the expression on the white-eyed monster's face, they still felt it was a bit strange. You're only scared when you're so close? Is this white-eyed monster a person with severe myopia? At this moment, although the players of the Triumph Guild were a little confused, they did not have time to think too much. When the players of the Wolf Warriors saw the white-eyed monster, they showed fear and immediately ordered the wolf cubs to attack. 15 bones, this time I'll give you some meat. Ziobai, do you still remember it? Bite it for me. Have you seen your dinner? Come on. The players of the Wolf Warriors were giving orders to their respective wolf cubs one by one. Logically speaking, once they give the order, the wolf cubs will execute it immediately. But after they gave the order, the entire grassland became surprisingly peaceful. As a minute passed, the wolf cubs still stood there motionless. The players of the Wolf Warriors were all a little confused when they saw this. What's going on? Urgu, do you still want to eat meat? Hurry up and give it to me. 15 bones, you ungrateful BD. You ate so many of my bones and didn't do any work. Just when everyone in the Wolf Warrior unit was working hard to train the wolves, I saw the white-eyed monster slowly walking up to the group of wolf cubs. Before the players could react, they saw the white-eyed monster glance at the wolf pack and then droop its palm downwards. I saw the group of wolf cubs in front of me sitting down in unison. When the players saw this scene, they were all stunned, their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? What's going on? What the hell is going on? What are these ungrateful bastards doing? Damn it! Isn't he afraid of wolves? AFK, are these wolves traitors? How is this possible? We domesticated all these wolves ourselves. How could they possibly listen to his orders? At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room were instantly excited when they saw this scene. Oh my god, what the hell is this plot? I'm stunned. Isn't he afraid of the wolf? Why would the wolf listen to him? I feel that we were fooled by him. The grassland was eerily quiet at this moment. What was happening before the players was beyond their imagination, and they were all in a daze at the moment. At this moment, all eyes fell on the white-eyed monster. He slowly bent down and touched the head of a wolf cub in front of him, with a satisfied expression on his face. After saying that, the white-eyed monster looked up at the players inside the city wall. His eyes were full of contempt and there was a strange smile on his face. Seeing the white-eyed monster's eyes and his weird smile, all the players felt their scalps tingling. It was only then that they realized they had been cheated. The white-eyed monster's previous expression of fear of the wolf was all fake. He is not afraid of wolves at all. He can even control them. At this moment, when the players saw this weird smile, their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. It's over. It's all over. I'm so stupid. How could a monster of this strength be afraid of wolves? AFK, he deceived everyone. At this moment, the scene in Xiao Wu's live broadcast room gave Steve a huge shock. Although he had expected all this, but he never expected that the white-eyed monster would play tricks on the players in the same way again. He completely grasped the hearts of the players. Give them hope first, and then extinguish the fire of hope without leaving any room for it. With his strength, he doesn't need to act out this act if he wants to kill the players. But he did it anyway. The purpose of doing this is simple, which is to crush the players' morale. Let the players realize that what they think is the last hope is given to them by themselves. But this hope actually does not exist at all. Thinking of this, Steve's body couldn't help but tremble. Just imagine if I had been deceived by him in the beginning, how desperate would I be facing him now? Devil. He is simply a devil. The live broadcast room, which had been extremely active with comments just now, was now as silent as death. For a moment, the barrage was empty. When the players reacted, they all felt a chill down their spines. If I'm not mistaken, he was laughing just now, right? Yes, you read it right, he is indeed smiling. Although I can't see his face clearly, his expression is full of contempt and disdain. This is FG terrifying? Was this a character he designed for himself that was afraid of wolves? I really can't imagine how desperate I would be if I were there. Being killed instantly and losing equipment are minor matters. The key point is that he has us all in his hands. Damn, this feeling is really unpleasant. Is he really being led by the nose? This monster with white eyes is too scheming. Even the players in the live broadcast room felt suffocated, let alone the players of the Triumph Guild who were on the battlefield. When they saw the playful expression on the white-eyed monster's face, they realized how stupid they had been. The players' fighting spirit was directly crushed by the drama performed by the white-eyed monster. Their only hope was the wolves, but in the end, this hope was deliberately left for them by the white-eyed monster. In other words, from the beginning to the end, they had no chance of winning at all. Whether in terms of strength or mind, the white-eyed monster crushed them directly. Damn it, what the hell is this? I've worked so hard for so many days on this equipment, and now it's going to be back to its original state. It's really ridiculous. We really showed our ability to overestimate our own capabilities to the fullest. We must look like clowns to him, right? The players had long lost the mood to fight, and they all turned their eyes towards the small slope. As members of the guild, they naturally cannot act on their own. They hoped very much that Xiaopo would give the order to retreat. You can't beat him in a fight anyway, so if you run, you might be able to keep your equipment. Seeing this scene, Xiaopo wanted to quit his job. The wolf pack is his only trump card, and now the wolf pack has directly rebelled. There is no point in continuing this battle. But when he saw the looks from the players, Xiaopo hesitated again. How embarrassing would it be if I just ran away like this? If they surrender without even fighting, the guild's reputation will be ruined. Xiaopo finally established such a large guild and spent a lot of effort. He naturally didn't want all his efforts to go to waste. Damn it, we have to give it a try no matter what. Xiaopo is in a high position, so his ideas are naturally different from those of the players. Players want to keep their equipment, so they don't want to fight. But Xiaopo wanted to save his face and the reputation of the guild. If you lose your equipment, you can get it back, but if you lose your face, it is difficult to get it back. Thinking of this, Xiaopo immediately began to give orders. Elite troops, push forward. You have iron sleeves. The explosion won't take away much of your blood. We have 20,000 people. These monsters only have 5,000 at most. We didn't get all that equipment for nothing. Let them see what the fourth calamity is. After Xiaopo gave the orders, although the players were very reluctant, they had to obey. For now, all we can do is throw the jar into the ground. The elite troops wearing full iron suits were the first to rush to the front, each holding a sword and an iron shield. The combat effectiveness seems to be good. After all, the armor provided by the whole set of iron suit is still very high. Even the creeper can't do much damage, and with the help of the iron shield, you can still resist these monsters. Seeing that the players of the Triumph Guild were ready to fight to the death, the players in the live broadcast room also gradually became more aggressive. Right? We can't admit defeat. With such good equipment, even if we can't deal with the white-eyed monsters, it would be good to kill a few more little Luoluas. That white-eyed monster is too arrogant? We need to dampen his arrogance? We can't let him win so easily. We players are not easy to bully. Even if we can't kill you, we will bite off a chunk of your flesh. In a war, momentum determines everything. So before every battle, the leader would go on stage and say some inspiring words to motivate the soldiers. At this moment, the players of the Triumph Guild have given up hope. But they are all determined to fight to the death. Just when the players are mentally prepared to fight to the death, suddenly, a group of monsters emerged from the east and west sides. These monsters were the same ones that attacked the east, west, and south walls before. They should have been called back by the white-eyed monster. It seems that the white-eyed monster is also ready to fight. When the players of the Triumph Guild saw the monsters coming, they did not dare to act rashly. It was not until the monsters slowly approached that they could see their appearance clearly. The group of monsters was divided into 3 teams. Each team has a monster standing in front of the team. The 3 monsters were a zombie, a small zombie and a guardian. After the 3 monsters came over, they immediately got close to the side of the white-eyed monster. Only then did the players see their appearance clearly. These 3 monsters are fully armed. The zombie and the little zombie were both wearing a set of crystal clear equipment that shone with blue light. The guard was wearing an iron suit and holding an axe emitting blue light in his hand. All the players were dumbfounded when they saw this. These monsters are still wearing equipment. What is that equipment that emits blue light? It looks so powerful. That seems like diamond equipment. Hiss. Diamond equipment? Monsters all have diamond equipment. The game is in its early stages, and many players don't even have an iron set, let alone a diamond set. In addition, the output of diamonds in the game is not high, and few players have seen them so far. Most players know what diamonds look like by reading posts from big guys on the forum. With the current progress of the game, having a diamond sword is already a feat that everyone admires. What's more, it's a complete set of diamonds. A single diamond is already something that players covet, but at this moment, the monster on the opposite side is actually wearing a complete set of diamond equipment. The players of the Triumph Guild were stunned when they saw this. With the existence of the pedicure shed, they thought they were doing well enough with their iron suits, but they didn't expect that the equipment of a monster's little brother had reached the level they had always dreamed of. Damn it! We worked so hard for so many days, but in the end, we are worse than a monster. Diamond suit, that's a diamond suit. His little brothers are all wearing diamond suits. Ha ha ha, seeing their equipment, I almost want to rebel. Brother Bian, how about you take me in? Honestly, is it really necessary to continue this battle? The players of the Triumph Guild thought they could barely fight on with the advantage of their equipment. But at this moment, seeing the equipment on these monster leaders, they wanted to die. They thought they could crush their opponents with their equipment, but they didn't expect that they would be the ones being crushed. The two sets of diamond equipment shone with dazzling blue light in the night, but this blue light was extremely dazzling in the eyes of the triumphant guilds. This light directly hurt their hearts. After the three leading monsters came over, the monsters behind them also gradually came over. Except for those monsters that cannot wear equipment, basically all the monsters in the first row are wearing a full set of iron suits. The little Luo-Luos behind basically also have 1 to 2 pieces of iron equipment. Upon seeing this, the players from the triumphant guild all shook their heads and smiled bitterly in frustration. Don't stop me. I'm going to Gotham City to fight Batman. I really feel a little ridiculous. I was so complacent before that I thought I was well equipped. Damn it, I've played so many games, but for the first time I'm worse than a little monster. I'm tired, destroy it. At this moment, after the players in the live broadcast room saw the equipment on these monsters, the screen was filled with question marks and exclamation marks. WTF? What the hell is this? Is this reasonable? Diamond suit? Diamond suit? The monsters are all wearing diamond suits. I originally thought that the people in the Triumph Guild were well equipped, but after seeing the equipment on these monsters, I'm sorry, I'm ignorant. Brother Bjorn, can you accept me as your younger brother? I will do my best for you. Consider me. I can revive infinitely. Today, my outrageous mother is getting impatient. She has come home too many times. This is an all-round crush. Stop fighting, surrender. At this moment, even Steve swallowed his saliva when he saw the equipment on these monsters. I still underestimated his strength. In Steve's eyes, the white-eyed monster is already very powerful, but he still didn't expect that the white-eyed monster could do this. He not only has great strength, but also has extraordinary leadership. No one can match his planning and layout of the war. And, what's even more outrageous is, he knows the game extremely well, whether it was the previous understanding of wolves, the pedicure shed that was built, or the equipment on the monsters now, all of them reflect his understanding of the game. Just by observing the weapons in the monster's hands, all of which are axes, you can tell that he has a deep understanding of the game. Most players who make weapons will make swords. For everyone, an axe is used to chop down trees. But only those who have studied the game carefully know that the axe has higher attack power than the sword and is more suitable as a weapon. Thinking of this, Steve felt goosebumps all over his body. This white-eyed monster is so scary. Even if he doesn't have those powerful skills and can't control monsters, it would probably be easy to defeat these people. With his scheming and understanding of the game alone, he can easily win over everyone. With the current level of players, they probably can't even deal with the little Luo beside him. I hope I won't meet him again. Steve used to think that if he improved himself gradually, he might be able to compete with the white-eyed monster. But at this moment, it seems that it is impossible. His strength is already far ahead of the players, and he is continuing to grow and develop just like the players. It is estimated that players will never be able to catch up with him. Although blocking his source of growth from killing players will indeed slow down his development. But even if he develops slowly, it is still much faster than the players. But this can be seen from the equipment of the monsters under his command. At this moment, the players of the Triumph Guild lost the desire to fight after seeing the equipment of these leader monsters. The monsters gradually approached this side, and many old players saw the appearance of these leader monsters. I was shocked again. What the hell? That little zombie. I think I know him. That's the little zombie that broke into the pedicure shed and attacked us earlier, right? FK? It's really it? I remember it. It has a scar on the right side of its face. Holy crap. I also know that zombie wearing a diamond suit. It's the one that attacked us before. The black-skinned gym student zombie. Hiss. Come to think of it, that Enderman looks familiar to me too. It's the Enderman with that lewd smile. We remember this Ziobai too. 2 of its ribs were broken. It was the one that killed us before. Many of the first veteran players who used the pedicure shed recognized these leading monsters at a glance. Although the monsters in the game look similar, there are subtle differences. Take zombies for example. Some zombies are missing arms and legs, and some have rotten faces and bodies. Some have dark green skin, and some have purple skin. Because the previous incident at the pedicure shed was so strange, many players also remember the appearance of the monsters that killed them. Seeing these monsters again at this moment, they finally understood what was going on. These monsters that killed us have become monster leaders. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? He definitely did what happened before. Since he had already taken action, why didn't he massacre the city that day? Why did he have to wait until today? Is he training his troops? What the hell? Does that mean that we are only good enough to serve as sparring partners for his soldiers? Although he didn't say anything, what he did was too damn insulting. It turns out that from the very beginning, he didn't take us seriously at all. Until they saw the monsters that attacked them again, the players' self-esteem was completely shattered. It turned out that the white-eyed monster never took them seriously from the beginning to the end. The players were like toys in his hands, at his mercy. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room were all confused after hearing the discussion of the players from the Triumph Guild. What do you mean you've seen these monster leaders before? What is this past thing they keep talking about? They seemed very surprised. What happened? After Xiaopo discovered the strategy for the pedicure shed, he stopped players from live streaming. Therefore, the players in the live broadcast room naturally didn't know what happened before. Seeing this, Steve immediately came out to explain. Don't worry, everyone. After the battle is over, I will tell you all the whole story. After hearing what Steve said, the players in the live broadcast room became more curious. From the tone of Steve, it seems like this matter is not simple. During the live broadcast earlier, when the white-eyed monster was scared away by the wolf, I said there was something wrong. There must be something big going on here. Could it be that all of this was planned in advance by that white-eyed monster? Hiss, is this true? Isn't this too scary? Damn, this is terrifying when you think about it. Damn, I'm getting more and more curious. What happened these days to make the people of the Triumph Guild so scared? After Steve finished speaking, many players guessed that this battle should have been carefully designed by the white-eyed monster. But they don't know the details. After all, the players of the Triumph Guild had not been broadcasting live, and they didn't know what had happened. The only information they could get was that the Triumph Guild had developed a strategy for killing monsters without taking any damage. What they don't know is that even the strategy for killing monsters in Wushuan was provided to the players of the Triumph Guild by the white-eyed monster. Steve saw the players' speculations and couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. You're scared just like that. I don't know how they will react when I tell them the truth. The players felt terrified just by making a few guesses. Steve was also very curious about what they would do after he told them the whole story. However, the players' reactions made Steve feel a little more at ease. After only guessing this much, they realized that this monster was something they could not touch. If the whole truth is revealed at that time, no player will try to fight against the white-eyed monster. Then Steve's live broadcast purpose was achieved. After learning part of the truth, the players of the Triumph Guild have lost all their fighting spirit. Everything was designed by the white-eyed monster. They were like chess pieces in the hands of the white-eyed monster, moving step by step towards his expectations. At this moment, the white-eyed monster wanted to move the chess piece out of the board, but for him, it was just a matter of raising his hand. Easy. The players of the Triumph Guild have now recognized the facts, and many of them no longer have the desire to resist. I just hope this battle ends soon. After all, facing this monster with white eyes, every time I look at him, I feel an invisible sense of humiliation. Seeing that the players had completely lost their fighting spirit, Yuan stopped wasting time. He teleported to the wall of the Triumph Guild. He looked down at the battle below. Then he raised his hand and waved. Kill. The cold voice echoed across the grassland. The deep voice was devoid of any emotion. But this voice echoed in the ears of the players of the Triumph Guild like a death knell. As soon as Yuan finished speaking, the monsters under the city wall launched an attack. The leaders 007 and 520 took the lead and rushed directly into the crowd. Each of them has a set of diamond equipment, and they are also very powerful. After rushing into the group of players, it was like entering an empty space. One swing can take away a player wearing iron suit. What the hell is this attack? Even a whole set of iron suits was killed in 1 second. Hiss. That little zombie is so fast. I can't even see where he is. Hurry up and use the shield. Use the shield if you raise it high. The players couldn't withstand the zombie army led by 007 and 520, so they started to build high walls. In order to prevent Xiaobai from shooting them down, they all raised their shields. At this moment, Xiaohei, with a lewd smile, suddenly appeared behind them from somewhere. What's even more terrifying is that it was holding a creeper in its hand that was flashing and about to explode. The players had no time to react before they heard a loud bang. The player who was standing high was blown down directly. What the hell is this? Enderman with a creeper. Mobile, targeted blasting, right. Damn it, how can we fight this? Players immediately discovered that even if they raised their shields, it had no effect at all. Either they would be blown down by the black missile, or they would be attacked from behind by the white missile. Some players also build very high, trying to avoid attacks from whitebait and creeper. But they found that several annoying ghosts appeared behind them at some point and knocked them down in an instant. There are also many players who tried to dig 3 and fill 1. But it was soon blown through by the creeper brought by Xiaohei. The players in the live broadcast room all gasped after seeing the battle situation on the scene. These monsters, are they too damn strong? Enderman brings creepers, how could that white-eyed monster think of that? This is outrageous. How can we fight this? I can't fight back, and I can't run away. It's so hopeless. I didn't expect to be forced into such a situation by a monster. The scary thing is, this is when that white-eyed monster doesn't even join the battle. It's really too tragic. I can't bear to watch it anymore. At this moment, the players of the Triumph Guild could neither fight nor escape. The players were completely annoyed. Since we are all going to die, we have to take a few people with us. If we want to drag someone down with us, we must drag in the leading monsters. After all, he was raised by a white-eyed monster. Damn it, I'm going to fight them. AFK, we have to fight to the death no matter what. We can revive after we die. These monsters are gone once they die. Brothers, don't hide. Kill one and you'll win. Fight them. Right? Gather together and kill those leaders. It won't be a loss even if we die. At this moment, the players of the Triumph Guild also gathered together and surrounded the monsters 007, 520, 88, and 233, although they can only withstand one attack from these monsters. But fortunately, there are many people. As long as someone can take advantage of the chaos to hit these monsters, they can slowly kill one by relying on the advantage of numbers. As long as they can kill one of them, they won't lose. After everyone in the Triumph Guild worked together, they immediately surrounded 007, 520, 101 and other monsters that could not teleport. They charged forward desperately, swinging their weapons hard. I didn't expect that their desperate move would actually work. On average, for every 10 players that die, 1 player is able to attack the monster. Although the blows did not hurt much on their diamond armor, there were too many players. After the players' unremitting efforts, after a while, they saw that the health of monsters such as 007 and 520 was only half left. The players of the Triumph Guild became excited upon seeing this. There's hope. Brothers, our health is below half. Try harder. Just keep doing this. If we keep grinding for a while, we'll kill them. The players of the Triumph Guild were also pushed into a corner. Even a desperate dog will jump over the wall, let alone these players with blood. They didn't think about whether they could win the battle. Even if they died, they had to make this white-eyed monster pay a heavy price. We must not let him win this battle so easily. The players in the live broadcast room saw the players of the Triumph Guild fighting hard, and their hearts were also ignited by them. These are real men. Come on. Defeat some of the little bosses. Right? That's it. We can't let this white-eyed monster win so easily. Damn it, this is a game dominated by us players, let him see our resilience. Come on. Try to get those 2 diamond sets out. Monsters cannot be resurrected, so killing one is a win. Come on everyone. Great. They're almost out of health after using up their power like this. Try harder. After seeing their strategy paying off, the players of the Triumph Guild became more and more motivated. They continued to use human wave tactics to slowly deplete the blood volume of these leader monsters. Just as the players were fighting more and more courageously, a glass bottle fell from the sky. The glass bottle hit the head of the monster leader they were besieging. The liquid in the glass bottle instantly soaked the leader monster's skin. The players of the Triumph Guild hadn't figured out what it was yet. Then I saw the monster's health instantly restored to full value. The players of the Triumph Guild were all dumbfounded when they saw this. They looked at each other. There was a look of disbelief on their faces. What was that just now? That's a potion. It looks like a witch's potion? What the hell? Where did that potion come from? The players of the Triumph Guild raised their heads and looked towards the city wall. Only then did they discover the source of the potion. The white-eyed monster standing on the city wall raised his hand, and a bottle of potion appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then he threw it at the bleeding monster below. After the monster was given the potion, its health was immediately restored to full value. Seeing the white-eyed monster's ability to turn into medicine out of thin air, the morale of the players of the Triumph Guild was instantly dampened. AFK, isn't this too outrageous? He's also a wet nurse. Damn it, how can we fight this? I finally managed to reduce half of my health, but now it's full of healers. He is so cruel, he really doesn't leave us any hope at all. Alright, I get it. I'm going to commit suicide now, okay. The players of the Triumph Guild had just begun to feel some hope, but it was immediately extinguished again. The most annoying thing is that they never plan to win. They just want to be ghosts and drag a few monsters to accompany them. Even this small wish was directly strangled by the white-eyed monster. At this point, the players of the Triumph Guild had completely given up. Their confidence has been completely worn away. This is no longer a war, it's a one-sided massacre. In fact, death is not scary. What makes players feel terrified is that their every step is calculated by the white-eyed monster. He even took into account the fact that the players might suddenly decide to besiege these leader monsters. Moreover, the white-eyed monster completely grasped their mentality. As soon as the monster loses blood, he can immediately take action to restore the monster's blood. But he didn't do it. He just wants to see the players' hopes rise, and then extinguish them completely. This has happened too many times. This is simply a destruction and trampling of the players' hearts. It's enough to experience such ups and downs of emotions once. In just 10 minutes, the players endured it several times. Anyone would be upset. The players of the Triumph Guild also understood at this moment. At this moment, the best relief is to give up resistance and wait for death. The players of the Triumph Guild also understood this. They lost their will to fight and stopped attacking, allowing themselves to be slaughtered by the monsters. Across the battlefield, the despair of the Triumph Guild players was about to overflow the screen. The players in the live broadcast room couldn't bear to watch any longer after seeing this scene. It's so despair. Fortunately, I'm not there. This monster with white eyes really has a firm grasp on people's hearts. He gives them hope time and time again, and then extinguishes it with his own hands. I'm scared. I'm really scared. This feeling of being controlled is so uncomfortable. I hope I don't run into him in the future. Otherwise I'll be tortured to the point of having psychological problems. Even I feel nervous watching the live broadcast, let alone those who are actually there. Seeing this, Steve no longer wanted to continue the live broadcast. Although he was not on the battlefield, he felt unwell just by looking at it. It's so uncomfortable, the feeling is so depressing. Every time the players fight the monster, they are insulted by him. But the players can't do anything. I finally came up with some strategies to deal with the situation, but ended up being led by the nose and insulted again. No matter what methods the players used, they were always under his suppression and could never turn things around. This feeling is so depressing that it even makes people want to quit playing the game. Who has ever felt so frustrated playing a game? Being suppressed and beaten by a monster, he had no power to fight back. If it was just a matter of overwhelming strength, it would be fine, as strength can be developed slowly. The main thing is that this is a complete crushing of IQ. I can't be reborn again, right? If Steve didn't have something important to do, he would never continue the live broadcast. Fortunately, the players of the Triumph Guild also realized this and gave up resisting. The battle should be over soon. After the players of the Triumph Guild completely gave up resistance, in less than 20 minutes, the entire battle was over. At this moment, there was no one alive on the entire grassland except Steve. Xiao Wu's first-person live broadcast room was closed early. Players can only switch to the main live broadcast room to watch the entire battle results. At this moment, the monsters are cleaning up the battlefield. All the equipment dropped by the players was worn by the monsters. Throughout the entire battle, the monsters' losses were negligible. Probably only lost 200 to 300. At the beginning of the battle, it is basically the monsters with equipment that participate in the battle. Once the players gave up resisting, the monsters that didn't have much equipment came out to reap the rewards. This is naturally the deployment of the wide-eyed monster. He wants to gain the greatest benefit with the least loss. Seeing the ruins of the Triumph Guild, the players in the live broadcast room fell silent. At this moment they didn't know what to say, as if anything would be redundant. Seeing that the battle had finally come to an end, Steve breathed a sigh of relief, then switched the view to the third-person perspective and said solemnly, "Okay, it's time to sort things out with everyone." Seeing Steve's serious expression, the players also made some mental preparations in their hearts. In this battle, Steve did not step down to command, but came out to broadcast live, which made many people feel that something was wrong. Next, as Steve said before, he would tell everyone the whole story. This proves that this matter is far from as simple as the players see. This is what makes players feel scared. Just watching the content of the live broadcast, the players felt shocked enough. And Steve gave people the feeling that there was more to this matter, and there were more things they didn't know. The players really couldn't imagine how outrageous this matter would be. After all, the war just now has refreshed their cognition. Looking at Steve's expression, I have a bad feeling. Did Steve know that this battle could not be won? Otherwise, why didn't he go down to command but instead broadcast live? Damn, I'm so confused. Something must have happened during this period. I want to hear it but I'm scared. We've already seen the battle we just watched. Is there anything else we can't withstand? I think if you tell me now that the white-eyed monster is the GM, I probably won't be surprised at all. It makes sense. Indeed, after watching the battle just now, everything seems reasonable now. The players in the live broadcast room obviously haven't realized how terrible the truth is. They just felt that what they had just seen was shocking enough, and even if Steve said something else, it would definitely be within their acceptable range. Steve let out a long sigh and told the story. It was the white-eyed monster I encountered first. I'll just call him that here. When I first met him, I posted a message saying that he was thoughtful. Because he didn't kill me the first time he met me. I don't know whether this was his original plan or not, but I was the only one left alive. Then I posted about it, and many people came to this grassland out of curiosity about him. After Steve said this, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If I hadn't posted that post, I guess so many people wouldn't have come here. The white-eyed monsters will not grow stronger by killing these players. This also made Steve begin to wonder whether the initial encounter was also designed by the white-eyed monster. After thinking about this, Steve couldn't help but sigh and continued. Then there was the manga live broadcast incident that everyone knows about. The follow-up to Brother Mang's live broadcast was the monster's first attack on the city. Someone was broadcasting the entire battle live at the time. I believe everyone still remembers the battle situation at that time. After hearing this, the players all began to slowly recall. Yes, I remember that he was not that strong at that time. I think he controlled more than 100 monsters at that time. Is it the time when he was scared away by the wolf cub? Now that I think about it, his acting skills were really good. I remember that the battle was led by Steve, and all the monsters were wiped out. Seeing the players' comments, Steve nodded in response and continued. I was in command of the battle at that time. There were several suspicious points in the battle at that time. First, due to my negligence, I only defended the north, leaving the east, west, and south open. He happened to only attack one side, but he breached the city wall from multiple points. Since he knew how to attack from multiple points, why didn't he think of attacking from multiple sides? Second, he let the monsters attack first, and then attacked after the monsters died. With his intelligence, how could he make such a decision? Third, he is so strong that wolves can't pose any danger to him at all, but he is afraid of wolves. Combining these 3 points, we can see that these are all loopholes he left intentionally. In the previous battle, he deliberately let us win. After Steve said this, the players in the live broadcast room did not feel surprised. This is something they have been able to think of. After all, it can be seen from the fact that he was able to control the wolf just now that everything before was just acting. But what the players don't know is why he is acting in this drama and what his purpose is. Many players immediately raised their doubts. Seeing the players' questions, Steve immediately answered them. His purpose is to attract more people here. After saying this, Steve asked everyone back. I think everyone knows that the Triumph Guild has developed a strategy to kill monsters without taking any damage, right? When the players heard Steve ask this, they were all a little confused. I know, why do you suddenly bring this up? Could this matter also be related to him? Could it be that he was the one who revealed the strategy to kill monsters without taking any damage? How is it possible? Why would he do such a thing? Isn't this harming his monster brother? Steve suddenly mentioned the strategy for killing monsters without taking any damage, and many players thought that this matter should be related to the white-eyed monster. But I also feel it is too absurd. From the perspective of the white-eyed monster, isn't this behavior just shooting oneself in the foot? Seeing that a player had brought it up, Steve nodded and affirmed. Yes, he was the one who taught Xiaopo the strategy of killing monsters without taking any damage. He did this in order to get Xiaopo to spread this method so that more people would gather on the grassland and slaughter more people in one fell swoop. Obviously, Xiaopo completed his layout very well. As he spoke, Steve sent the picture of the trapdoor passage he and his friends had encountered before to the live broadcast room. Then he told the players the results of his and his friends' analysis. With Steve's patient explanation and analysis, the players finally believed what Steve said. After believing it, all the players fell silent. It took them a long time to come to their senses. I can't describe it anymore. I thought the battle just now was shocking enough. FK, who on earth is he? This layout is really one link after another, it's impossible to defend against it. The key is that everything is going perfectly according to his plan. This is the most terrifying thing. According to what Steve said, Xiaopo is just an ordinary player. He can control his psychology so well, which means he can control the psychology of most people. This is too scary. He really knows people's minds thoroughly. After all, he is so cruel that he is willing to sacrifice his compatriots' lives to achieve his goal. This is the perfect leader. The layout of this battle feels like it's already textbook level. Seeing that the players believed what he said, Steve finally breathed a sigh of relief. What he fears most is that players don't believe him and think that everything is just his imagination. However, after this battle, I believe players will no longer underestimate the white-eyed monsters, so players can accept and believe all of this. Next, the players from the Triumph Guild will talk about what they have encountered with the boss monsters that everyone is curious about. This is actually part of his plan. He didn't just develop himself, he developed his team. Those monsters in armor are all his training targets. I believe everyone has seen the strength of those monsters. Do you think we can be their opponent? Steve's question seemed to touch the soul. Players can answer this question without thinking. They were obviously no match for the white-eyed monster. Whether it is personal strength, strategy, scheming or understanding of the game, the white-eyed monsters crushed them in all aspects. Players can't help but imagine themselves being in the grassland where Steve is. They probably won't know until they die that the white-eyed monster has schemed against them so much. Just imagine that every step you take is carefully designed by the white-eyed monster, and you are completely unaware of it. You won't know what happened until you die. This feeling is really depressing. Although the players knew that they were no match for the white-eyed monster, they were still a little confused. What was Steve's reason for telling the whole truth? Is it just to scare everyone? To make everyone realize how weak they are? This is unnecessary, isn't it? It's not good for either himself or the players. The players were just thinking about it when Steve spoke up and answered everyone's questions. Actually, the reason I told you all this is because I found the weakness of the white-eyed monster. And this weakness can only be made his weakness if we all work together. Steve's words were unclear and the players were a little confused. Weakness? He has a weakness. What concerted effort can be his weakness? Is Steve going to recruit troops at this critical moment? Not really. I just said we are no match for the white-eyed monster. As the players were discussing, Steve finally revealed the answer. His weakness is that he can't find our location. The reason why he set up so many plans is to make us fall into his trap. This just proves that he can't find us. So, all we have to do is to prevent him from finding us and not fall into his trap. That's enough. Since he wants to kill more players, it will naturally be beneficial to his development. Not letting him find it and not clashing with him is equivalent to curbing his development. Although we can't deal with him now, as long as he doesn't develop too fast, one day when we are strong enough, we will definitely be able to fight him. Although when Steve said the last sentence about fighting the white-eyed monster, it was obvious that he didn't have any confidence. But he still had to say this. After all, he still had to give the players some hope. This sentence is said to the players, but also to himself, to encourage himself. Because no matter what, as long as the white-eyed monster exists, you will inevitably meet him again. If this is the case, then you might as well make it your goal and motivate yourself to grow and become stronger. After hearing what Steve said, the players all felt that it made sense. Indeed, he should be able to become stronger by killing us, so why don't we just prevent him from finding us, right? Don't overestimate your own abilities and try to fight him. Let's develop quietly and not give him a chance to develop. This way we will have a chance to fight him in the future. This is indeed a weakness. As long as he doesn't find a group of players, his development speed will be much slower. After seeing this battle, I think no one would dare to challenge him, right? Let's just keep quiet and develop. What Steve said does make sense. All players can do now is to take care of themselves, develop slowly, and not give away heads. In this way, the development of the white-eyed monster will be much slower. The reason why the white-eyed monster grew so quickly before was simply because it relied on the players' arrogance. As long as players realize this, they will no longer give the white-eyed monsters any chance to take advantage. Steve was relieved to see that the players were all listening to his advice. It was worth it that he spent so much time here. After seeing that the players had become aware of the situation, Steve also posted the guide to the pedicure shed under his own post. I share this strategy of killing monsters without taking any damage with everyone. Let's work hard to make progress. Steve ended the live stream after sharing the strategy. Steve is not a selfish person. Besides, this strategy is actually very simple. If it weren't for the white-eyed monster, Steve would probably have figured it out after a few days of thinking. This strategy can only ensure that players have something to do at night, but its monster killing efficiency is just so-so. It's not the kind of strategy that has to be kept secret. Sharing it can not only gain a wave of favorability, but also accelerate the development of players. Not to mention facing the white-eyed monsters, at least there are ways to deal with some small monsters. After seeing the guide to the pedicure shed posted by Steve, the players were so happy that they were at a loss. What the hell? Thank you, Steve. Boss Steve is so generous. Boss Steve should open a guild, right? Please lead us. Boss Steve's overall view is amazing. I admire you. For a moment I didn't know whether to thank Steve or the white-eyed monster. After Steve's live broadcast, players have a deeper understanding of the white-eyed monster. The players are also very clear in their minds that their own strength is not enough to compete with it. Although the players of the Triumph Guild did not watch the live broadcast, they experienced the pain and despair firsthand. Naturally, they would not stay on that grassland any longer without considering their own limitations. Furthermore, after this battle, Xiaopo was too embarrassed to continue serving as the guild president. The matter of the pedicure shed was exposed again, and he was even more embarrassed. Just disbanded the guild directly. The Triumph Guild rose overnight and collapsed completely overnight. The guild headquarters, which was once comparable to the game's novice village, is now in a mess. I believe no player will ever set foot here again. That night, the white-eyed monster taught all the players a lesson. After this night, no player dared to challenge the prestige of the white-eyed monster anymore. Although players are all afraid of the power of the white-eyed monster. But after this battle, many players were attracted by the white-eyed monster. Although the players cannot see his true appearance clearly, the aura he exudes is enough to impress many people. That kind of kingly demeanor that looks down on everything adds a lot of charm to him as the villain. Because of this, many players have begun to give nicknames to the white-eyed monster. Why doesn't he have a name? Every time he says white-eyed monster, it doesn't sound right at all. I want to call him Brother White Eyes, ha 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 ha. Let's call him Demon King from now on. It feels like the Demon King now. He's not a Demon King, is he? He's just a little demon at best. Why not just name him after him? Isn't that what Steve calls him? Him? It's easy to confuse people if I call him that, right? Then just call it English, he equals him. Him, this name is good, it has some flavor. Then let's just call him him, it's pretty cool.